Okay, so we are starting an overview of Greek history. Remember the story so far. We talked about the Bronze Age and where Macedonian Greece was trading and fighting with the rest of the world. And then the Bronze Age collapse happened and Macedonian Greece came to an end. And because of its destruction, this allowed for massive innovation throughout Greece. So we saw the introduction of the polis, the city-state. Okay? We saw the beginning of the use of the alphabet. And so literacy rates increased radically throughout Greece. And we saw Homer, who gave us the Iliad and the Odyssey. So today, I'm just going to go over the overview of Greek history, mainly focusing on the polis, okay? So one thing to understand about the polis is that geography is destiny, okay? Geography is destiny. And this basically means that your geography will determine the culture, the economy, and the political structure of your society. And we see that with the Greek polis. The Greek geography is very diverse. There are mountains, there are rivers, there are plains, and there are coastlines, okay? And depending on where you are geographically in Greece, you will have a different type of polis. And so the two classic examples are Sparta and Athens. Sparta and Athens are the two most dominant polis in about the year 500 BC, okay? So let's first talk about Sparta. So Sparta is located on the Peloponnese. This is Sparta. And the land around Sparta, it's basically plains, which makes it ideal for agriculture. Okay? So for most of its history, Sparta was an agricultural nation. And because it is ideal for agriculture, it needs people to work the land. And through its conquest, Sparta developed a slave system. Okay? And these people are called helots. And helots are just slaves in Sparta that work the land. They're farmers, and these are people who have been conquered by Sparta. And because there are so many helots, okay, the ratio is about 10 to 1. So for every one Spartan, there's 10 helots. Sparta had to become a military society in order to control the helots. So it created an education system in order to train its citizens to be soldiers. So the system worked like this. About age 7, you left your family and you were put into a boarding school where you're watched over by kids who are older than you, okay? Maybe 11 or 12. And obviously, if you put young kids with older kids, the older kids will beat the crap out of these young kids who are about 7 or 8. And this instills the idea of emotional discipline into the children. Now, when these children became teenagers, they were paired with a mentor who was maybe 25 to about 30, okay? An older adult. And they became lovers. The Spartans did not consider this homosexuality. We would consider it homosexuality, but they themselves did not consider this homosexuality, okay? They just considered this as a way to build emotional cohesion, love among its soldiers. And about age 18 or 19, the students would graduate and they would go on to marry and have their own families. But the Spartan soldiers were all required to eat together, okay? So the soldiers, even though they had families, they were still required to train together and to eat together. Sparta had no private property. Everything, including the helots, belonged to everyone, okay? So it's basically like communism or proto-communism. They had no money system. They had no wealth. Everything belonged to everyone. And it was a brutal state, okay? The Spartans were notorious for being brutal people. So an example is the Helots. So they had a campaign of terror to maintain control over the Helots. So young soldiers would often be required to patrol at night. Okay, they would maybe lie in the fields, because now and then some Helots would break curfew. They would at midnight try to sneak out and have some fun. And if you, as a Spartan young man, saw a Helot be out at night, well, they would kill you. They would take out a knife and stab you in the neck. Okay, and this was meant to instill terror in the Helots to prevent them from rebelling. Okay, but the problem is, because there were so many Helots and the Spartans were so brutal, rebellions and revolutions would break out often. Okay, so this created a society which focused on maintaining control in the Peloponnese. So the Spartans were not at all interested in foreign policy. Okay, they had absolutely no interest in the world outside Sparta. The Spartans were as a culture was very conservative. Okay, they liked the way they wanted things to stay the way they are. Okay, so it was a very conformist culture. Now and then you had some kings or individuals who tried to change society, and the Spartans would kill those people. Okay, you were not allowed to question authority. You were not allowed to promote change in Sparta. The Spartans were also isolationists. Okay, their entire policy was, if you leave us alone, we'll leave you alone. Okay, and so that was the society of Sparta. And if you think about it, in many ways, it's very much like China throughout its history. Okay, so the analogy is China, which China has always been, throughout its history, very conservative and very isolationist. China is just not interested in the outside world. Why? Because it's focused on maintaining control over its peasantry. Okay, there's too much internal chaos. China just is not interested in the outside world. So China, for its history, has both been conservative, does not like change, okay, and very isolationist. Is not concerned about the outside world. Does that make sense, guys? Any questions so far about Sparta before I move on to Athens? Okay, so Athens was a completely opposite society to Sparta. And the reason why, again, is geography. This is Sparta. Sorry, this is Athens. And Athens is in Attica, and it's by the coast. And Athens, the countryside, is very hilly, so it's bad for growing crops. But Athens has two major advantages. The first major advantage is it has a very good harbor. Okay? And also, it's hilly, but the hilly terrain is actually good for growing olive trees. Okay? Olives. It's also very good at pottery. So because of this, Athens, for most of its history, focused on trade, right? It was a trading nation. And because they are traders and merchants, they have a very different culture to the Spartans, okay? So the first thing is they're very expansionist, okay? They're aggressive. And the idea here is the Athens will go and seek out new markets. They also plant new colonies throughout the Aegean. This is to the west is the Aegean Sea. To the south is the Mediterranean. Okay, and they will plant colonies throughout this area. And they have to encourage their citizens to go out and explore the world in order to find new markets, in order to bring goods and ideas back to Athens. Okay? Because Athens was expansionist, its cultural system, its cultural beliefs was very different from the Spartans. Okay, so whereas the Spartans were very conservative, the Athenians had a policy, had a belief in the idea of eudaimonia. Eudaimonia. So eudaimonia is a Greek word, and it means human flourishing. Flourishing. And the idea here is to be the best that you can be. All right? So the example of eudaimonia, the most famous example of eudaimonia is this. In Homer's Iliad, the main character is Achilles. And Achilles is the best warrior of the Greeks against Troy. And Achilles says this in the book. He says, before I came to Troy, I saw a prophet. I saw a fortune teller, and he told me my fortune. He said I could choose to not come to Troy and live a very long, healthy life. But I'd be a nobody. If I came to Troy, I would die young, but I would die as a hero. I would be remembered by everyone. Everyone would sing of my glory and my triumph. So that was my choice. I could live for a very long time and just be a nobody, or I could be a hero and die young. And he said, well, for me, that's not a choice. Okay? For me, to be alive means to achieve eudaimonia. I have to be the best that I can be, and therefore, my only option is to come to Troy and die a hero. Okay? And that's the mentality in Athens. It is much better to die young as a hero than to live a long time as a nobody. Whereas the Spartans were the complete opposite, okay? It's just better to be a nobody and get along with everyone than it is to die as a hero. Okay, so very opposite societies. And what this did, this idea of eudaimonia, it made Athens into a very competitive society. Okay, because if everyone's trying to achieve eudaimonia, then you're going to have a lot of competition. Okay, because they're going to be one hero. Everyone cannot be a hero. They're going to be one hero. So again, the example is Homer's Iliad, and when Achilles got into a fight with Agamemnon, okay, Achilles basically says, I don't like you, you're a dog, I'm not going to fight for you. And Agamemnon says, I don't need you. What Achilles did was he went to his mother, who was a goddess, and Achilles said to Thetis, his mother, could you please get the gods to help the Trojans so that Agamemnon would have to come beg for my help against the Trojans, okay? He was basically committing treason. And in the Greek world, you're allowed to do that because the most important thing is eudaimonia, to achieve eudaimonia. Okay, does that make sense? It's a very weird world, but in Athens, it's extremely competitive where everyone's trying to backstab each other in order to become the hero. And because of this, because there's so much competition, Athens created a new system called ostracized. Okay? So the idea here is because the Athenians were so at each other's throat, if someone was breaking the rules or if someone was being too competitive in the pursuit of eudaimonia, the Athenian people could choose to ostracize this person. And what this meant was you be banished, okay, banished or exiled from Athens for 10 years. And this was considered even worse than death. Okay, this punishment was worse than death. The reason why is in the polis system, the only people that mattered were citizens. Okay? And the Greek world was very chauvinistic or closed, which meant that you could not earn the right to be a citizen. You had to be born to become a citizen. You understand? You have to be born into citizenship. You could not become a citizen through your own hard work and through your merit. Okay? Does that make sense? So in other words, if you were banished from your polis, you became a nobody. You were basically dead to everyone, because only citizens had rights in the Greek world. If you were a slave or you were a foreigner, you had absolutely no rights. You could not own land. You could not even speak in public. Okay? Does that make sense? All right. So Athens was a democracy where everyone had the right to speak and to vote. Okay? But really, when we talk about democracy in this world, we're not saying that everyone could become president or everyone could become a leader. Really, political power can only be held by people of nobility, okay? So democracy usually was a battle between different factions of the nobility, usually between the upper nobility and the lower nobility. Okay? And this is a lesson that's true throughout history, okay? So remember, usually we think history, societies, the conflict is between the haves and the have-nots, right? The poor and the rich, all right? Haves versus have-nots. What I would teach you in this class, one important thing I would teach you in this class is this is not true, okay? If you look at history, the conflicts in society are usually between the have a lot and have somewhat more. Does that make sense? Okay? It's usually between the have a lot versus the have some, but I want more. Okay? And throughout history, we call these people different names. So, in this society, these are basically the lower nobility. Okay? These are the nobility who have money, but they want more. Okay? And in the French Revolution, we'll call them the petite bourgeoisie. And today we call them the middle class. Okay, does that make sense? The poor people do not rebel. They might riot, but they do not revolt. It's usually the middle class or the lower nobility or the petite bourgeoisie that revolt. Okay, does that make sense? All right, so Athens is a democracy, and it's usually a conflict between the upper nobility and the lower nobility. Sparta is an oligarchy, okay? Which is basically means rule by the few, and they hate democracy. So these systems, these cultures, Sparta and Athens, are diametrically opposed to each other. They hate each other. They're always in conflict with each other. Okay? Does that make sense? Any questions so far about Sparta and Athens? Are you guys clear about this? These two different cultures. All right. So this is about the year 500 BCE. Around this time, the Greeks are colonizing the Mediterranean and the Aegean, okay? And this territory belongs to Persia. The Persian Empire is considered one of the greatest empires ever in human history. We will do the Persian Empire later this semester, okay? But I want to focus on the Greeks for now. All you need to know is the Persian Empire spread throughout most of the world, including Egypt, Mesopotamia, and what we call Iran today, okay? It was a huge, huge empire that was extremely enlightened for its age, okay? It was really considered the best empire at that time. And there were Greeks who lived in Anatolia, or what they call Asia Minor back then. And the thing about the Persian Empire is, if you were a subject city, you could do whatever you want, but you have to pay taxes. And these people did not like to pay taxes, so they revolted. And in their revolt, they went to Sparta and to Athens and sought help. Okay, they basically said, look, we're all Greeks. We're being oppressed by the Persians. Could you please help us? What did the Spartans say? What was the Spartan response? No, because we don't care, okay? Your problem, not my problem. Well, and what did the Athenians say? Yeah, sure. Let's achieve eudaimonia, man. Let's be Achilles. Let's go over and help them and maybe make a lot of money for ourselves, okay? So because the Persian Empire was so powerful, they destroyed the rebellion, okay? And in 490 BCE, the Persians decided to attack Greece to teach the Athenians a lesson. And this was called the Battle of Marathon. And in the Battle of Marathon, we actually don't know that much about it, okay? The sourcing is very limited. But what they say, okay, is in the Battle of Marathon, there are about 10,000 Athenians versus 25,000 Persians. That's a huge advantage for the Persians, right? Well, the Athenians destroyed the Persians, okay? The Athenians lost about 192 men. The Persians lost about 5,000. It was a slaughter. And a lot of the reason why is in military tactics. So the Persian Empire is huge, okay? Lots of flat land. And in this geography, your main advantage is cavalry, right? Horse archers. That's what the Persians were known for. Men on horses who would ride around and shoot arrows at you, okay? The geography of Greece was different. It was hilly. So you didn't really use cavalry. It was mainly infantry fighting against each other. And what the Greeks did over 100 years was develop a new military tactic called hoplites. Hoplites. So hoplite comes from the word hoplon. Hoplon is Greek for shield. So these are men with large shields and spears, okay? The way they fought was using the phalanx formation, phalanx. And the innovation of the phalanx innovation was, it was basically a wall, okay? So men would stand together and behind each other so that they made a wall. And because they had these shields and spears, it was a moving wall, okay? And the Persians didn't have armor. So when men with armor went to battle with men without armor, usually armor wins, okay? So the Greeks, the Athenians, destroyed the Persians at the Battle of Marathon. That made the Persians even more angry, okay? So in about 480 BCE, Persia organized a massive invasion force against Greece. And this massive invasion force, again, the numbers, the data, we can't confirm it, but we think it's about 500,000 people, 500,000 soldiers. That's huge, okay? But not only that, you had a huge navy. And basically, Persia called on every nation of its empire to fight against Greece, which included Egypt, okay? Which included the Phoenicians, which also included Greeks who lived in the territory of Persia, okay? And these Greeks are called the Ionian Greeks, okay? So it was a massive invasion force. And Sparta and Athens became allies to resist the Persian invasion. But there were also some Greek polises that sided with the Persians, including Thebes, okay? The Macedonians to the north was also siding with the Persians. So the invasion came north from Macedonia down here. And you may have heard of the Battle of Thermopylae, okay? The Thermopylae. This was made famous by a movie called 300. I'm not sure if you've seen the movie 300, okay? But basically, it was about 300 Spartans and about 5,000 other Greeks who tried to make a stand against the Persian invasion, and they got destroyed. Okay, so the Persians came in, and the Greeks decided, okay, you know what? Their numbers are so much bigger than ours. Let's retreat. Okay, back to Sparta. And here at Corinth, they decided to build a wall to stop the Persian advance. The problem, though, is Athens is here, okay? So the Persians came in and burned down Athens. Now, what's important to understand is the Greeks have the concept of polis. It's not a place. It's a community, okay? A polis is wherever the Greeks choose to be. So what happened that's very interesting is even though Persia came to destroy Athens, the Athenians just got into their ships, okay? They just boarded their ships because Athens is a naval power, and they just sailed away, okay? Do you understand? So Athens was not destroyed. The city of Athens was destroyed, but not the community, the polis of Athens. And so, but now the Greeks are in a lot of trouble, okay? Because what the Persians can now do is basically take their ships and sail around and attack Sparta from behind. And this is a huge problem for Sparta because why? What is Sparta's ultimate weakness? Why is it so easy to defeat Sparta in a war? What's the problem? Do you guys remember? What are the Spartans really afraid of? The Helots, right? Okay? The Helots. Remember, there's 10 Helots for every one Spartan. And the Helots hate the Spartans because the Spartans have terrorized them for centuries. So all that Persia has to do now, okay, very easy, is take their ships, land in Sparta, and build forts, defenses, and the Helots would run to them. Then the King Xerxes of Persia says, I, the benevolent king of Persia, declare the Helots to be free people now. Now you have a revolution, okay? The Helots are now armed by the Persians, and then guess what? The Helots are gonna go kill the Spartans. Game over, okay? You understand? The war is over. That's all the Persians have to do. Take their ships, sail around to the coast of Sparta, build forts and defenses so that the Helots can run to them, give the Helots weapons, and then let the Helots run loose against the Spartans, and the war is over. Greece is forever destroyed. Okay? You understand? Very simple, right? The Persians did not do that. Okay? The Persian king Xerxes had a war council. And there were a lot of his generals who said to King Xerxes, King, we've won the war. Okay? We're over Greece. We have 500,000 men in Greece. There's nothing the Greeks can do about this. Okay? So the Persians were feeling very confident. And the Greeks, the Greek navy was on an island called Salamis. Okay? Salamis. And everyone was freaking out, okay? And what the Spartans wanted to do was say, let's take our navy and defend the coastline of Sparta. Because we know the Persians are going to invade Sparta at some point. They're going to land their ships on Sparta. Let's take our navy and defend Sparta. There was one Athenian general, okay? His name is Themistocles. And he said, you know what? That's great for you guys, okay? But remember, our city, Athens, has been destroyed. We need to take on the Persians head on. We can't wait. And the Spartans are like, yeah, that's fine, but they outnumber us 3-1. They have 3 more ships. They have 3 ships for every 1 ship we have. There's no way we can beat them in a naval battle. And Themistocles says, we either fight the Persians now and achieve eudaimonia, or we, Athens, we'll be like, screw you, Spartans. We're going to go take our ships and sail off west to Sicily or Africa. Who cares, okay? But we're going to go away, and we're going to leave the Persians to kill you guys, okay? So Spartans didn't really have a choice but to listen to Athenians and fight. Then what Themistocles did was he sent a spy to King Xerxes. And King Xerxes was having this war council about what to do. And most of his generals were like, my great king, we've won the war. Let's just take our ships and attack Sparta, and the war is over. Okay? And then a spy sent by Themistocles says to King Xerxes, oh, great king, the entire Greek navy is stuck in Salamis. But they want to run away. Now's your chance to attack them and destroy the Greek navy once and for all. Okay? And at this point, King Xerxes made the decision to send his entire navy, okay, to destroy the Greek navy at Salamis. And his generals were like, don't do that, man. That's a risk you don't have to take. Why do that? Why take the Greeks on? Why fight the Greeks head on when we can just starve them out. And King Xerxes said, no, I came to defeat the Greeks. Okay? I'm the great king. I want to defeat them at Salamis and build a monument to celebrate my great victory over the Greeks. My father, King Darius, sent an army in 490 BCE, and the Athenians killed or destroyed his army at Marathon. I'm going to prove I'm a greater king than my father by defeating the Greeks at Salamis. Okay? I don't want this war of attrition, this slow war. I want one great battle so that history will remember me forever. Okay? So he sends his entire force, about 1,000 ships, to Salamis. And Salamis, it's a strait, okay? It's very narrow. So the ships have to line up and attack the Greeks one by one, okay? And at Salamis, in a headlong battle, okay, the Greek ships were heavier, and the Greek ships were manned by hoplites with armor. And in this battle of Salamis, the Greeks destroyed the Persian navy. Okay, do you understand? The Persian army had won the war. And at Salamis, they lost the war. Okay? Now the problem is, now that the Persian navy has been destroyed, supply lines are in trouble. Okay? Do you understand? Because Greece is very poor. Greece is a very poor nation. You cannot resupply yourself in Greece. How do you feed half a million people? Well, you need to bring in supplies from Persia. But now your navy has been destroyed. So now King Xerxes freaks out and he goes home. He's like, you know what? I burned down Athens. That's good enough for me, okay? And he leaves his cousin, General Mardonius, to fight the Greeks, okay? And at this point, Mardonius could have chosen to not fight the Greeks, right? Because Athens has been destroyed and Sparta is still under threat. So all Mardonius had to do was, he was in Thebes, okay? He was in Thebes. All he had to do was stay in Thebes and wait out the war, okay? This is what we call a war of attrition, where you wait out the other enemy because the other enemy has basically less resources than you, okay? Does that make sense? Again, really easy for the Persians to win, but Mardonius chose to fight the Greeks at the Battle of Plataea. And here, it was about equal forces, 100,000 Greeks versus 100,000 Persians, and the Greeks destroyed the Persians. The Persians lost 5 times more men than the Greeks, okay? And General Mardonius was killed in this battle. So this war that the Persians should have won very easily, the Persians lost and were completely destroyed. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay, any questions so far about the Persian invasion? Okay. And because of this war, Greece now became extremely wealthy. The reason why is Persia is forced to retreat from Asia Minor, and the Greeks were able to capture a lot of treasure, okay? Now, after this, Persia switches strategies, okay? Persia never again invades Greece because they think this is stupid to invade Greece, okay? But the Greeks don't know this. The Greeks think, okay, the Persians will come back at any point, okay? So the Athenians say, let's take the battle to Persia. And what do the Spartans say? The Spartans say, no, we're going to go home and that's it, okay? So to battle against the Persians, the Athenians create something called the Delian League. The Delian League is a defensive alliance between Athens and these colonies and islands in the Aegean. And the idea is, if the Persians come back, we will mass our forces and fight the Persians at sea. The problem is that only Athens had a navy. Everyone else didn't really have a navy. So everyone else is like, we don't have a navy, but we'll contribute money, okay? And they agreed that this money, this treasury, could only be used against Persia, if Persia invades, okay? So they put all this money on a place called Delos, okay? An island called Delos. And that's why it's called the Delian League. right? Does that make sense? So basically, Athens would put up a navy, and everyone else would put up money. And this money, the treasury of the Delian League can only be used in a war against Persia. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay. So while this is happening, Athens is the rising power in this world. And in 461 BCE, a new political leader called Pericles comes into power. And as you should know from your research, Pericles is considered the father of Athenian democracy. He is the one who spreads democracy throughout Athens. And historians today worship Pericles. Okay? Pericles is considered one of the greatest leaders ever in Western history. Okay? I'll talk more about Pericles and democracy in future classes, okay? But I want to show you that Pericles was first and foremost a politician who was concerned about amassing and keeping power. Does that make sense? So he did a lot of wonderful things for Athens, but I want to show you these things that he did, even though they seem great, they really were about him amassing power for himself. Okay? So, the first thing he did was he spread democracy to everyone, okay? He basically gave every citizen the right to vote. And you're like, okay, that's great, direct democracy. Athens creates democracy. This is great, right? But the reason why he did that was to change the balance of power in Athens. So he basically represented the lower nobility versus the upper nobility, right? Usually the upper nobility has more power because it has more money. Okay? It has more prestige. So the way for the lower nobility to defeat the upper nobility is by aligning itself with the people. Okay? Does that make sense? And you do that by giving people the right to vote. And so by doing this, Pericles basically made himself king of Athens. Does that make sense? In fact, he stayed in power from 461 to 429. Okay, does that make sense? All right? And to please the people even more, he basically made corruption official. What he did that was very important was he basically took the money from Delos and brought it to Athens. Basically, Pericles said to the Delian League, you know what, this money in Delos, it's a lot of money. I'm afraid that the Persians come and steal it, so let's take it to Athens, okay? When he brought it to Athens, the next thing he did was he spent all of it, okay? He built a lot of really impressive buildings, including something called the Parthenon. The Parthenon is this great temple to Athena, which is the patron goddess of Athens. They made the Athenian statue out of gold, okay? They spent billions and billions of dollars on this temple. The reason why is when you do that, right, you give people jobs. And you give people who support you money, okay? So this is basically official corruption. Now, there are people in the upper nobility who thought what Pericles was doing was terrible for Athens. And basically, in meetings, they wanted to ostracize Pericles, right? They accused Pericles of corruption, of basically bribing the city of Athens, and they said, you are corrupting our morals, okay? You are hurting our democracy. Therefore, we want to ostracize you. And there was this vote against Pericles, and what happens? Do you guys know? The people voted to exile Pericles' opponents. Okay? Those who criticized Pericles were now exiled from Athens. Therefore, Pericles no longer has any political opponents. And Pericles can do whatever he wants. And so the two big innovations of Pericles is democracy, okay? Right? Let's give people the right to vote, and let's give people more money, okay? But also empire. The reason why is after Pericles basically stole the money from the Delian League, the allies were obviously angry, right? You stole our money. So we are out of this league. And Pericles said, well, if you leave our league, we're going to come and invade you. So Athens started this expansionist campaign in order to maintain its empire. So the Delian League basically became the Athenian Empire. And now Athens got basically 20% of its revenue from its allies. Okay? Does that make sense? So that's what Pericles was doing. He was promoting democracy in order to make sure people voted for him. He was promoting empire in order to maintain the easy money flow into Athens. Empire is important because, remember, Athens has a culture of eudaimonia. So empire makes the rich extremely wealthy. You understand? Empire makes everyone rich, but it makes the wealthy even more so. And so the lower nobility, okay, the lower nobility became very jealous. And so the way to resolve this issue is the lower nobility could choose to invade other places, okay? And if they win, they can make a lot of money for themselves. So one place they chose to invade was Egypt, but that failed, okay? So throughout this time, you had a lot of Athenian expeditions throughout the world in looking to conquer new territory. And sometimes they succeeded, but a lot of times they failed as well, okay? Does that make sense? All right. So as Athens is expanding and becoming much wealthier, other Greek colonies, other Greek policies start to get angry at Athens, okay? And Athens is basically the big bully. They were afraid of Persia before, but Persia didn't really bother the Greeks. Whereas Athens was a big bully. They wanted to control all of Greece, okay? They basically were a mafia organization that was forcing these islands in the Aegean Sea to pay tribute to Athens. And they were trying to take more territory from other Greek polises. So in 431, the Greek polises united around Sparta and started something called the Peloponnesian War. Okay? And historically, what most historians will tell you is this war was started because Sparta was afraid of an emerging Athens. Okay? Sparta was the hegemon. Sparta was the most dominant power in Greece at that time. And now that Athens was rising, Sparta felt threatened by Athens and therefore declared war on Athens. That's not true, okay? That's not the reason. The reason why is because Athens was an empire and it was going around and bullying everyone, and so you didn't have a choice in the matter. You got to either fight Athens now or wait for Athens to invade you, okay? So it was because Athens was an imperial power, and so other Greek polities had no choice but to stand against Athens, okay? And Athens was an imperial power because of its theory of eudaimonia, okay? So the great irony here, and you will see this pattern repeat itself throughout history, is the culture that allows a nation to rise, okay, and this is eudaimonia, will also cause it to decline. Does it make sense? Okay? Because it's because of the Peloponnesian War, which lasts from 431 BC to 404 BCE, 27 years, that Athens loses its empire, okay? So the culture, eudaimonia, that causes Athens to rise will ultimately lead to its decline as well, right? So are you guys clear so far? Please let me know if this is clear to you, if you have any questions before I continue. Okay, so even though Sparta and Athens are now at war with each other, this war, again, should have been pretty easily won by Athens. Why? What can Athens do to destroy Sparta? Do you guys know? What can Athens do? Really easy, to destroy Sparta. helots, right? The Athenians have ships. They can choose to do what the Persians should have done, but they didn't do, which is to basically take its navy, land its navy on the coast, and support the helots in the rebellion, okay? If that would have happened, Sparta would have been destroyed very quickly. The Athenians didn't do that. All right, do you understand? The Athenians didn't do that. Now, Sparta, to counter this threat against Athens, what should it have done to counter this threat against, from Athens? Exactly, thank you, okay? Its only option in this scenario is to free the helots and say to the helots, if you fight for us against Athenians, we will give you your liberty, okay? And the helots would have been, yeah, let's go fight for the Spartans, okay? So Sparta would have increased its army 10 times, and it could have destroyed Athens. Sparta didn't do this either, okay? Do you understand? So from a military strategy perspective, the way the Peloponnesian War didn't make any sense. And the only way to understand what happened is to understand that the very basis of conflict in society is between the upper nobility and the lower nobility, okay? Do you understand? The upper nobility is only interested in maintaining the status quo. They're very conservative. They don't like wars because you could lose wars, and also because if you win wars, you have people who are now richer than you are. Okay, do you understand? So the upper nobility is very conservative in both Athens and Sparta. The lower nobility can only become upper nobility through war or revolution, okay? So they're always looking to upset the status quo. So even though this war is going on, internally, there's still conflict between the upper nobility and the lower nobility, okay? And that's why, if you look at the Peloponnesian War, a lot of the military strategy doesn't make any sense. Because Sparta isn't really trying to win a war against Athens. Sparta is trying to maintain the status quo in Sparta, okay? Athens is not really trying to win a war against Sparta. Athens is trying to maintain the status quo within Athens. All right? An example is Pericles. The war starts in 431 BCE. And a lot of people are saying Pericles, hey, let's go invade Sparta. And what Pericles says instead is, oh, no, no, no. The Spartans are the greatest warriors in the world. We have no chance against Sparta. So what we'll do is, we have these walls, okay? We have these walls. We'll hide behind our walls and let our navy protect us in the sea, okay? That was the defensive strategy of Pericles. And so what the Spartans could do was, they could come to Attica and destroy all the farmland. And the Athenians could only watch as the Spartans destroy the farmland. This was a disaster for the Athenians because if you think about it, over time, the Spartans could starve out the Athenians, right? But the other problem is, if you have too many people in one place, what happens? You have too many people living in a city, what happens usually? Disease, right? Disease. So because of the overpopulation in Athens, they had the plague, which killed 1/3 of the Athenian population. Okay, do you understand? 1/3 of the Athenian population. If the Athenians went to war against Sparta and they lost, they would have at most lost about 10% of their population, okay? But because they chose not to fight and hide behind the walls, not only did they lose their farmland, but they lost 1/3 of their population, including Pericles, who died because of the plague. Pericles died as well as his 2 sons, okay? Does it make sense? All right? So again, this strategy makes no sense. If you think of it from a military perspective, it only makes sense if you understand there's an internal conflict in Athens between the upper nobility and the lower nobility, okay? Pericles represents the upper nobility. He wants to maintain the status quo. There's a war going on, but he doesn't really want to fight this war, okay? He just wants to wait it out because he does not want to change the status quo. Okay, does that make sense? So after Pericles dies, the lower nobility become ascendant, okay? And because of this war, they proposed an aggressive strategy against the Spartans. Okay? Basically, it's like, let's go attack the Spartans and cause a revolution in Sparta. Okay? And this was this was proposed by Cleon, who after Pericles died became basically the de facto leader of Athens. And he was considered a demagogue. Okay? If you look at the history, everyone says bad things about this guy, okay? But really, what he is, he's lower nobility who's trying to achieve eudaimonia, okay? And he's basically like Themistocles, okay? All right? And he's a great military strategist as well. So Cleon proposes this aggressive strategy against Sparta, and guess what happens? Athens is now destroying Sparta. Okay? Now Sparta is under a lot of pressure. It's losing the war. So now what Sparta does is it picks a new general, Brasidas, and says to Brasidas, listen, we're losing the war. What can we do? So Brasidas goes north, and he starts to win these victories against Athens. And his policy is this. Listen, we need to change our social structure in order to win against Athens. So what he does is he tells the Helots, if you fight for me, I'm going to give you your freedom. And so a lot of Helots fight for Brasidas, and Brasidas wins a lot of wars. And this is, and how do the Spartans feel about this? Brasidas, who's a Spartan, is now winning wars against Athens. And so how do the Spartans feel about this? Are they happy about this? No, they're really unhappy about this, okay? Because it's changing their social structure. You understand? They don't want this crap. They want the Helots to be slaves. They don't want the Helots to be free citizens who helps them win wars, okay? So what ultimately happens is, even though Cleon and Brasidas have both proposed strategies that allow Athens and Sparta to win the war, ultimately what happens is Cleon and Brasidas get into a battle with each other, and they both died in this battle. That's extremely convenient, guys, okay? That's really, really convenient. So I'd be very surprised if they actually did both die in battle. My guess is what happened is they were both assassinated during the battle against each other. Does that make sense? Because ultimately, both were the bigger threats to the social structure of Sparta and Athens than losing the war itself. Does that make sense, guys? Okay? Any questions so far? Okay. Does that make sense? Okay. Okay, so so this war keeps on going, and then what happens is the Persia gets involved and gives Sparta a navy. Basically, Persia gives Sparta a blank check. And because Sparta is so conservative and insular, it doesn't really know how to have a navy. Okay, it doesn't know how to fight with a navy. In fact, Sparta is militarily, like in terms of strategy, it's actually very weak. Okay, if it's like Spartan soldiers by themselves are very strong, but in terms of like overall military strategy, Sparta, because it's so conservative and insular, it's very weak it's very weak compared with Athens. But Persia has a lot of money, and Persia is bankrolling Sparta, okay? And eventually, Persia says to Sparta, hey guys, why don't you try a new strategy? The strategy is this. If a general is winning against the Athenians, promote the guy, okay? And you're like, okay, well, that makes total sense. The Spartans didn't do that, okay? The Spartans were not concerned about winning the war. They were concerned about maintaining their social order. Do you understand? There's a social hierarchy in Sparta. That's what's important, not winning the war. And then there was this Spartan commander, Lysander, and he was really the only Spartan who knew how to win naval battles. The problem with Lysander was he was a half-citizen, which meant that his father was a Spartan, but not the mother. You understand? Only if both your parents are citizens are you allowed to be a citizen. So Lysander was really looked down upon in Sparta. but he could win naval battles. So he wasn't promoted. The Persians said to the Spartans, listen, this is stupid, okay? Lysander is a great commander. You have to promote him. And the Spartans didn't really have a choice in the matter. And so Lysander, after he was promoted, single-handedly won the war against Athens. He laid siege to Athens in 404 BCE, and then Athens had no choice but to surrender because they were out of food, okay? Does that make sense? Now, for 27 years, Sparta and Athens were at war with each other. They were killing each other. Now Athens had finally been defeated. So what do you think should happen now? What should happen to Athens now? Okay, the answer is nothing happened to Athens. Okay? Usually if you lose a war, in this world, what happens is they come and kill all the men and enslave all the women. And that's what the Persians wanted, okay? That's what the other Greek cities wanted to happen to Athens. The Spartans didn't do anything to Athens. They left Athens alone, okay? And there are many different explanations for this. One explanation is Sparta wanted to maintain the balance of power in the Greek world, okay? If they destroyed Athens, then Persia could come back and destroy Sparta, okay? But another explanation is, well, guess what, guys? The upper nobility of Sparta and the upper nobility of Athens, they're good friends with each other. Okay, do you understand? Rich people tend to marry each other. They tend to be good friends with each other, okay? So Athens and Sparta weren't really enemies, do you understand? They had to fight this war because of the internal pressures from the lower nobility. But because this war was killing off so much lower nobility, it maintained the status quo. Does that make sense? All right? You guys understand so far? Any questions? All right, so I'm going to conclude with evidence for this theory. Okay? So what I just said, like war is really about killing off internal dissent, not really about beating the other enemy. That's very controversial, okay? So I will give you some evidence for this theory, and it's called rat utopia. So in the 1960s and 70s, there was an American researcher, American scientist. His name is James B. Calhoun, okay? And he was interested in the question, what would it be like for humans to live in a world of abundance? What would it mean for humans to live in a world where everything was perfect, where you didn't have to fight for food, where food was just given to you, okay? A utopia. What would it be like? Well, he couldn't really experiment on humans, so he decided to experiment on rats instead, okay? So he built this universe, okay? Basically this big house, and food was plentiful for rats. The food, the water was plentiful for rats. So rats could just play all day, okay? Now, I'm not sure if you know anything about rats, but the thing about animals, and this is a very important idea, is that animals live in a heavily ritualized and rules-based world. It doesn't make sense, guys. We think of animals as chaotic. No, no, no. If you actually study their societies, ants, monkeys, rats, they live in an extremely rule-based, heavily ritualized world, okay? So let me give you an example of this. So rats, when they mate with each other, what happens is this. A female rat is interested in having sex, okay? So she's going out, and then a male rat spots this. He sees the female rat in heat. So what he does is he gets on a mound, okay, where she can see him, and he starts to dance. Okay? He starts to dance. And the female rat becomes interested, and he sees she's interested, so he comes down, and they start chasing each other, okay? They're having fun together. And then what she does is she runs home and hides herself in her burrow. The male rat just stands outside and waits for her to come out. After some time, she comes out and they run together again, and then she runs back again. They do this many, many times until finally she lets him catch him, and then they have sex. Okay? And then after they have sex, they have children, and they start a family together. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay? That's how rats usually behave. When they often like to play with each other, and they fight, but it's very playful. Okay? So there's lots of rules, there's lots of rituals in this rat society. But that's out in nature. In the world of James B. Calhoun, he creates rat utopia, okay? Where everyone has enough to eat. And at some point, the society breaks down. Okay? These rituals, these rules all break down. What happens is male rats, when they start fighting each other, they become very violent. They're no longer playing. They're actually trying to kill each other. And some actually die. Okay? And this mating ritual, it breaks down. So the male rats don't even try to dance. Okay? They're not dancing. They just see a female and they rape her. Okay? And it's like gang rape. It's not one male. It's like lots of males raping her. These gangs of rats, they try to break into burrows, homes, and try to rape the wife. Okay? The mother. And at first, the husband is fighting off these other rats, right? But eventually what happens is he gets tired and he just runs away, okay? He just abandons the family. Now the female rat is responsible for fighting off now the other rats. But she becomes so traumatized, she starts to beat everyone up, including her own children. So she kicks her children out of the house. It is a complete social breakdown. And after a few more months of this crap, the entire colony of rats dies. The entire society collapses. Does that make sense? All right? So this is what we call rat utopia. It's been done many times. And each time they do this, this happens. At some point, the society will collapse. Okay? And this makes no sense to us. Everyone has enough food to eat. Everyone should be happy. Okay? Why does society collapse? Okay, so there are different explanations for this. James B. Calhoun, his argument is if there's too much food, there's overpopulation. If there's overpopulation, then that creates conflict. And the conflict causes the rules to collapse. Okay? The problem, though, with this theory is the colony never became overpopulated. Okay? There was space for everyone. But at some point, everyone started to fight each other. All right? So this is my theory, and this goes back to the Peloponnesian War. It has to do with the idea of status. So in a world of abundance, in a world of wealth, who benefits the most? It's the elderly, old people, okay? Old people can live a lot longer in a society that is wealthy and abundant, okay? Does that make sense? Okay? But then what happens is the status becomes locked in, which prevents younger rats, younger people, from ascending into power and status. Does that make sense? Okay? So the idea is, the metaphor is, these rats are online, okay? I'm waiting to climb the mountain, okay? This is the mountain top. You're waiting and waiting to climb the mountain. And everyone's moving along. It's slow, but you're still moving along, okay? And eventually you will reach the mountain top, which is where you want to be. But let's just say, for whatever reason, the line stops moving, okay? Everyone's stuck in place. Well, then you get very anxious. You get very stressed out. You get very agitated. You're like, when is it my turn? And it's never going to come because the people at the top won't leave. Okay? So what do? Well, you start kicking the people behind you, right? You start fighting with each other. Do you understand? This is what we call rat utopia. In a world of abundance, in a world of extreme wealth, old people do not die. If they do not die, it is impossible for young people to ascend into power and status. And so they have all these energies. And because they cannot reach their potential, they become violent and start attacking each other. Okay? So that's rat utopia. That's what rats do. But if you look at the Peloponnesian War and what happened between Athens and Sparta, it's really no different. Okay? It's really no different. They were killing each other for no reason. Extreme violence, which led to nothing. Okay? 431 BCE, the political world was no different from 404 BC. The only difference is a lot of young people died. Okay? In wars against each other. So that's my argument to you. If societies become too wealthy, you have a problem of rat utopia. Okay? If rat utopia, societies will then engage in wars that will lead eventually to its collapse. And that's what happened to Athens. Okay? Does that make sense, guys? All right. Any questions about this? Does it make sense to you guys? All right? Any questions?
I'm still a little confused about the rat utopia.
Yeah?
Like why she wants to keep her kids out.
Okay. So the question is, in the rat utopia, why do the mothers want to start attacking the kids? Okay. Okay. So this is actually a complicated question. The answer is this: humans are different from rats. Okay. So humans have the ability to reason and to adapt to new circumstances. Okay. Does that make sense? Rats don't. There are these rules in place. Okay. And if these rules are broken, then the rats don't know how to adapt. So if you're a rat mother, you have a husband, okay? Your understanding is the husband will protect you from strangers, okay? Your understanding is if someone is violent towards you, you have to be violent against that person, okay? So in a situation where the husband leaves, the husband runs away or is dead, the mother does not understand this new order anymore. So the mother becomes, the word we use is traumatized. If you're traumatized, you can no longer reason, okay? You're so focused on protecting yourself, you attack everything and everyone, including your own children. Does that make sense?
So is that an experiment of the rats?
Yeah, this is an experiment because obviously this would not happen in real life, okay? There's no way the rats get free food in real life. So they have this experiment where the experimenters gave the rats free food every day. And this is what happened.
So the scientists, they kill the father of the rats to make this?
No. So the experiment is the rats were left by themselves, okay? The rats could do whatever they wanted. The only thing the experimenters did was feed them every day. Okay? If you do that, if there's abundance and there's wealth, then you have complete social collapse. Okay?
So what if the rat father doesn't die, the mother dies? So what will happen to the father?
Okay, all right. So, okay, all you need to understand is this, okay? The entire society collapses, okay? How it collapses can be different from family to family, but the entire society collapses. Everyone dies at the end, okay? Do you understand? Okay. Any more questions? Any more questions? So I know this is a lot to take in, okay? This is very confusing, and this is very hard, but it's okay. Just ask any questions or points where you want me to clarify. Okay, so next class we will do Greek theater. And then after that we'll do Greek philosophy, which includes Plato, Socrates, and Aristotle, okay? Okay, so we will do Greek theater today. Now, as a society, every society has a problem. The problem is, how do we organize the thinking of the people within our society. Okay? How do you create an identity? And in modern society, there are three institutions that create a collective identity for society. Okay? So the first would be what? Exactly, thank you. Schools, right? So public schools, you're here to learn about the history of China. You're here to learn about the politics of China, right? And the idea is to make everyone think alike or have the same basic knowledge and worldview, okay? What's another institution that does this in society? The media, right? Okay, so mass media. So when you turn on the TV, when you read a Chinese newspaper, it's presenting a particular worldview. And when you absorb this worldview, you become more Chinese, right? And what's the last institution that helped us form a collective identity in China? Entertainment, right? Mass culture. This includes, TV shows. This includes movies, okay? This includes books. Does that make sense? So through these three institutions, societies can create a national identity. And depending on your society, you create a different worldview, right? So in America, Americans would want to create an individualistic identity, whereas in China, we want to create a collectivist identity, okay? So what I will show you today is Greek society, Athenian society, was doing the same thing, okay? But it was doing it through theater. And the main function of theater was to create an identity as a democratic citizen, okay? Democratic citizen. Why do we have a democracy? What does it mean to live in democracy? What is your responsibility as a citizen to be in a democracy? Okay? So that's what theater does in Athens. So let me give you some background about theater. Theater was formed the basic structure of Athenian society. So there are 2 months of the year when everyone went to the theater. Okay? So once in winter and once in the summertime. And they were called the Festival of Dionysus. Okay? Dionysus was the god, the Greek god of the theater, of art, of music, of sex, of wine. And so the Festival of Dionysus, there were religious elements to it, but it was mainly about watching theater. And through the process of watching theater, Athenians created a national identity that they all believed in. Okay? So this happened twice a year for 1 month. And it was free for everyone. So it's the rich who paid for all the plays to be performed. And that's how the rich, the aristocratic families, won favor from the people. In fact, Athenians considered going to theater the greatest birthright of being an Athenian. Okay? That was the privilege and the right of being an Athenian. It was the highest honor in Athens to participate in the festival as a playwright. And every festival, there'd be two competitors, okay? And they were called the protagonist, okay, and the antagonist. So today, we know the protagonist means the hero of a novel. The antagonist means the villain of a novel. But back then, all this meant was you were the first competitor, and then the antagonist was the second competitor. Okay? And the entire point of theater was to promote democracy in Athens. And they did that through many mechanisms. First of all, whoever won the festival was decided by popular vote. Okay? The entire process of theater was democratic. So there are no professional actors in Athens. People were selected from the community to act out the play. And everyone participated in watching the play. In fact, the largest amphitheater, these are all outdoor theaters in Athens, could hold 10,000 people, okay? 10 to 15,000 people. The maximum population of Athens was 50,000 people, okay? So this is a huge community event that brought everyone together, and they loved the theater. The three most famous playwrights in Athens at that time were Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides, okay? And these were really playwrights, poets, but they were first and foremost prophets of democracy. They were teachers of democracy who told the Athenian people, why do we have democracy? Why is democracy good? And how should we protect and promote our democracy? All right? So in their plays, the very heart and soul of their plays was about the promotion of democracy in Athens. And these three were the most admired of all the playwrights. Everyone at that time wanted to be a playwright because that was the highest honor in Athens, okay? So to win first place at the Festival of Dionysus is like winning the Nobel Prize in physics today, okay? So what I will do now is go over the most famous plays so we can understand how they promoted democracy through their artwork. But are there any questions so far before I continue?
Yeah, you mentioned like the theater can kind of like there could be like 10,000 people there.
Yes, it's an amphitheater.
Yeah, then how do they broadcast the sound? Like how can they make sure that everybody hears what the playwright says? Because there's no broadcast.
Okay, so that's a great question about acoustics. We call this acoustics. So how the theater was designed was like this, okay? You had the stage, and then the theater was designed like this, like an oval, okay? So in other words, the sound was captured in like a cavern in a cave. So there was resonance. But obviously, you were required to shout out the words slowly so everyone can hear, okay? That's the first thing. Second thing is, these plays were so popular, everyone memorized the lines. Do you understand? So they already knew the content of the plays, but they wanted to participate in the community aspect of the play. Does that make sense? So the two things is, the theater was designed in a way so that sound traveled very freely in the theater so everyone can hear, but also everyone memorized the lines anyway. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay, great question. All right, any more questions before I continue? All right, so let's talk about Aeschylus, okay? Because he was really the first of the major playwrights. And he wrote a play called Oresteia. And I will explain to you the plot of the Oresteia before I explain to you the meaning and the interpretation of the play, okay? So all these plays comes from Greek mythology, because everyone knows mythology. And so what the playwrights did was they took material from Greek mythology and packaged it in a contemporary context to explore modern themes, okay? All right, so the Oresteia, the play is set in a place called Argos. And during the Mycenaean period, okay, so this is before the Bronze Age collapse, Mycenaean Greece, Argos was the most powerful city in Mycenaean Greece. And when the king died, he left the throne to his eldest son named Atreides, okay? But often what happens in these cases is the younger brother refuses to accept the authority of the eldest, and he rebels, okay? So a war was fought over the Argos throne. Atreides won, and then his brother comes and begs for forgiveness. And Atreides, being the king, says, "You're my brother. I want to show I'm a benevolent king, so I will forgive you. And to show that I forgive you, I will host for you a banquet and a feast." Okay? And so the younger brother is very happy about this. But during the feast, before the feast, what Atreides does is he kills all the sons of his younger brother, and he cooks them. And during the feast, he feeds it to his younger brother. And when his younger brother finds out about this, okay, he dies after this, but before he dies, he curses Atreides and says, "Curse upon you and your house, because a feast is a contract between you and the gods." Okay? When you hold a feast, you promise the gods this feast will be peaceful. And so people trust you and come and eat your food. So when you poison your food like this, you're insulting the gods. So I curse you and your entire house. Okay? And then he dies. But before he dies, his son, Aegetus, okay? Aegetus escapes. Okay? So his only remaining son is Aegetus. And Aegetus is responsible now for avenging the death of his family. Okay? All right, so Atreides becomes king, and he has two sons who inherit his throne. Okay? The first is Agamemnon, who becomes king of Argos, and he is the king of kings. He is the one who will start the Trojan War and launch an invasion of Troy. Okay? And his brother is Menelaus, who becomes king of Sparta. And they both marry sisters. Okay? They marry two sisters. Agamemnon marries Clytemnestra, and Menelaus marries Helen. Okay? This is important because, remember, Helen runs away to Troy. And Menelaus tells his brother, Agamemnon, gets upset, and they agree to organize this massive Greek army to invade, destroy Troy, and get Helen back. Okay? But when they're about to set sail for Troy, there's no wind. And Agamemnon knows the gods are not happy with them. Okay? So Agamemnon consults a fortune teller who tells him how to win the favor of the gods. He tells Agamemnon, "You have to sacrifice your daughter, Iphigenia." And at this point, Agamemnon should be like, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to sacrifice my daughter, Iphigenia, so that I could go to Troy. And why do I want to go to Troy in the first place? Right? Helen's not my wife. It's Menelaus' wife. Not my problem. Right? I should just give this up because obviously the gods don't want me to go. That's what he should do. But instead, he's like, fine, I'll sacrifice my daughter. Okay? So he kills his daughter, Iphigenia. The wind is released from the skies, and they set sail to Troy. Okay? And we know what happens. They're there for 10 years, and they end up destroying Troy. Who's really pissed now? Who's really angry now? Who's really angry about all this? Clytemnestra, right? The wife of Agamemnon, because their daughter has been killed for like no reason, okay? So Clytemnestra, while Agamemnon is away for 10 years, she plots her revenge. What she does is she finds Aegetus and they become lovers, okay? And they plot how to avenge the death of Iphigenia. So 10 years later, when Agamemnon comes back from Troy victorious, Clytemnestra kills him, okay? And she makes Aegetus now king of Argos. The problem is that Agamemnon has a son named Orestes. And Orestes, during this time, was exiled from Argos, okay? And now Orestes, upon hearing the death of his father, he is now honor-bound to kill his mother. Now, obviously, he doesn't want to do that, okay? So he's struggling emotionally about what to do. So he consults Apollo, who is basically the god of justice. And Apollo tells him, you are right and just to want to avenge your father, okay? So Orestes goes back to Argos, and he kills his mother, Clytemnestra, and Aegisthus. And now he's king of Argos. The problem now is, because he's killed his mother, there are these demons called the Furies who come up from the underworld and they begin to haunt him. Okay? They're torturing him. And Orestes becomes so tortured, he runs away from Argos. And he's trying to run away from the Furies, but the Furies refuse to let him go. And Orestes says to them, I killed my mother in order to avenge my father. That was the right and just thing to do. And the Furies say to him, we are old gods. We are responsible for maintaining order and structure in the universe. One thing that you cannot do is kill your parents, especially your mother. By doing so, you are breaking the order of the universe. Therefore, we will haunt you for the rest of eternity. We will not let you go, okay? Orestes goes talks to Apollo, and Apollo tries to intercede on behalf of Orestes. And the Furies say to him, you are a young god. You are a new god. We are the old gods. We are much older than you are. We are much wiser than you are. You have no authority over us. We don't care about justice. We don't care about the laws of men. We care about the laws of the universe. And Orestes has broken the laws of the universe, okay? So now Orestes is in a lot of trouble. And so in an act of desperation, the last thing he does is he runs to Athens, where Athena is. And Athena is the goddess of wisdom. So Orestes tells Athena, the goddess, his story, and he begs for her help, okay? And Athena takes pity on Orestes, and she says, basically, I'm going to convene a jury, okay, of 500 Athenian citizens. And you will make your case before them. The Furies will make their case before them, and they will decide whether or not you are guilty. Okay? So both Orestes and the Furies make their case, and morally speaking, both cases are compelling. Okay? Right? Because even though Clytemnestra killed Agamemnon, the fact of the matter is Agamemnon was an asshole. Right? Agamemnon killed their daughter for no particular reason. And then he went off to Troy and killed a lot of people for no reason as well. Okay? So both cases were very strong. And so at the end of the day, 250 Athenians decided Orestes was guilty. 250 decided he was innocent. Okay? So it's what we call a hung jury. Okay? It was divided evenly. So what then happens now is Athena comes in and says that because you are deadlocked, I will be the deciding vote. I vote in favor of Orestes. Okay? So now Orestes is free to go home and live his life in peace. Now the Furies say to her, no. We don't accept your laws, Athena. Okay? And then Athena says to them, fine, you guys, I'll make you a deal. Okay? Right now, you're demons, and everyone fears and hates you. But I will now make you stand for justice, truth, and righteousness so that we, the Athenian people, will worship you and admire you, okay? And the Furies say, okay, that's a pretty good deal, okay? So the Furies accept this deal, and Orestes is allowed to go home, and the story ends, okay? Does that make sense? So that's a story. So what's the relevance of this story? Well, for Athens, it tells them where democracy comes from. Okay, right? Athena, the goddess herself, gave democracy to Athens. Right? But it also tells them what a tremendous gift this is. Because by giving the Athenian people democracy, it basically gave them the power of gods, right? Because when you have these 500 jurors, each of them has the same power and authority of the god Athena herself. Athena can only cast one vote, right? Okay? And so what this is telling the Athenian people is the gods gave you democracy, honor them by taking it very seriously, okay? When you vote, do so very seriously. Because when you vote in a good way, meaning you've thought very clearly over your decision, then you bring justice, truth, you bring justice and truth and righteousness into the world. Okay? Does that make sense? And that's why I say Aeschylus is a prophet of democracy. Because through this play, he is telling the Athenian people where democracy comes from, why it's important, and what they can do to ensure democracy stays in Athens. Okay? Any questions so far about this? All right? Okay, let's move on to Sophocles, okay? So Sophocles wrote many plays. His most famous is the Oedipus trilogy, okay? Oedipus trilogy. Now, you may have heard of the Oedipus trilogy, but I will summarize the story for you, okay? So what happened is, in the city of Thebes, a king and his wife, they have a young son. And as is the custom at that time, they go see a fortune teller. And the fortune teller tells them, your son is going to kill you, the father, and marry the mother. And the king freaks out, and he's like, I don't want that. So he orders his soldier to go out and kill the baby. Okay? And the soldier takes the baby, and again, it's just a baby, like maybe a few days, a few weeks old. He goes out in the woods. And he's supposed to kill the baby. But he's a soldier, and he feels it would be dishonorable to kill a baby. So what he does is he just leaves the baby in the woods and runs away, thinking maybe the wolves will come and eat the baby, okay? Instead, a shepherd from another city comes and finds the baby, and he takes care of the baby, okay? He goes home. In the city, the king and the queen have no child. They have no son. They have no heir, okay? So the shepherd presents the baby to the king, and the king names him Oedipus. And Oedipus grows up to be a very strong, very noble, very handsome young man. When he is of age, he goes and talks to a fortune teller. And the fortune teller tells him, I am sorry, but you are cursed. You are cursed to kill your father and marry your mother. So Oedipus freaks out and says, I don't want to do that. I don't want to kill my parents who love me. So he runs away from his city, okay? And he's going to Thebes. And on the way to Thebes, he gets in an argument with an old man and his friends. And he kills all of them, okay? And this old man happens to be his real father, the king of Thebes. He goes into Thebes, and everyone's crying. And Oedipus asks what the problem is. And the citizens there tell him, well, our king is dead, and also there's a sphinx, an evil demon who is haunting us, okay? So Oedipus volunteers to challenge the sphinx to a duel. And the sphinx asks Oedipus a riddle. If Oedipus can get it right, the sphinx will go away. But if Oedipus gets it wrong, then the sphinx will eat Oedipus, okay? And the riddle is, what walks in the morning with 4 legs, what walks in the afternoon with 2 legs, and then what walks in the evening with 3 legs? And the answer is, yeah, man, okay? So it's a very famous riddle. Oedipus gets it right, and the sphinx loses, and he flies away, okay? The people of Thebes are so thankful, they make him king of Thebes. If you're king of Thebes, you marry the queen of Thebes, okay? So he's done this. He's married his mother, and he killed his father, okay? 20 years later, there's a plague in Thebes. And Oedipus, now the king, knows that somehow he's angered the gods. So he talks to a fortune teller, and the fortune teller tells him, well, the gods are angry at you because you've killed your father and you've married your mother and you've had children with your mother, okay? So all your children are products of incest. So the gods are angry at you. So what Oedipus does is he blinds himself and he exiles himself, okay, to die somewhere else, okay? Now, the problem now is who inherits the throne. So his eldest son is supposed to inherit the throne, but he has another son named Polynices, who rebels, and he fights for the throne. The 2 brothers kill themselves in battle. Okay? They kill themselves fighting each other. And now Creon, who is the brother to the dead queen, the queen has killed herself, okay? He now inherits the throne, okay? And the first thing he does is announce that the dead king will be given a state funeral, okay? We will honor him. But Polynices, who rebelled against the king and who caused all this suffering and misery in the world, he will not be given a funeral. He will not be buried. And the reason why is Greeks believe that only by burying the dead can they find peace in the afterworld, okay? So it's a very serious thing not to bury the dead. Antigone, who is the daughter of Oedipus and the sister of Polynices, she finds out about this, and she thinks this is unjust. Polynices has done a lot of bad things, but no one deserves this, okay? So she secretly buries Polynices. Creon finds out and demands Antigone to be arrested. And Creon says to her, "How dare you defy my laws? How dare you disrespect my orders?" And then Antigone says to him, "Your laws are unjust." And Creon says, "The laws are the laws. Without laws, there will be complete chaos." And then Antigone responds by saying, "Human laws must conform to justice. There are these laws in the universe that are divine, unwritten, and immutable, and we must respect these laws. Human laws cannot override these laws of justice." Okay? And this makes Creon very angry. And so he sentences her to death for disobeying him. Okay? The problem is, Antigone is the fiancée of Haemon, who is Creon's son. So Haemon, the prince, comes and begs his father to relent. And Haemon says, "Can you please forgive Antigone?" And Creon thinks his son has betrayed him, right? Your love for Antigone has blinded you from seeing the truth, from doing what is right. And Haemon responds and says, "Father, I'm not doing this for Antigone, I'm doing this for you." And the reason why is the people of Thebes fully support Antigone. They think she is a hero. They think she is just and right to want to bury her brother. They think you are a tyrant, Father. And then Creon says, "Should I obey the mob? Should I, the king, listen to the mob?" And then Haemon says, "No, you should listen to what is right and just." Okay? Creon gets very angry and kicks Haemon out. Okay? But then Creon has a change of heart, and he doesn't know if he's done the right thing. So he talks to a fortune teller. Okay? And the fortune teller tells him, Antigone is right in this situation. You have to save her. If you don't save her, if she dies, the gods will be very angry at you. Okay? And that scares Creon. So Creon and his guards, they look for Antigone. But when they find Antigone, she's in a cave and she's dead. She's killed herself because she doesn't want to be executed. Okay? And weeping over the body of Antigone is Haemon. He's crying. He's so depressed and sad. And Creon sees his son crying, and he tries to put his hand on him and console him. The moment that Haemon sees his father, he becomes so angry, he lunges at him with his sword. Okay? But he misses. And when he finds out he has failed to kill his father, in his anger and in his grief, he kills himself. So both Antigone and Haemon are now dead. And when Haemon's mother finds out about this, she kills herself too. And now Creon is alone in the world, okay? Does that make sense? Okay? So does this story make sense to you? All right. Now, what does this story mean? Well, remember, Athens is a democracy. And so this is a message that's very much anti-king, right? Like, let's not have a king because kings do stupid things. And why do kings do stupid things? Because of hubris. The problem with kings, with monarchy, with power is people develop hubris, arrogance, right? Violent, excessive arrogance. And that makes them do stupid things, like refuse to listen to what is right and good and just. That's why kingship is a bad thing. That's why we Athenians have democracy and not a king. Okay, so that's the first message. The second message is basically the world works when the old give way to the young. Okay? The old must always listen to the young. So remember that in the Oresteia, the play ends with the Furies, the old gods, giving way to the new gods who bring justice into the world. Okay? The Oedipus trilogy ends in tragedy because the old king refuses to give way to young people. Okay? So the other message is society works. There is truth and justice in the world when the old give way to the young. Okay? So those are the two main messages of this play. Any questions so far before I move on?
Well, why would everyone trust the fortune tellers?
Oh, that's a great question. Why do people trust the fortune tellers? Because remember, everyone's religious. So the fortune tellers speak on behalf of the gods. Okay? They're called seers or prophets. Or divinators, okay? So their job, what makes them special is they're able to interpret the will of the gods. And that's why the kings listen to them, okay? And remember, this is, for most of human history, humans were extremely religious people, including the Greeks. The Greeks were especially incredibly religious, okay? Does that make sense? Yeah. All right. Okay, any more questions before I move on? All right, let's talk about Euripides, okay? And Euripides he's the youngest of these three, and he was the least prized or the least respected in Athens when he was alive, okay? And the reason why is, as you can see, the Oresteia and the Oedipus Rex trilogy, they celebrate Athenian democracy. But Euripides, he criticized Athenian democracy. All right? So the example is in 415 BCE, and this is the height of the Peloponnesian War, okay? He put on a play called Trojan Woman. And this play is about the aftermath of the Trojan War. So at the end of the Trojan War, all the Trojan men are killed, right? And the custom is to enslave the Trojan woman. Okay? So one character is Hecuba. And Hecuba is the queen of Troy. And Priam, her husband, he's been killed, okay? Hecuba is a tragic figure because she's seen all her sons die. And then one of her daughters has been sacrificed, killed, for Achilles. Achilles died in the war, and Achilles is dead, so they sacrificed a young girl who's a princess of Troy, Hecuba's daughter, in order to accompany him in the afterworld. So so all her daughters have either been killed by the Greeks or they've been enslaved, okay, and been forced to be the mistress or concubine of the Greek heroes, like Odysseus, okay? Then you have Andromache. Andromache is the wife of Hector, the prince of Troy, who died at the hands of Achilles, okay? So she saw the death of her husband, and she has a young baby, okay? And this young baby is only a few months old, but he's a boy. And the law at that time is all boys must be killed because the Greeks fear if he grows up and he's the son of Hector, right? He might want revenge, okay? So Andromache must witness the Greeks killing her son, who's only a few months old. And then Hecuba is dragged away to be a slave, to be basically a mistress, a lover of a Greek general, Odysseus. And so Hecuba must personally bury the dead child, okay? And so it is a play that made everyone in Athens weep. What makes this play powerful is that the year before, 416 BCE, and this is again during the height of the Peloponnesian War, Athens was attacking everyone, okay, including Melos, an island called Melos. And when they attacked Melos, they killed all the men and enslaved all the women. So in many ways, the children woman is a direct response to what happened in Melos, okay? Euripides is telling the Athenian people, do you see how terrible we are? We are a terrible people. Do you see all the hurt and suffering we brought onto the world because of our empire? Okay? Now, obviously, the Athenian people didn't like this play, and so he lost in the competition to this obscure nobody, okay? And Euripides got really angry about all this. He was very bitter about all this. So he exiled himself to Macedonia, okay, where he died. Okay? He died away from Athens. And his last play, he wrote his last play called the Bacchae in Macedonia. And after he died, his friends brought this play back to Athens. And this play, Bacchae, is considered his masterpiece, his best play. Okay? So again, what I will do now is I will explain to you the plot of the Bacchae, and then I will explain what the interpretation is. Okay? All right. So there's a god named Dionysus. Another name for Dionysus is Bacchus. Okay? So the Bacchae are people who worship Dionysus, the god of theater, of music, of festivals, of wine, of sex, okay? Now, Dionysus, the legend is, he was born in Thebes to a Theban princess, and his father was Zeus, the king of the gods, okay? Zeus likes to go around and rape women, okay? And he has many, many children, including Dionysus. But when the princess of Thebes announced that she's been impregnated by Zeus, no one believed her. Everyone laughed at her, okay? And the people of Thebes refused to worship Dionysus. Now, Dionysus is worshipped all around the world, including in India, as far as India. So Dionysus has always been bitter about all this, okay? He's bitter about the fact that his mother was insulted by the Theban people. He's also bitter about the fact that Theban people don't pay homage to him, okay? So he plots his revenge. What he does is he disguises himself as a wanderer, okay? A stranger, and he makes the woman of Thebes insane, okay? He makes them worship him. And what they do is they run off to the mountains where they have sex orgies, okay? They're having like sex, they're doing all these crazy things in the worship of Dionysus. The king of Thebes, his name is Pentheus. He hears about this. He hears about all this chaos. And he decides, you know what? I'm going to get my army, go in the mountains, and kill everyone, okay? Because the Bacchae are too disruptive. They are amoral, okay? And he's about to do this, but then Dionysus, the wanderer, tells him, hey, I'll make you a deal. Don't kill the Bacchae. I want to take you into the mountains, and together we can watch them have sex together, okay? We can watch their sex parties. And Pentheus says, okay, that's interesting, okay? So together, the two go into the mountains, and they hide behind a rock as the Bacchae are about to worship Dionysus. Pentheus is hiding behind the rock, and he can't really see that clearly, okay? But he's really excited. He really wants to see the Bacchae in action. So Dionysus says, why don't you climb that tree, and that tree will give you a better view of all the action, okay? So Pentheus climbs the tree, and he hangs by the branch, okay? And he has a very clear view of the Bacchae who are in a circle. Then what Dionysus does is he lowers the branch so like Pentheus is now in a circle of the woman. And Dionysus commands the woman to kill Pentheus, to rip his body apart, okay? And one of the women in that circle is actually Pentheus' mother. All right, okay? So Pentheus dies in the mountains. The people of Thebes are now very anxious. The king has disappeared. The women of Thebes are in the mountains. Then Pentheus' mother comes back, and she's running. She's really excited, okay? And she's holding the head of Pentheus. And she's shouting to the people of Thebes, "Look how wonderful I am. Look how brave and courageous and strong I am because I'm holding a lion's head. By my bare hands, with my bare hands, I killed a lion and ripped the head off his body. Here it is." Okay? And it takes a very long time for the people of Thebes to convince her, that's not a lion's head, man. That's your son's head. Okay? So this is an extremely weird play. Okay? Very weird. And there are different interpretations of what this means. And I'll tell you my interpretation. All right? So think about this image, okay? A mother holds the son's head in her hand, and she's celebrating how brave she is. Right? Now, I think this is a metaphor for war and empire. And the reason why is war and empire happens when old people send their children to die, to fight and die for their glory. Does that make sense? Okay? So this image of a mother holding her son's head and shouting to the whole world, "Look how brave I am. Look how great I am." Okay? It's really a metaphor or an image for war and empire. Okay? Because remember, the Peloponnesian War is really about building empire, right? Athens wants to build its empire, and it's sacrificing its young people in order to accomplish this. So the Bacchae is a direct criticism of the Athenian Empire, and it's direct criticism of the Peloponnesian War. Okay? Does that make sense? All right. So some further evidence to support this interpretation is in 431 BCE, the Peloponnesian War between Sparta and Athens started. And about a year afterwards, a lot of Athenian men are dead. And it is the custom at that time to honor the war dead by holding a huge state funeral, okay? So the state, Athens, will pay for the burial of all its war dead. During this huge funeral, all Athenians come out to watch an oration. And so Pericles, who, again, remember, we'll talk more about Pericles later on, but Pericles, he's basically the first citizen of Athens, which basically means he's the king of Athens, okay? And he gives his funeral oration during this time. And the funeral oration is considered by many to be the greatest speech ever made, okay? It is beautiful, it is extremely eloquent, it's very powerful. In the speech, he says this: Athens is the greatest place ever. And that's because we celebrate excellence. Athens is a place where anyone can come and through hard work, through talent, can achieve greatness. We are an open, tolerant, cosmopolitan people. We have a democracy where everyone can participate in the civic life, the political life of Athens. That's what makes Athens glorious. Therefore, we must protect our democracy through war. It is good that the young go out and fight for our empire, our democracy, because that's what gives meaning to their lives. These men who are dead before us, they died well, because they died protecting Athens. and defending our democracy. And we should have all young men go and fight for us. Okay? That's a speech. That's literally what he says. So Euripides was probably in the audience, right? Because everyone was in the audience when the speech was given, okay? And he reimagines his funeration as the mother holding the son's head and saying to the world, look how brave I am. Okay? What Pericles is really saying is, we're an empire is so good because it brings glory to the old people. And so the young must protect the glory of the old people by dying in a war. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay? But if you think about it, okay, even though Euripides is criticizing Athenian democracy, what he's really doing is also trying to defend Athenian democracy. Because a democracy only happens when citizens are engaged in a process of argumentation, debate, and self-reflection. And so what Euripides is really trying to do is put a mirror before the Athenian people. And he's saying to the Athenian people, look how awful we are. We can do better. And that's what a democracy really is. It's an open and honest discussion about how we can be better. Okay? And again, these three, Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides, are considered the three greatest playwrights in Athenian history. And these plays are actually still performed today. Okay? So the Oresteia, Oedipus Rex, and the Bacchae are still performed in theaters all around the world today. That's how amazing they were. So, any questions?
For the third play, well, the mother holding the hand of the son, what are some of the other explanations other from this theory?
Oh, okay, great question, okay? So, the Bacchae, how do other scholars interpret the Bacchae, right? Okay, so there are different interpretations, but the most common interpretation is it is a play that explores the idea of religious yield, religious devotion, or religious fanaticism, okay? Okay, does that make sense? That's the most common interpretation. This play is really about the power of religion and faith and how it drives us into madness. Okay, that's the most common interpretation. Another interpretation is, well, Dionysus is the villain, okay? He's not really a villain, but he's the main focus of this play. And Dionysus does a lot of bad things, right? Well, guess what? For most of his life, Euripides was participating in the festival of Dionysus, hoping to win first place, right? To be the protagonist, to win first place. But most of the times, he lost because he kept on offending the Athenian people, right? So another interpretation is this play, Bacchae, it's a satire on the power of Dionysus and of theater in general. Okay, it's a direct criticism of the festival of Dionysus, and what Euripides is really saying is the festival of Dionysus. It's not about art and reflection and democracy. It's really just a wild sex party that's trying to please everyone. Okay, so you can also interpret this as a direct criticism of democracy itself. Democracy is just a wild sex party. Right? So these are the two major interpretations that the Bacchae is about the power and dangers of religious devotion, fanaticism, okay? And also the play Bacchae, it's a direct attack on the idea of theater itself and democracy, okay? But I don't see it that way. I think the most likely explanation for me is it is a direct criticism of empire. And you can believe whatever you want. And that's the power of Athenian theater. There are different ways to interpret it, okay? So even today, modern audiences are still amazed and inspired by these plays. Any more questions?
Yeah, it seems to me like all these plays have some similarities in terms of they all contain some sort of revenge in their plots. And why is that the case?
Great, good question. Okay, so revenge. Okay, you're right in that all these plays have the idea of revenge, okay? And the reason why is, if you think about human motivation, what really drives us, right? What really drives us to violence? Well, it's revenge, okay? So revenge is the main plot device we use to drive action. It's what motivates us to do violent things. And that's why throughout all these plays, revenge is a common theme, okay? But another very common theme is the idea of hubris. Right? Hubris. Arrogance. And this is what the Greek this is what the Greek playwrights focus a lot on. What they discovered is things go awry in society when the leaders, when the elite, when the kings, they develop hubris. Okay? Because it leads to bad judgment. But what they also discovered is hubris is just a part of human nature. Okay? If you put someone in a position of power, he or she will always develop hubris. So hubris is basically the most common theme throughout all these plays. And you're right in that revenge is also a very common theme as well. So yeah, there are these common themes. But the reason why is these playwrights, these poets, they're trying to explore what it means to be human. They're trying to decipher the essence of being human, okay? They're trying to look into the human heart and trying to figure out what makes us human, basically. And all humans are alike, okay? Okay? Any more questions?
Well, so basically the Greeks doesn't like the third play because it challenged their religious faith.
Yeah, the Athenians. Okay, so the thing about Euripides was that we today scholars will all agree all these three Euripides was the most talented, meaning his use of poetry, his use of metaphors, imagery, it was the most imaginative. Okay, we also agree that he is the most shocking. Okay, his ideas. The way he presents things, it is the most visual and imaginative. Okay, so in terms of pure talent, he's the most talented. But when he was alive, okay, he was an extremely arrogant person who believed theater should be about awakening people, should be about challenging people's sense of reality. Okay, it should be about education and edification. And these people tend to be hated by contemporaries, okay? But after they're dead, later generations respect them more. So even though Children and Women did not win first place, the Bacchae did win first place. And that's because, well, Euripides was dead, okay? And they were able to see the genius and imagination of the Bacchae much more closely, okay? Does that make sense? Okay. So Euripides basically had his image, his reputation was rejuvenated after his death. But during his lifetime, he was despised by a lot of people. Okay? People respected his genius, but they didn't like the fact that he was so arrogant and candid. Okay. And that's true for most of human history, where if you are a controversial writer, you are not respected by contemporaries, but after you're dead, people appreciate your genius. Okay, and this is true for most really famous writers. Any more questions? These are great questions, by the way. Okay, Great. So next class, we will do Socrates and Plato, okay? Okay, so we are doing Socrates and Plato today. Last class, we did Greek theater. And remember I said that Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides, they're really prophets of democracy. They see themselves as teachers who teach the Athenians how to practice democracy. We also said that there are three major benefits to democracy. The first major benefit is kings are bad, okay? Kings have hubris, and hubris creates all sorts of problems. So remember in the play Antigone by Sophocles, the king Creon sentences Antigone to death, even though it was unjust, and that was because of hubris. Second major benefit of democracy is it is a gift from the gods that teaches citizens individual responsibility. Okay, so remember that in Aristia, Aeschylus told us that democracy is a gift from Athena in order to promote justice and truth in the world. And the third major benefit is democracy is really the best way to promote justice and truth in the world. If citizens come together and they deliberate and act in good faith, then the world will be a better place, okay? So that is the argument from the playwrights of Athens. Now, obviously, there are people who disagree with this perspective. And one of the most famous opponents of democracy is Socrates. Socrates lived during the time of the golden age of Pericles in Athens, and he was a very vocal opponent of democracy for the following reason. In order to practice democracy properly, people need to access the truth. But to access the truth, you need to have reason. And his argument was that most people are not capable of exercising reason in their thinking, okay? And to prove this, every day he would be standing outside the agora, which is the marketplace of Athens, and this is where everyone came together, and he would spend all day arguing with people in something called a Socratic dialogue, and showing the flaws in your reasoning, okay? Showing you why you don't really understand the world when you think you do, okay? Trying to prove that you are ignorant, okay? So let me give you a demonstration of what Socrates did, okay? So give me a statement that is fundamentally and inherently true. Give me a statement that you think is fundamentally and inherently true. The earth is a sphere, right? The earth is a sphere. And so this is a statement that we think is true, right? And so what Socrates would do is he would slowly and methodologically expose the flaws in this statement, okay? So the first question for you is, what is a sphere? Explain what a sphere is. Okay, so it's a three-dimensional round-shaped entity, okay? And give me an example of a sphere. A ball, right? So you're saying the earth is like a ball. Is that correct? It's all round. Okay. And how do you know this statement is true? Who told you this? I mean, you can know a ball is a sphere because you hold it in your hand, right? But you're not a god. You don't hold the earth in your hand. So how do you know it's true? Anyway, I can go on like this, obviously, for a very long time. And so this is what Socrates did, and this is what he called a Socratic dialogue. And actually, we still use this in many different places, like, for example, law school. So in American law schools, if you ever make the stupid mistake of ever applying to law school and you get into law school, they will teach you using the Socratic dialogue, okay? But the idea is to show the flaws in your reasoning. And obviously, if you get an argument with Socrates, you come out as a very mad person, Okay, so the reputation of Socrates in Athens during this time was he was either you could either see him as a bully, okay? He was an intellectual bully, or he was a clown, or the most common understanding of Socrates was he was a trickster, okay? He tricked you into making statements that were illogical because fundamentally language does not capture the truth, okay? Language is just a convention we have in order for us to communicate. But it's not meant to reflect reality, okay? And Socrates was exposing the fundamental flaws in our language system. So any questions about this so far? All right, so to give you a sense of how Athenians thought about Socrates at that time, let me describe to you a play by Aristophanes, okay? Aristophanes. Aristophanes was a very famous satirist in Athens. And he made fun of all the very famous individuals of Athens, including Pericles, who, as we said, was the de facto king of Athens at this time, but also Cleon, who replaced Pericles as the leader of Athens. He also made fun of Socrates, okay? And the play was produced in 423 BCE, and the play was called The Clouds. So let me first explain the plot of The Clouds, and then we will interpret what it meant, okay? So in The Clouds, there's this Athenian farmer, a normal citizen, and he's in a lot of trouble because his wife spends a lot of money. So he owes a lot of money to creditors. And his creditors are banging at the door and demanding their money back. So he comes up with this plan to get rid of his debts. There's a school called the Thinkery. Okay? And it's run by a man named Socrates. And the Thinkery proposes to teach you reason, logic, truth, so that you can go and deceive jurors, okay? You can basically go and manipulate people and deceive them in a trial to get out of your debts. So he wants to send his son to the Thinkery to learn how to lie to juries. His son, who is a playboy, refuses because he says that Socrates, he's a cheat, he's a liar, he's a fraud. I refuse to go. The man decides to check out the Thinkery by himself. He goes in and he sees Socrates, okay, hanging from a basket from the ceiling. And the man's curious, like, what are you doing up there? And Socrates says, well, from up here, I have a clearer and higher vision of the world. I can access truth better. Also from here, I can draw inspiration from the clouds, who are the true gods, okay? Not Zeus, not Heracles. The clouds are the true gods. And they're the ones who give me inspiration to come up with all these brilliant ideas, okay? So the man that Socrates has, they have a very long conversation, and he's completely convinced Socrates is a sage, okay? He's a philosopher. He runs back and he tells his son, you must go enroll in the Thinkery and learn from Socrates, okay? So the son decides this is the path of least resistance. He goes to the Thinkery and he becomes Socrates' student. Meanwhile, the man's creditors are banging at the door and saying to him, where is my money? And the man is now going to use all the tricks that Socrates taught him, okay? So what he says is, I don't owe you any money. And then the creditor says, you swore by Zeus that you would pay me back. The man says, oh, guess what? Zeus doesn't exist, okay? He's not a god. So I swore an oath to nothing. Therefore, I owe you nothing. The creditor obviously gets angry and he leaves, okay? Now, the son comes back, and the first thing he does is start beating his father. And the father is like, why are you beating me, son? And then the son says, Socrates taught me to beat you. And the father's like, what? Why is he teaching you that? And the son says, he taught me justice. Now, when I was young, did you beat me? The father says, yes, of course I beat you because you were a naughty boy. And then the son says, therefore, I can now beat you because you're a naughty person for refusing to pay back your creditors. Okay? The man gets very angry, and he decides to go burn down the thinkery with Socrates inside it, okay? And that's how the play ends. Now, this is not a great play, okay? This is not a famous play of Greece, but it tells you what Athenians thought of Socrates at this time, okay? And it shows us that Athenians didn't think much of Socrates. He worships the clouds, right, which is nothing. So what they're saying is Socrates makes things out of thin air, okay? He's just a fraud. He's a manipulator. He's a liar. But Socrates did have a lot of fans, specifically people who really hated democracy. And so the people who really hated democracy were the children of the rich. Okay? These were aristocrats, born into the wealthiest, most noble, aristocratic families of Athens, who hated the fact that the normal people thought they were their equals. Okay? So what Socrates did was he taught them basically mental or linguistic kung fu, right? To go beat up these commoners who dare to think they're equals. One of the most famous of Socrates' students included Plato, who we all know, but also Alcibiades, who was one of the wealthiest members of Athenian society, and he actually became leader of Athens as well. Okay, so Socrates had his fans. And because Athens was such a wealthy and open and tolerant society, they allowed Socrates to basically do whatever he wanted, okay? Until 404 BCE. This was the year that Athens lost the Peloponnesian War to Sparta, okay? And when Athens lost the war, Sparta did not burn Athens down. Sparta had the right to burn Athens down, but it did not, okay? Instead, Athens imposed a dictatorship called the 30 Tyrants. And the 30 Tyrants came from the wealthiest families of Athens, who also happened to be students of Socrates, okay? Socrates did not actually participate in a tyranny, okay? Socrates refused to participate in a tyranny, but there were many of these tyrants who were Socrates' students. And they were terrible people. They killed at least 5% of the Athenian population. They stole a lot of wealth. And they were so terrible that ultimately the Athenian people revolted against them and reinstalled their democracy. Okay? So when the tyranny was overthrown, the 30 tyrants were exiled. But most people were given clemency, okay? They were forgiven if they participated in the regime. Then what happens next is very strange. In 399 BCE, Socrates is put on trial. Remember, this is after the democracy is reinstated, and this is when people who participated in the tyranny were forgiven, okay? But in 399 BCE, Socrates was put on trial. And he was put on trial and charged with 2 crimes. The first is impiety, okay, which basically means he was insulting the gods of Athens, including Zeus, which is what he did in the play Clouds, okay? The second is corrupting the youth of Athens, okay, basically miseducating the youth of Athens, which is also what he did in the Clouds, okay? So it almost seems like this entire trial was a cruel joke put on by the people of Athens to teach Socrates a lesson. Okay? Does that make sense? So the people of Athens expected Socrates to apologize, make some jokes, be funny, and then all is forgiven, right? During the trial, Socrates refused to defend himself. What he said was this: I am not a good speaker. I am bad with words. I'm just a poor person, okay, who comes from a poor family, who spends every day seeking out the truth. I spend all my time seeking out the truth, thinking about the truth, that I have no time to practice rhetoric. I'm not good with words. Also, I should not have to defend myself, because you're all capable of reason, you're all capable of logic. Therefore, if you just think for yourself, you'll realize I'm not guilty. I had absolutely nothing to do with the 30 tyrants. I spent all my life trying to help Athens. Therefore, if you're stupid, you'll vote me guilty. If you're stupid, there's nothing I can do about it, okay? So, obviously, the jury was insulted by his speech, and they voted, out of 500 people, 280 to 220 they voted that he is guilty, okay? They declared he was guilty of these two charges. Now, as you can see, it's still a pretty close vote, okay? I mean, Socrates was basically being a jerk during the trial, and they voted him guilty, but it was a pretty close trial, 280 to 220. Now, the second part of the trial is, if you're found guilty, they have to figure out what your punishment is, okay? So the jury asked Socrates to propose a punishment for his crimes. And then what Socrates said was, you have found me guilty. And the reason why you found me guilty is because I speak the truth. I am a gadfly, okay? Gadfly. I go around and I point out the nasty truths of Athenian society. I put a mirror to your face and I show you your warts, your pimples, your ugliness. Therefore, you hate me. But what I've been doing all my life has been for the good and betterment of Athens. I'm a public servant. I am the most selfless public servant. Okay? Because I speak the truth, and by showing the truth, I make you a better person. Therefore, I think a just punishment would be a pension. Okay? You guys should pay me to retire in peace. But you know what? I'm a generous and forgiving individual. Therefore, if you don't want to give me a pension, I will understand. Therefore, I am willing to pay a small fine, okay? I'll pay a fine, okay? And then we're good. How about that? And again, the Athenian jurors were pissed off, right? So they voted to condemn him to death by drinking hemlock. Okay? They basically gave him the death penalty. After they did so, they came to realize that they were perhaps tricked by Socrates. Okay? Socrates was 70 years old. That's very old for back then, okay? 70 years old was probably the age limit back then. He really didn't have much to live for. And here was the opportunity for Socrates to be a martyr for the truth, right? All his life, he's been trying to convince people democracy does not work because people are incapable of reasoning out the truth. And what this trial shows us is he was correct. Right? Does that make sense? So in many ways, you can make the argument that for Socrates, this trial was a type of performance art. He was a performance artist. Okay? And so the people of Athens realized that they were probably tricked, and they were trying to get out of condemning Socrates to death. But Socrates insisted. And it came to a point where Socrates was just left alone, and he had to demand to be given hemlock. And he had to administer the hemlock by himself. And so when he drank it, he died. Okay? Now, after his death, Socrates remained an extremely controversial individual in Athens. And he had a student, Plato, who was maybe 28, 29 at the time his mentor died, okay? And he loved Socrates. And he committed the rest of his life to restoring and redeeming the reputation of Socrates. So when he was 40 years old, he founded a school called the Academy, okay? Which was inspired by the vision of Socrates as a philosopher who sought the truth. In 375 BCE, he wrote a book called The Republic. And The Republic is the most famous of Plato's work. It is arguably the greatest work of Western philosophy. And many today considered The Republic the greatest book ever written, okay? There are people in this world who read The Republic and it forever transforms the way they see the world, okay? It's a life-transforming event to read The Republic. And next semester, we will actually read the Republic together. Okay? But let me give you a quick introduction to the Republic. So in the Republic, there's a very famous metaphor, and it's called Allegory of the Cave. And this is really the most famous allegory or metaphor or analogy in Western thought, okay, by far. Nothing comes second to this. So before I start the allegory of the cave, are there any questions so far about what I've discussed? Anything unclear? Anything you would like to question or doubt or argue with before I continue with the allegory of the cave? Okay? Clear so far? All right. So this is the allegory. Imagine a cave deep under the earth. Okay? There's a cave. Now, in this cave, at the back, there's a large fire that shines light on into this cave. Okay? There are these prisoners who are chained to the floor. And they're chained so that they cannot move their necks. They can't move around. Okay? They can't move. The only thing they can do is stare at a wall in front of them. That's the only thing they can do. Okay? Now, there are these people behind them who are like puppeteers. They hold up cardboard pictures of maybe rats and birds, okay? And the fire will project these images onto the wall. And so these people, who again cannot move around and they can only see the wall in front of them, they come to think that this wall is the truth. It's the only reality that exists. And they start naming things that they see, and that creates language. And they like to play games and try to figure out who can create the best language, okay? And then they give awards to the people who create the best language, who are playwrights, right? Okay? So what Plato is saying is that we may honor art and poetry and drama, but they're all lies. Okay? Now, one day, for whatever reason, we don't know why, but one man finds his chains are loosened, and he's able to get up. Okay? And he comes around, and he sees a light coming from the top. So he's curious, and he climbs all the way to the top, and he's now outside in the free world. Okay? And it's painful because his eyes are not trained to see the sunlight. Okay? So the sunlight, it's like burning him. Okay? It's like burning him alive. And so at first, all he's doing is staring at the ground. And so he's seeing reflections in the pond, in the pool. But then he slowly acclimatizes himself to the sunlight, and he starts to see the world around him. And it's beautiful, okay? But it's so beautiful that it's beyond language. He doesn't have the language to describe this world that he's in, okay? This is beyond language. And then finally, he develops the courage to stare up in the sky, and he sees the sun, okay? The sun. And he is amazed by how the sun is the source of all life. And now, for the first time, he fully understands the truth of the world. Okay? And when he does, he is seized by regret because he remembers he has all these friends who are still trapped and in prison in the cave. And he pities them. So he swears that he will, even though he loves where he is, he will still venture back into the cave in order to show people the truth of the world and to tell them that you've been living a lie all your life, okay? So he goes back into the cave. Now remember, his eyes are now accustomed to sunlight. So in the cave, it's all dark. So he stumbles around. He falls, and he hurts himself, okay? And then he goes and talks to the prisoners and tells them, hey, I've been to the outside world. I've been to the sunlight. I know what truth is. And then they're like, can you describe to us what it's like then? And he can't do it, okay? And then they're like, tell us what you see on the wall. And because he's been so accustomed to truth, he can no longer use human language to describe anything. Okay? And so the people are convinced, utterly convinced, he's an idiot, he's insane, he's a clown. And so they refuse to follow him. And at some point, because he insists on revealing the truth to them, they kill him. Okay? That's the allegory of the cave, okay? And you'll remember this allegory for the rest of your life. Now, this allegory is powerful for 3 reasons, okay? And I want you to remember these 3 reasons because we will go into them later on in the course. The first reason is, who's the man who goes out in the sunlight and sees the truth? It's obviously Socrates, right? So with this allegory, Plato redeems the reputation of Socrates, right? Because remember, before, Socrates was despised, he was laughed at by the Athenians. And what this allegory is saying is, that's because Socrates is a philosopher of the truth, okay? And people cannot deal with the truth. So that's why today we celebrate Socrates as the greatest philosopher who ever lived. Not only that, but we consider him the first philosopher, even though he was not the first philosopher, okay? All right, so that's the power of the allegory of the cave. This image forever transforms the way humanity understands and perceives Socrates. That's the first thing. Second thing is, this allegory becomes so powerful that in the imagination of Christians, Socrates becomes Jesus, right? Does that make sense? Socrates is Jesus for Christians. Because Jesus was God, and he came down to our world in order to speak the truth. And because we feared the truth, we killed him. Okay? So for Christians, allegory of the cave is really the story of Jesus as well. Another martyr for the truth. And the last thing is, this allegory of the cave becomes the framework for Christianity. Okay? It becomes the intellectual framework for the religion of Christianity. So let me show you how, okay? So this is an allegory, and behind the allegory, there is an understanding of reality, a philosophy, a religion, okay? So here is the Platonic understanding of the world. There's something called the form of the good, okay? And obviously the metaphor would be the sun, okay? And the form of the good is a source of everything, okay? It's a source of all truth. It is the truth. It's called the form of the good. And emanating from the form of the good are concepts and ideals that structure the universe. And they are reason, beauty, and truth, and justice, okay? And there are others, okay? But these are the main ones. Reason, truth, beauty, and justice. They emanate from the form of the good, okay? And then emanating from these concepts are these forms that are perfect, okay? So for example, maybe the perfect horse, which represents beauty, okay? Or the perfect woman, who represents justice and beauty as well, okay? But this is all perfection. And from this higher world comes the lesser world, the reality we live in. So everything that we see here, everything that we are here, is only an imitation, a shadow of this world, okay? Does that make sense? Imitation. So there are horses, but these horses are just copies of that perfect horse up there. Okay? So the major difference is, in this world is eternal. It has always existed, and it will always exist. It's eternal. Second is, it is immutable. Immutable just means it will never change, okay? And the reason why is it's perfect. Okay? So these are 3 distinct qualities of this higher world. Eternal, immaculate, and perfect. And everything down here is basically the complete opposite, okay? We will all die. We will all feel pain. But up there, no one feels any pain. No one dies. It's all perfect. Okay? Does that make sense? Guess what, guys? What is this? This is a Christian universe, right? This is God. This is heaven. This is earth. Okay? Does it make sense? This is the allegory of the cave. And you can see how it does these three things. It redeems the reputation of Socrates. It gives Christians an understanding of Jesus. And it becomes the framework from which Christians will build their understanding of the world. It becomes the basis of the Christian religion. Okay? So Plato is the real founder of the Christian religion, not Jesus. Okay? And we will go more into this when we discuss Christianity in the future. All right? Any questions? You look confused.
No, I'm trying to come up with a good question.
Just ask any question. Let's start having a discussion, okay? Because I know this is a lot, but let's try to unpack it, okay? Yep.
Why is the book called Republic?
Oh, great. Okay, the Republic. Okay. Okay. So, the Republic isn't really about the allegory of the cave. Okay, the allegory of the cave actually appears in the Republic. The Republic itself, Plato is trying to answer the question, what is a good society? Okay? What is a good society? That's the question he's trying to answer. Because it's clearly not democracy, because democracy kills Socrates. Okay? So it's clearly not democracy. So what makes a good society? And the answer is, it's a society that's based on justice. Okay? It's a society that's based on justice. But then what is justice? It's truth. Okay? But then what's truth? Well, truth is the form of the good. Then what's form of the good? It is the thing that philosophers can access for their own reasoning. Right? Therefore, a good society is one that is ruled by philosopher kings, because they're the only ones who can access the truth. Okay? And this society that's perfect, he calls the Republic. That's why it's called the Republic. The Republic, and we'll read this again next semester, it's really trying to figure out what makes a good society. Okay? And to further his argument, Plato uses the allegory of the cave. And listen, 50 years from now, you will still remember the allegory of the cave. Maybe you won't remember the trial of Socrates or anything else you've learned in this class, but you will definitely remember the allegory of the cave, okay? Because it's embedded. First of all, it's a beautiful metaphor, but it's also embedded in our society, okay? So does that answer your question, Echo? Yeah. Okay, do you have more questions? All right. Something else I want to explain is, okay, some might be interested as to why Plato is considered the greatest philosopher of all time, okay? All right, so it's not because he's the best, all right? It's not because he's the best. I would say there are three good reasons why he's so influential today. The first is Plato, the way he writes, it's unique and original to him. Plato originally trained as a playwright. Okay, so he wanted to be Aeschylus, he wanted to be Sophocles, Euripides, because everyone wanted to be a playwright in Athens. It was the highest honor. So he learned the art of dialogue, okay, because dialogue is the basis for theater. And so what he did that was innovative, and no one did this before, was he basically took the dialogue of the stage and he transferred onto the page. So when you read Plato, it's actually a lot of fun, okay? Because it's basically Socrates, his main character, having arguments and conversations with other people. So in terms of readability, Plato is definitely probably one of the most readable philosophers, okay? he's definitely the most readable, famous philosopher. Later on in the semester, we will talk about Immanuel Kant and Hegel, and they are not readable, okay? They're just not. But Plato, anyone can read Plato and enjoy Plato, okay? So his readability, the originality of his writing is one really good reason why he remains so popular today. Second is he is extremely anti-democratic. Okay? His thinking is, because, like, remember, the most traumatic event in his life was the death of his mentor, Socrates. And so it's the Athenian democracy who killed his mentor. So he passionately hates democracy. Okay? Well, you know who else hates democracy? Kings hate democracy. And throughout most of human history, kings ruled the world, right? So what's amazing about Plato is he's the only writer in human history who has been read continuously for 2,000 years. Does that make sense? We lost Homer for a bit. We lost the playwrights, Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides for a long time. But Plato has always been read continuously. And he's been the most, and as a result, because it's easy to access Plato, he's become the most influential philosopher of all time. Okay? Does that make sense? And third of all was his academy. Okay? And the academy in Athens at that time, it's like Harvard, right? Or Oxford today. It's a place where all the elite children went. Okay? So his students were the most powerful people in the world, basically. And his most famous student was Aristotle. And as we will discuss in future classes, Aristotle is the one who basically packaged and promoted Greek culture. And Plato became a very important individual in the spreading of Greek culture. In fact, he was basically the main hero in this process, okay? So does that make sense? All right? Feel free to argue with me, by the way. I mean, like if you feel I've said anything controversial or you sort of disagree with, let me know. And I will rebut. We can have a Socratic dialogue, okay? Any more questions? Ask a question, okay?
Ask a question. So how much was Plato building on thought that came before him? Like with this, with the form of the good.
Okay, that's a brilliant question, okay? What are the influences of Plato, okay? So you can make the argument that Socrates was not that much of an intellectual influence on Plato. And the reason why is, remember, Socrates questioned your wisdom, but he himself did not propose any of his own theories, okay?
That's a big proposal all of a sudden, right?
Right. So what we know is this. First of all, during this time, this was the golden age of Greek philosophy, right? You had lots of philosophers in different polises, different places, proposing all these wonderful theories. So Plato definitely had access to them. Plus, they were all friends, okay? And we also know this world of Greek thought was heavily influenced by Egypt, right? Because Egypt was really the epicenter of learning and philosophy at this time. And Egypt was actually very close to Greece. Also, Mesopotamia, right? The Persians, okay? So 399 BCE, Socrates dies, and then Plato spends the next 12 years traveling around the world. And while he's traveling, he's absorbing lots of different philosophy, okay? So, look, we don't have access to Egyptian sources, right? So we don't know what sources would influence Plato. But we know the Egyptians heavily influenced the Greeks. So we can make the assumption that the Egyptians were heavily influenced on Plato, as well as Mesopotamia, as well as the other Greek philosophers like Pythagoras and Democritus. And so what's really important is Athens at this time was not an isolated society. It was part of a larger intellectual landscape that And a lot of these places had richer intellectual histories than Athens, okay? Egypt definitely, Mesopotamia, okay? So does that answer your question? The answer is we don't know, okay? And the reason, again, is most of this is lost to us, right? I'm sure there were philosophers at this time who were the equal of Plato in terms of originality, okay? But we don't know who these people were. Because remember, censorship, it's not really just about changing the past. It's also about eliminating most of the past, right? Okay.
It's just like when you come up with an idea like this for the first time, right? You introduce this into Greek society, and it's like, hey, do you know what the world needs? It's more people like me, right? We need more philosophers, like brilliant people that could lead the united people around, right? And I was I was just kind of curious, like how much of that was common currency at the time, but I suppose
It was very common. It was very common. It was very common for Greeks to think they should rule the world. It was just very common. So Plato himself actually went to a place called Syracuse. Syracuse is a city on the island of Sicily. It's very prosperous, and the king of Syracuse invited Plato to come counsel him on how to be a tyrant, a good tyrant, right? He wanted to be like a philosopher king. And then Plato basically said to him, well, you should let me be the king, and then you will have a philosopher king. And of course, the king of Syracuse didn't like this idea, so he almost killed Plato, okay? But Plato has very wealthy friends, and he was very rich himself, so he basically ransomed his way out of Syracuse. So as a politician, as a practitioner of philosophy, as a practitioner of his philosophy, he's terrible, okay? Right? He tried his philosophy in Syracuse, didn't work out, pissed off a lot of people, okay? But everyone wanted to be a philosopher king. Okay. Any more questions? Okay, so next class we will do the rise of Macedonia. Okay? So remember, these are ideas that are being incubated in Athens and in Greece at this time. But ultimately, these ideas conquer the world, right? Greek theater, Greek philosophy spread all around the world. And the main reason is Macedonia. The main reason are two individuals, Philip II of Macedonia and Alexander the Great, okay, who together will create the Hellenistic Empire. And this is why Greek culture will spread all around the world and become the basis of Western civilization. Okay, so today we will be discussing how Greek culture spread around the world and how it came to dominate the Western world and became the basis of Western civilization. Now, normally, Westerners understood this process as one of diffusion, meaning that Greek civilization was the best, and so everyone wanted access to it, okay? So it spread because Greek civilization was the best. Historically, that's not true. What happened was that Greek civilization spread through a process of conquest, primarily by Alexander the Great, okay? So the question I want to answer today is, how did Alexander the Great conquer the world? Because Alexander the Great himself is not Greek. He's Macedonian. So he's like a close cousin, but he's not considered culturally Greek. He's from a place called Macedon, okay, which is north of Greece. And for most of its history, Macedon, the kingdom of Macedonia, was poor, it was weak, it was divided. So how was it possible that Macedon, the kingdom of Macedon, would conquer the world and not Sparta or Athens, which for most of Greek history were the dominant powers, okay? So for me to explain what happened, I need to explain to you two thought experiments, okay? So we're going to do two thought experiments to develop the analytical tools in order to better understand the process of military conquest, okay? So let's do a thought experiment. There's a father and there's a son, okay? And they're both business people. They start a business. The father starts with nothing, and he makes $10 million, okay? Which is a great accomplishment. The son takes his business and expands it, okay? 10 million, and he turns $10 million, the inheritance, into $10 billion, okay? And this happens a lot. So who is the more impressive of the two, the father or the son? The father is more impressive because he started with nothing, right? It's much harder to build something from nothing than it is to expand something, okay? The problem, though, is that we, in society, in history, in the media, we celebrate the son because $10 billion is a lot of money, okay? Does that make sense? So it's a father who does all the work and builds the organization and the capacity for growth. It's a son who expands it and gets all the credit, okay? And this happens a lot in history. Now what we're going to do is we're going to think about the qualities of the father and the son that allow them to succeed, okay? So what can we say about the father? How was he able to build a great business? He is what? And the first thing we can say is he is innovative, right? Meaning he has a new idea that allows him to capture markets, okay? Now, it's possible that he stole the idea, but that also shows that he has wisdom and judgment, right? So he's innovative, or he has wisdom and judgment. Okay, does that make sense? That's the first major quality of the father. He's very innovative, okay? Or he's wise and has good judgment. Second quality about the father we can say is that he's a very effective manager of people, okay? Because remember, he has nothing. So he has to build loyalty among his workers. He has to find workers, he has to recruit workers, and he has to make them work hard for him, right? So what can he do to find good workers and ensure they work hard for him and build a business? Why would you want to go work for someone and work hard for him? Well, they pay you good money, but a lot of people pay you good money. What's different about this business?
They convince you that their idea is good.
Good, okay. So the vision, right? Or the dream. So the business has a vision and a dream that compels you, okay? You see the potential for growth, okay? So not only is the father innovative, but he's also a visionary. He's a dreamer, and that's what attracts you to him, okay? The other thing is that he's fair, meaning that he promotes talent, right? You want to work for someone who will treat you fairly, who will be honest with you. So if you work hard, he'll tell you, wow, you're working really hard. Thank you so much, okay? But if you're not working so hard, then he might give you some feedback on how to improve, okay? And that's very hard to do because normally, what do we humans want to do? So a good boss would promote talent. And most people would do what? Promote his or her friends, right? Promote people that they like. Promote people who suck up to them, okay? That's the natural human instinct. So in other words, the father, he's almost like selfless. Okay? He's always thinking about the greater good, which is really the company or the business, right? So he's going to work harder than everyone else. If you come to work at 7 o'clock in the morning, he'll come in at 6 o'clock. If you leave at 10 o'clock at night, he'll leave at midnight, okay? He's always working harder than you to show that he is the most loyal to the company, and that's what makes you loyal to the company as well. Okay? Does that make sense? So these are the three distinct qualities of a good business person Okay, a good founder, innovative, a good manager of people by sharing the vision, by communicating the vision, and by being fair to people, by promoting talent, okay? And also selfless, very disciplined, okay? Will work very hard in order to achieve the greater good, to ensure the company succeeds. Now, it turns out that these personality traits are consistent with extremely successful people, okay? So when we study other great leaders, for example, Genghis Khan, Muhammad, then we will recognize they all share very similar personality traits. And I want you to remember the three distinct qualities that make them great world leaders, okay? The first is they are strategic to the point of visionary. This means they have a vision of what the world should be. And then they have a long-term plan on how to achieve that, okay? They're very strategic. The second thing is they are innovative to the point of revolutionary. Okay? So what they understand is if you want to change the world, you must destroy the status quo. You must change the way society is structured, okay? And they're willing to do that, even though they know it'll be a very bloody process involving lots of wars, okay? That's the second quality that they have that's different from everyone else. The third quality is they are extremely disciplined to the point of selfless. Okay? They are fanatical and obsessed with achieving their vision. They won't eat, they won't sleep until they achieve their vision. For them, it's all about achieving the vision and the greater good as opposed to personal happiness. Right? Does that make sense? So this is a pattern that we'll see over and over again where the great world leaders that have changed history forever have possessed these three distinct qualities that make them unique of their time, okay? And so Genghis Khan, Muhammad are two examples, but also like Napoleon and Julius Caesar, okay? Basically all the great world conquerors in human history have these similar characteristics, okay? Does that make sense? Now the son is very different, okay? So if the father succeeds because he is innovative, why does the son succeed? No, he's not actually. How do you transform $10 million into $10 billion if you're a business person? What must you do? You must be aggressive, right? You're an aggressive risk taker. The father is not a risk taker because he has no opportunities to take risks, okay? So the example here is you have $10 million. You can go to the bank and say, I have a great business. Can you lend me $1 billion so I can buy out my competitors? Okay? Now, when you do that, that's risky, but that's how you expand very quickly, right? So the first thing about the son that's very different from the father is he succeeds by taking risk that no one else are willing to take, okay? That's the first thing. Who does he promote? His father promotes talent. Who does he promote? Who does he want around him? Exactly, he wants his friends, okay? So he's going to promote loyalty, all right? If you listen to him, if you're obedient to him, if he likes you, then he will promote you, okay? The father's very different. The father will not do that. Because if you do that, that's going to hurt the internal structure of your company, right? And the father is selfless. What does the son care about? What drives him? What does he really care about? So the father is motivated to build a great company, right? He wants to achieve his vision. What drives the son? Usually. It's the idea of personal glory, okay? He's very selfish. You understand? He wants to be remembered. He wants to be famous. He wants to be admired and respected. Okay? The father cares about the vision. The son cares about the personal glory. Why would the son put personal glory first and first? Think about his psychology. What drives him? What does he want to prove? Exactly. Exactly. You understand? He's greater than his father. It's insecurity. Because everyone will say to him, you are where you are because your father built a great organization. So for him, he must prove he's better than the father by expanding and by winning glory for himself. Okay? Does that make sense? And again, we will see this pattern in human history all the time. And I want you to remember this because this describes perfectly the relationship between Philip II of Macedon, okay, the man who actually built the greatest military in the world, and Alexander the Great, who will take this army, the greatest army in the world, and conquer Persia. Okay? Does that make sense? All right? So over the next 2 classes, I will show you, Philip, how this relationship between the father and son describes very well the personalities of Philip and Alexander. Okay? All right? Does that make sense? Okay? So, and this repeats itself throughout history. This makes sense to you, right? You will see this in life. You will see this throughout history. Okay? Now, the other thing I want us to look at, another thought experiment is, throughout history, what we discovered is poor countries often conquer rich countries. And for us, that's very confusing because normally we think if you are rich, you have a very strong military, you have advanced technology, and you have a lot of resources, right? And therefore, it's very hard to be conquered. But we see this throughout history all the time where poor nations, poor countries quickly conquered rich nations, okay? So how can we explain this? And to explain this, we'll do another thought experiment, okay? So let's compare North Korea with South Korea. Okay? And these countries are same culture, right? Same people, but they're night and day. North Korea, we know, is poor. South Korea is rich. North Korea is primitive, meaning they don't have that much advanced technology. South Korea is very advanced, right? Technologically advanced, right? Think of Samsung, the phones, the cars, and the phones they produce, and the computers they produce, right? A very advanced country. The last thing is that North Korea is a dictatorship, and South Korea is a democracy. So if we were to take a snapshot of North and South Korea today, right, then we could easily predict that in 20 years' time, North Korea would be poorer, South Korea would be richer, right? Okay? But that may not happen. What is South Korea's problem? What is South Korea's biggest problem? Do you know? It's not having children. In fact, it has the world's lowest fertility rate at 0.8, okay? Its women are refusing to have children. And not only that, but South Korean culture is becoming more and more anti-family. They hate kids. There are lots of restaurants, lots of places that refuse to let kids in, okay? So this is a very weird state of affairs, right? What's driving the low fertility rate, do you think? Usually. Why are young women refusing to have children? Because
It's going to be expensive to raise them.
yeah, right. Inequality, right? If you feel that if you're just a normal person, the rich have all the resources, it's very hard for you to advance. So why have children? Okay? Now, North Korea doesn't have this problem, right? Because it's poor. Therefore, it has equality. And because it has equality, people there are united, right? They're not divided, they're united. And what else? They're obedient, right? They listen to what the government tells them to do. And last thing is they're hungry. They will work very hard for very little. Okay? Do you understand? So, it is possible that in 20 years' time, North Korea overtakes South Korea because its people are willing to work harder than the South Korean people. Okay? Does it make sense? So, evidence for this is that right now, North Korea is sending weapons and soldiers to the war in Ukraine. Does it make sense? So when you do that, you make a lot of money for yourself, right? And so with this money, you can upgrade your military. And then what you can do is threaten South Korea. Okay? North Korea can say to South Korea, our military is now stronger than your military. And what will South Korea do in response? You think? North Korea is like, we're going to come and invade you. What will South Korea do in response? Someone wants to attack you, right? So how do you get this person not to attack you? Exactly. Do you understand? All right? Give them money. So North Korea doesn't even have to attack South Korea. North Korea just has to threaten to attack South Korea, and South Korea will give them a lot of money not to attack. Do you understand? And by doing that, right, North Korea becomes richer and more military advanced. South Korea just becomes poorer. Do you understand? And because North Korea, the army is fighting in other places like Ukraine, it's developing all this experience and expertise that will allow it to eventually overwhelm South Korea. Does it make sense? So in this thought experiment, it's possible that North Korea can eventually conquer South Korea. Okay? Does it make sense? And this gives us an understanding of why Macedon, was able to conquer all of Greece, even though Macedon was by far one of the poorest places in Greece at that time. Okay? Does that make sense? Because the people are hungry, united, and obedient. All right? Any questions so far about this? Okay? So I want you to remember these two thought experiments because they will help us explain a lot of history. And I will refer to these two thought experiments some more as we go along in the course. Okay? All right? But does this make sense to you so far? Great. All right. So now let's focus specifically on Philip II of Macedon. How was he able to conquer all of Greece, given that his nation, Macedon, was poor, weak, and divided? Okay? All right. So King Philip, okay, he was born in 383 BCE. Okay? And I want to talk about the world of Greece and Macedon at the time of his birth. Okay, so around this time, there are three major powers in Greece. Okay? There's Athens. Remember that even though Athens lost the Peloponnesian War, it's still very wealthy and it still has the best navy in all of Greece. Okay? So it's still a major power. Then you have Sparta, which for most of Greek history was considered the best military, right? And then you have, let me try to use another, okay. So the map, okay? So this is Sparta here to the south. This is Athens. And then to the north is a place called Thebes. And what's interesting is at this time, Thebes has become the most dominant military in Greece, primarily because Sparta and Athens decimated each other during the Peloponnesian War, okay? So because of the war, Thebes has became the dominant power in Greece at this time. Okay, and then to the far north is Macedon, okay? The kingdom of Macedon. Now, Macedon is very poor, weak, and divided. So let me explain why it is. First of all, it has a geography problem. The nation is divided between agricultural farmland to the south and mountains to the north, okay? So most of its land can't even grow crops. And where it can grow crops, its farmers are just peasants, okay? Now the problem is that there are lots of tribes in the mountains. And the way they make their living usually is by coming and raiding your farmland. And there's nothing that you can do about it because if you go chase them, they go back to the mountains, okay? So that's the first problem. The economy is very divided, and the people don't have that many resources, okay? That's the first problem. Second problem is Macedon is completely surrounded by hostile powers. Okay, so you have the kingdom of Thrace over here, and that's a long-term enemy. Then you have Illyria over here, okay? And these are warlike mountainous people who live in fortresses. It's almost impossible to invade them, and it's easy for them to come and attack you, okay? So they're a huge problem. To the south is a place called Thessaly, and they have one of the best militaries in Greece, okay? They're known for their cavalry, their horsemen. And then, of course, you also have Thebes, Athens, and Sparta, which also want to play a role in controlling Macedon, okay? And then over here, of course, across the sea is called Persia. And for some of its history, Macedon was actually a province of Persia, okay? Persia actually conquered or subjugated Macedon. So Macedon is always being threatened by a more superior power. And it keeps on losing these wars, okay? The third problem it has is that it's a kingdom. It has a king. And the king has many, many wives. And why would this be a problem? Exactly, okay? There are a lot of sons, and they fight over who will be king. And the thing is that these sons are always supported by another foreign power, okay? Because the foreign powers want Macedon to be always in conflict, okay? So for most of its history, Macedon was poor, weak, and divided. And then Philip II changes all that. So he's born in 383, and then from 369 to 365, for about 5 years, he's a hostage in Thebes. The reason why is Macedon lost a war to Thebes, and to ensure that Macedon does not rebel against Thebes, Macedon had to send hostages. And so Philip was a hostage in Thebes. But he's a prince, so he's treated very, very nicely in Thebes. And he can do whatever he wants. The thing that he wants to do is he wants to understand why Thebes is the dominant military power in Greece at this time. And he learns from the best Theban generals. They become his mentors. Okay? So what makes Thebes so effective is the idea of the sacred band of Thebes. This is the secret to the power of Thebes. Okay? These are 300 soldiers who spend every day training to be the best soldiers they can. And in many ways, they're like special forces, okay? And this is modeled off Sparta, right? The difference is this. The difference is in Sparta, only citizens, only aristocrats can be soldiers. But in Thebes, these 300 people were volunteers. They were commoners who wanted to be soldiers. And so the first thing Philip learned in Thebes is anyone can be a soldier, not just the rich, okay? With proper training, anyone can learn to be a great soldier. That's the first thing he learned. Second thing he learned is when you have an elite group of soldiers, it's really about how to use them effectively, okay? So the traditional warfare in Greece at this time is called a phalanx, right? The hoplite phalanx, okay? So remember, it is like a moving wall. They move together slowly and try to crush the enemy, okay? The innovation the Thebans did was say, we're going to do a slant, okay? The reason why is when you do a slant, you can put the 300 sacred band first against the best soldiers of the enemy, okay? And we know that in a fair fight, these 300 will always destroy the first soldiers of the enemy. But when you do that, there's a massive psychological effect, right? And so what happens is the phalanx breaks formation. And if the phalanx breaks formation and people start running away, they're all dead. Okay? So that is the major innovation of Thebes at this time. Okay? And from the best generals of Thebes, okay, Philip understood the importance of discipline in an army. And this is new, okay? Because in Greece, remember, the Spartans had discipline, but most armies, like the Athenians, they were citizen soldiers. They did this for fun. They did this as a civic duty. They did this part-time, okay? So they weren't really training when they weren't fighting. Now, when you train, you develop discipline. And with discipline, you have three major strengths, okay? The first major strength that you have is the idea of mobility, speed. And what this means is your army can march much faster than other armies, okay? So maybe this is important because maybe you want to attack a city, right? If you get there really fast and you're able to siege a city and destroy it, the city cannot ask for reinforcements, okay? Because reinforcements will come too slowly. Does that make sense? Okay? So this is a major innovation, the idea of mobility, okay? Second is the idea of coordination. Coordination. So different military units are able to work together. And this is really important. So in Greece at this time, there are maybe two different land forces, right? There's a phalanx and then there's a cavalry. And they do their own thing, okay? But with discipline, you can actually get them to work together. And if you get them to work together, you create something called the anvil and hammer strategy, okay? Anvil and hammer. Okay, so the idea of an anvil is you put something in place, okay? And the hammer is you just knock that thing apart, okay? So in this attack, the cavalry becomes the hammer, the anvil is a phalanx. So with discipline, the phalanx is able to lock the other enemy army in place, okay? And then what happens is the cavalry sees this, and they stream in from the back and destroy the enemy. Does that make sense? It's called the anvil and hammer strategy. And the Thebans used it, but Philip started to use it as well. And you can use this with discipline, okay? If every soldier knows his or her role in the army. And with coordination, you can also have the idea of flexibility. Okay? So remember, the Greeks thought using the hoplite phalanx and that's it. But what Philip understood is, hey, if I have coordination, I can change my strategy and tactics according to the enemy, right? So he had different units. He had archers. He had shield bearers, okay? People whose job was to hold shields. He had phalanx, and he had cavalry. And in response to different enemies, he would change his strategy using these different units. Okay? Does that make sense? And so as over time, this army, if you have these three things, mobility, coordination, and flexibility, you'll be invincible. No one could beat you, okay? Because the very idea that an army could do this at that time was unheard of. Okay? Does that make sense? Right? So that's what he learned in Thebes. It is possible for you to transform your army in a way that makes it highly disciplined. And once you have discipline, it will become invincible. Okay? So he became resolved to take all this education and transform the Macedonian army. Okay? He got his chance in 359. Okay? The reason why is his brother died, And the brother's son, his nephew, was too young. So he became regent, okay? He became the sort of placeholder before the son can become of age, okay? But once he became regent, he basically became de facto king for his entire life. And as regent, he was determined to transform the Macedonian military. And at this time, the Macedonian military was getting destroyed by everyone, okay? Illyria attacked and destroyed the army. Thrace attacked and destroyed the army, okay? The Macedonian army was a complete joke. And he became determined to transform it. And what he recognized is, if I want to transform the army, I need to turn it into a meritocracy. Okay? Meritocracy. So traditionally, because in Macedon you have a nobility, it's always like all decisions are made by social status. Okay. So a person rises according to his social status as opposed to his merit. And Philip was determined to change that. And the thing that he did that was extremely controversial was he made the cavalry, which was full of nobility, equal to the infantry, which was made of commoners, peasants, okay? So in this new system, as long as you perform well in battle, you'll be promoted, okay? And one of the people he promoted very heavily, and who would become his most successful general, his name is Parmenion, okay? I want you to remember this guy, Parmenion, okay? Because he would basically become Philip's partner in war and his greatest general. Even though Parmenion, he was born into lower nobility, okay? He certainly had some money, but Philip treated him as a partner. And he allowed Parmenion to lead armies on his own. He was not afraid that Parmenion would rebel, okay? He trusted Parmenion. Okay? So Philip was a tremendous, he had tremendous understanding and judgment of people. He knew who to trust, and he knew how to use people effectively. The other thing that he did that was very important was he needed to make the army loyal to him. And what he understood is, if you want the army loyal to you, you need to do three things, okay? The first thing is you need to fight with them. You understand? He was not in the back watching the battle. He was in the front leading the battle. And he was training with them every day. He trained harder than everyone else. In fact, in one battle, Philip lost an eye. And he had many battle wounds and scars. Okay? And so because of that, his soldiers were fanatically loyal to him. Okay? And also because Philip was fighting with his soldiers every day, he did not want to risk the lives of his soldiers. You understand? He was very strategic. He would not put his soldiers in harm's way. And so his soldiers became even more loyal to him. Second thing that he did was he ate and drank with them. Okay? These common soldiers, he would spend his time just eating and drinking with them. And that told the soldiers, hey, we're equals, we're friends, and I'm willing to listen to your complaints. Okay? Here's your opportunity to complain about commander. Here's an opportunity to complain about me. I'm willing to listen to you. Okay? Does that make sense? And the third thing was he was an excellent communicator. He would give speeches explaining his vision, right? He wanted to make Macedon great. He wanted Macedon to conquer all of Greece and then conquer Persia. He wanted glory for his country. Okay? But not only that, but he praised people like Parmenion. Okay? He used his speeches to praise soldiers that were good examples. And obviously that made Parmenion feel really good, right? And that made him even more loyal to Philip. Okay? So Philip, over time, was able to build a strong, loyal, unified, disciplined army using these strategies. Okay? So the other thing that Philip did was he started while he was starting to build his army, his enemies were still attacking him, right? And what he did that was counterintuitive was he basically negotiated. You understand? He used diplomacy. He understood that having the best military is just sorry, let me rephrase this. Having smart diplomacy is just as good as having the world's best military. Right? Does that make sense? Because remember, at this time, it's basically Game of Thrones. Every nation is at each other's throat, okay? And they hate each other, okay? So Sparta hates Thebes, Thebes hates Athens. They really didn't get along, okay? So what Philip could do was use diplomacy to build alliances against other enemies, okay? So he was using diplomacy a lot in order to buy time for him to train up his army. Okay? He would also marry the princesses of other nations, okay, as part of his diplomacy. So Philip was known as a great strategist, but much more importantly, he was known also as a brilliant diplomat, someone who knew how to negotiate and deceive his enemies. Okay? So after he started to build his army, he started to make his move, okay? The first thing he did was he basically secured his northern frontier. He got into these wars with his enemies to the north, and he secured his northern frontier. That's important, okay? Because he wants to move into the south eventually, but he needs to make sure that he's not attacked from behind, okay? So that's the first thing he does. Second thing that he does is in 347, he invades a city called Amphipolis, and he conquers it. This is important because Amphipolis has gold mines. Okay? Now he has resources, he has money. And with these resources, he can pay his soldiers, right? Because his soldiers are training every day. They're not farming. They're training every day. So he can now pay them. He can now buy the loyalty of the nobility. And he can stir national sentiment in Macedon by building projects, by building roads, okay? He can improve the economy, okay? And the last thing that he does with the money is he starts bribing everyone, okay? He basically starts bribing the nobility of Athens, other nations to support him, okay? So he's being very strategic and very clever. In 356, his son in here, Alexander the Great, is born to his wife Olympias, okay? And the last major event is in 338 BCE, is the Battle of Chaeronea. This is the last battle between Philip and the people who opposed him. So in Chaeronea, the two nations that oppose him are Thebes and Athens. But at this time, the problem is the great generals of Thebes have all died, okay? And Athens, Philip basically bribed the aristocracy to support him. So Athens didn't really put out a great army. And in this battle of Chaeronea, Philip II, with his modern, highly disciplined, loyal army, destroyed everyone, okay? He crushed Thebes, he crushed Athens, and he united all of Greece. So he destroyed the entire army of Athens, and he almost destroyed Thebes. But what happened was, when it was clear that Thebes was about to lose the battle, the sacred band of Thebes, okay, stood in the way. Okay? They basically sacrificed themselves so the other army, the other soldiers of Thebes could escape. Okay? And so the sacred band of Thebes was forever destroyed. And the irony, of course, is it's the sacred band of Thebes that taught Philip how to build a great army. Okay? And in his last act, he destroyed the sacred band of Thebes, and now he united all of Greece. Now that he united all of Greece, his ambition now is to take his army and conquer Persia. Okay? So what he did was he sent his great general Parmenion into Persia. Okay, remember in Anatolia at this time, which is today Turkey, there are lots of Greek colonies that are under Persian rule. And for the longest time, they want to be free of Persian rule. Okay? So Parmenion went over with a vanguard, about 10,000 men, to begin the invasion, okay? Okay? And Philip was about to go over and lead the invasion, but his daughter was about to get married, okay? So he had to attend the wedding. At the wedding, he had one bodyguard because at the wedding there'll be lots of Greek diplomats, right? So he wanted to appear approachable. So he didn't have his entire bodyguard in place. He had one bodyguard, okay? His bodyguard took his sword and stabbed him in the rib, killing him. And then his bodyguard was killed by the other bodyguards. So Philip was assassinated before he could launch his invasion of Persia. Okay? And when he died, it was like 337, okay? Okay, so Philip was really in the prime of his life. He had like 30, 40 years of military conquest to go. Okay? He died very young. And his son, Alexander, who was like 18, 19 at this time, he now became king. It was Alexander who would lead his army into Persia and conquer all Persia and move all the way to India, or Pakistan, really. Okay? So for the longest time, historians do not know what happened. How is it possible for this great man, Philip II, to be assassinated in the prime of his life? All right? Now, there are three explanations. There are three major explanations. The first explanation is it was Persia. Persia knew that Philip was about to invade, and so they hired the bodyguard to kill him, okay? That's the first explanation. Second explanation is it was personal. So the story is very complicated, but apparently the bodyguard and Philip were lovers, okay? They were homosexual lovers, and then Philip found someone else, and the bodyguard became very jealous. And so it's a very complicated story, okay? It was personal. And then there's one more explanation. The other explanation was it was the mother of Alexander, Olympias, and Alexander, okay? Right? So these are the three explanations. So if you want to, and like honestly, we'll never ever know what happened, okay? But if you want to evaluate a murder, you always look at two things. Look at opportunity. Who had the chance to kill him? You look at motive. Okay? Do you understand? So if you look at these two things, let's evaluate all three possibilities. Persia. Okay, it had the motive, but it didn't have the opportunity. Do you understand? How could it access Philip's inner court, right? And Philip's not a dumb guy. He would know exactly who to trust and who not to trust. And usually, if Persia was afraid of Philip, what they could do was basically give Sparta and Athens all the money to attack Philip, right? So I don't think it's Persia. I think most people agree it was not Persia, okay? Second possibility is it was personal. And that's kind of strange, right? Because Philip, he's very good at inspiring loyalty from others. He's also good at reading people, right? So I don't think it was personal. I mean, it could be, but I don't think it is, okay? And this leaves us the possibility of Olympias and Alexander. And here it makes sense because they both have both the motive and the opportunity, okay? So let me first explain motive. The motive is very easy, okay, to understand. If Philip were to die, Alexander would become king, right? And this is at the height of the glory of Macedon. They have the world's greatest military. They conquered all of Greece. Persia is an easy target, okay? And maybe they were afraid that if Philip goes to Persia, it'll be too late. The other problem is Philip is an excellent judge of character. And what's clear about Alexander, from a very early age, is he was a very violent young man. He couldn't really control his emotions. If you're Philip, right, you're kind of like, do I really want this guy to be the heir to my empire? Could he manage the empire? Plus, remember, Philip has a lot of wives, right? So over time, he could have new sons. Okay? Does that make sense? So the motive is very clear. And the opportunity makes sense because they're all one family, right? The bodyguard is in constant communication with Olympias. Okay? And what gives evidence? What provides evidence for this line of thinking is after the death of Philip's bodyguard named Pausanias, Olympias actually made a monument to him. Okay? And next class, when we look at the life of Alexander, we will see a lot of evidence that suggests he wanted his father dead. Okay? Maybe he didn't participate in the killing of his father, in the plotting of the assassination, but he clearly wanted his father dead. Okay? And next class, we will discuss this. All right? So, does it make sense to you? Okay? And again, what we will understand is this pattern of a great man emerging who creates a revolution that transforms the world. It will repeat itself in this way many times, including with Muhammad and with Genghis Khan, with Napoleon, with Julius Caesar, okay? But they all have this sort of similar personality, and they're all working within a similar social context. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay. Any questions so far about this?
You mentioned like Philip was sent to Thebes
That's right.
as a
Hostage. That's right.
But then why would they tell him so much knowledge about the military? Wouldn't they be afraid that when he goes back in the
That's a great question. Okay. So the question, why did they treat Philip so well, and why did he give him so much knowledge? And the answer is, first of all, no one thinks Macedon will ever be a threat. Do you understand? No one takes Macedon seriously. It's like today, no one would take North Korea seriously, right? You understand? Everyone thinks in East Asia, the major powers are China and Japan. And everyone thinks North Korea is a complete joke, okay? This place will collapse in 5 years' time. So no one during this time ever thought Macedon could ever challenge Sparta or Athens or Thebes. Okay? No one did. Okay? So it's this overconfidence. Second thing is, if you're the Thebans, you want your enemies are Sparta and Athens, okay? So you want to build allies. The best way to build allies is by building strong relationships with weaker nations who then rely on you. Right? And the best way to do that is by indoctrinating the future leaders of that nation, right? Like Philip. So basically, they wanted to treat him nice, so Philip would be thankful to Thebes. They didn't realize Philip had other intentions, okay? And it's impossible because Philip is one of these individuals, these men who we call great men of history. They stand outside of history. They are in many ways not human, okay? They don't behave normal humans behave, right? Normally, if you're a prince, you just want to have a good time, right? You just want to enjoy your wealth. You want to promote your friends, right? And you want personal glory. But Philip wanted to change the world. And so you can't possibly predict that, right? Okay, does that make sense? Yeah. All right. Okay, great question though. Okay, any more questions?
I didn't quite get how did Philip kind of improve on the phalanx?
Oh, great question. Okay, the phalanx. All right. Okay, so Philip not only learned military strategy from Thebes, but he was also a military innovator. Okay? So he made a lot of changes to the phalanx. So the phalanx, it's very strong, but there are a lot of issues with it, okay? The first major issue with it is it's not very mobile because everyone's carrying heavy armor. So the first thing that Philip did was he made, he lightened the load, okay? So he had his soldiers wear less armor. Then the question then is, well, if you wear less armor, then how do you protect yourself? And the answer is two things, okay, he did. The first thing he did was he made the spear very long. It became a pike, okay? So it became very hard to reach the phalanx because the spear was in the way. Okay? The pike was in the way. And the other thing that he did was he added a new unit called shield bearers. Okay? So the shield bearers were on the flanks, were on the sides to protect the phalanx. Okay? So that's how he improved the phalanx. And so when the Macedonian phalanx came into contact with the Greek phalanx, the Macedonian phalanx proved superior because of these innovations. Okay? Remember, they were lighter, they could move around faster, and they had longer spears. Okay? So they could maintain distance from you a lot longer. And also they had these shield bearers who were mobile and could adapt to situations. Okay? So if one part of the phalanx was being threatened, then the shield bearers could converge on that and basically lick the dam. Okay? Does that make sense? Yeah. Right? So what made Philip such a genius was he was very flexible. Okay? He was always looking at what happened at battles and making adjustments in order to become stronger. And that's why his soldiers were so loyal to him, because he was such a great general. And he put the lives of his men first and foremost, okay? And what we will discover next class is Alexander is the complete opposite. He's always risking the lives of his men. Okay? Does that make sense? Yeah. Okay, any more questions? But that's a great question, yeah, sorry. So I obviously don't have enough time to go into all the details, okay? There's a lot of changes, okay? But the phalanx is a major innovation.
Like I could imagine, well, lots of people standing together in a phalanx, but wouldn't this make them vulnerable to weapons such as, what if the enemy launches arrows to them?
Right, you have the shield bearers in place.
What about above you?
Excuse me?
Is it above you?
Above you?
Yeah.
Okay, well, they have helmets, and they have shields as well. Okay, do you understand?
So the shield is really mobile.
That's right. Yeah, so the shield bearers were really the secret sauce of the Macedonian army, okay? Because the shield bearers were meant to resolve any issues that might arise in battle. Yeah. But yeah, do you understand how this works? Okay? Again, but you have the flexibility because these are extremely disciplined and loyal men, okay? And what we will discover is, when we get to Alexander, is even though Alexander was bold and aggressive, he would make mistakes. But the loyalty and discipline of the Macedonian army would compensate for a lot of his strategic mistakes, okay? Does that make sense? Great. Any more questions? Okay, so was this interesting for you? Yeah. Okay, and this is clear, right? Okay, because again, the thing about this class that's different is we build on all this knowledge, okay? We will see how military strategy changed over time. And we'll see how the Greeks, the Macedonians, will influence Greek culture, okay? All right, so next class, we will do Alexander the Great. Okay, so we are doing Alexander the Great today. Let us review last class, where we discussed the father-son dynamic between Philip II and his son Alexander, okay? We said that the father, he is the founder and the builder of a great organization. And as such, he will have three particular characteristics unique to him, okay? First of all, he will exercise really good judgment because he's starting with nothing and he has to build up slowly his nation or his organization, okay? Second thing that we said is he will promote talent, okay? He will be a very generous and fair-minded individual who will actively spot talent and create a meritocracy, okay? And the third thing we said was this person will be selfless, extremely disciplined, and this person will put the greater good before his or her own interests. Okay? And that will inspire loyalty from his or her workers or soldiers. We also said the son will be very different, okay? Because the son is inheriting this enterprise or this nation. The son will focus on expansion. The son will be a very aggressive risk taker, okay? Second characteristic of the son is because he is under the father's shadow, he will promote obedience and loyalty, okay? Promote loyalty. And the final characteristic, the final contrast between the father and son is the son will be very selfish because the son will be focused on personal glory. And the reason why is the son is insecure, right? The son will hear people in the background, in the shadows, whispering, oh, everything you've achieved is because of your father. And so the son is desperate, very anxious to prove his own self-worth, okay? So we see this dynamic in literature and in history, and in our own lives, right? This is a very common dynamic. Now, we said that this is really a thought experiment, okay? But if you think about it, this is also an analytical model. It's a way to understand the world around us. And in an analytical model, we have to test if it's true or not. And if it's true, it does two things, okay? First thing it does is it explains. Does it help us better understand the motivations and behavior of people around us? In last class, we focused on Philip II, and that really helped us to understand his motivations and behavior, okay? Today, but the second thing it must do is predict. Okay, it has to predict the future. If this analytical model that we have is correct, then it will allow us to predict future events and behavior. Okay, and that's what I propose today. I propose to use this model to predict the life of Alexander the Great. Okay? So from this model, we can extrapolate three characteristics of Alexander's reign when he takes over as king. Okay? What's the first characteristic of Alexander when he becomes king? Okay? Echo, do you have any ideas of what he will do as king? Exactly, okay? So the first thing we will say is that he will focus on expansion. Okay? He'll be a very aggressive risk taker. He will take risks that are not strategically wise. Okay? That's the first prediction we can make about him. What's the second prediction we can make about him based on this? Exactly, and we call this a tyrant, okay? He's going to become a tyrant. And a tyrant is someone who demands obedience from everyone. Okay, does that make sense? And so if he's a tyrant, what is he going to do to all these talented people that his father promoted? He's going to kill them, right? Okay, he's going to get rid of them because he needs to promote his own people, and because these talented people will counter his tyranny, okay? So we predict he will demand complete and total obedience from his followers, okay? And what's the third prediction we can make about him? Well, the third prediction is that the question is, will he ever be happy? When will he stop his ambition? Never, okay? So his ambition is boundless. So these are the three predictions we can make about Alexander if he were to become king, just based on our understanding of the father-son dynamic, okay? The first is that he will focus on aggressive expansion. He will take risks that his father will not take, okay? That's the first thing. Second thing is he's going to become a tyrant who will demand total loyalty and obedience from his followers. And if you, for his own good, speak up and try to reason with him, he will see you as a threat, as disloyal, and as an enemy who must be eliminated, okay? The third prediction we can make is his ambition is boundless. He will never stop expanding. He will never stop going to war, okay? These are the three predictions we can make based on this analytical model, okay? And it turns out these three predictions basically capture the essence of Alexander's life, okay? All right? So now I will slowly explain the life and times of Alexander the Great. All right. So any questions so far? Okay? So we are using this analytical model to understand the life and times of Alexander the Great. And while we're doing this, we're trying to see if there are problems with this model, okay? All right, so we have to take a very skeptical attitude. We have this prediction model. We're going to use it, we're going to apply it to Alexander the Great, and we're going to see that on the surface, it does actually capture well or explains well his life. But at the same time, we want to be generous and skeptical, okay? We want to ask ourselves, is it possible that we are blinded by our prejudice? And maybe we are being unfair to Alexander the Great, okay? Does that make sense? All right, so let's start with the first major event in Alexander the Great's life, which is the death of his father in 33 BCE, okay? And Alexander right now, he's only 20. And when his father dies, he is automatically coronated as king of the kingdom of Macedon. Now, I want to explain the circumstances of Philip's death, because it's very important for us to understand the sort of psychology of his son. So 2 years before his death, Philip actually remarried, okay? Now, remember that Macedon is a society that promotes polygamy, okay? So Philip, at this point, already has 6 or 7 wives. The problem is that only one of his wives, named Olympias, has given birth to a son and therefore a heir, okay? The son is Alexander. The other wives have failed to give birth to a heir. And it seems Alexander will be anointed king at the death of his father. So when Philip marries, her name is Cleopatra Eurydice, it's extremely controversial, okay? It sort of disrupts the political order of Macedonia. The first reason is Cleopatra Eurydice, she is actually Macedonian. Before, Philip married foreign wives for diplomacy reasons. And what this means is, if Cleopatra Eurydice gives birth to a son, this son will be more legitimate here than Alexander. And this pushes Alexander out of the line of succession, okay? So this is extremely controversial, and it's like dynamite almost, okay? So that's the first problem. Second problem is Eurydice is the wife of one of Philip's great generals, Attalus, okay? And actually at the wedding ceremony between Eurydice and Philip, Attalus gave a toast, and he said, here's a toast, and I pray that Macedon will soon have a legitimate heir. And this is a direct insult to Alexander, okay? The other problem is that Attalus, his father-in-law, is Parmenion, who is really Philip's partner, okay? The greatest general that Macedonia has, the person in control of the army, okay? So it seems like Alexander is being pushed out of the line of succession. And Alexander and his mother, Olympias, are both freaking out, okay? So in 336 BCE, Philip is assassinated by his bodyguard. And no one knows why this happened, okay? But we know what happened. Afterwards, what happened is, first of all, Olympias killed Eurydice and her daughter and son. the son was going to be legitimate heir to the throne. Now they're all dead. Okay? That's the first thing that happens. Second thing that happens is Attalus becomes afraid, and he's about to rebel. Okay? And Attalus, again, is a general. At this stage, at this point, Parmenion is now the kingmaker, right? Because Parmenion is now head of the army. He can choose to support Attalus, his son-in-law, and rebel, okay, and maybe become king himself, or he can support Alexander, okay? And at this point, the faithful decision that Parmenion makes is he supports Alexander and he kills Attalus. And Attalus, again, is his son-in-law. And this makes Alexander now the legitimate heir to Philip. He's now king of Macedon. Okay? So from this event, we can surmise some things, okay? The first thing we can surmise is Olympias and Alexander are extremely ambitious, right? They will not be pushed aside. If they see any risk to their power, they will act viciously. Okay? They're not afraid to kill. They will even kill the king in order to assure their power. Okay? That's the first thing. The second thing that's more important for us is Parmenion is absolutely loyal to Alexander because if you think about it, he's loyal to the memory of Philip. Okay? Philip promoted Parmenion to be his partner, and in a show of loyalty and gratitude, Parmenion now is being loyal to the son, Alexander. Okay, so that's the first major event in Alexander's life. Any questions about this event before I move on? Okay, so the second thing that happens is, remember, like Philip is now in charge of this wide kingdom across Greece. And when people hear about his death, people start to rebel, okay? The Athenians want to rebel. The Thebans want to rebel. The Spartans want to rebel. And then to the north, the Illyrians rebel, okay? So there are these rebellions. The first thing that Alexander does is he mounts this extremely fast and decisive campaign to quell all eternal dissent. Because ultimately, his ambition is to complete the dream of his father, the conquest of Persia, right? So he goes to Illyria, which is north to Macedonia, and destroys all opposition. Next thing he does is he marches against Greece itself, against Thebes. And Thebes is the main source of opposition. And Sparta and Athens both promised to send troops to support Thebes. The problem is Alexander gets there really fast. And he lays siege to Thebes and destroys it completely. The next thing that he does is he decides to massacre all the males and enslave all the women. Now, this is actually common practice back then in terms of warfare. But this is not done to Greek cities. Do you understand? The Greeks consider themselves special. And so in 404 BCE, when Sparta defeated Athens in the Peloponnesian War, remember that Sparta did not do anything. Sparta just basically said, guys, will you promise not to bother us again? And so Athens says, we promise. That was it. Okay? So what Alexander the Great did, destroying Thebes, which is one of the great cultural centers of the Greek world, that was like basically setting off a nuclear bomb, okay? And from then on, the Greeks were committed to overthrowing Alexander when the opportunity arose. At the same time, Alexander, by doing this, by showing his ruthlessness, he was able to, for now, pacify all discontent, okay? People are now afraid of him. And that's what Alexander wants. He wants fear. Okay, so now that eternal dissent has been pacified, now that his leadership has been legitimized, he will now embark on the massive invasion of Persia. Okay? Now, originally his father, Philip II, his dream was a unified Greek world, okay? What we call Hellenistic. okay, or the Hellenic world. Because remember, at this point, you have these Greek polises spread all across the Aegean and the Mediterranean, okay? In North Africa, in Italy, in Asia Minor, in Anatolia, okay? And Philip's vision was to unify all these places. But Alexander the Great, his vision was actually to conquer Persia, okay? So he's expanding his father's vision. So he lands in Anatolia, which is like modern-day Turkey, with this massive invasion force, okay? And he's going against the Persian Empire. The way that the Persian Empire is designed is, it's not really an empire, it's more like a confederation or alliance. So the provincial governors, who we call the satraps, they're the ones responsible for defending their own territory. And at this point, the king of Persia, his name is Darius III, he's not really bothered by Alexander, okay? He doesn't realize that Alexander will pose a threat to his rule, okay? He just thinks this guy, he's like 20 years old, he's an upstart, doesn't really matter. So Darius doesn't really bother himself, okay? But he sends an advisor. This guy, he's a Greek, Menon of Rhodes. So he's Greek, and he understands Greek warfare. And so they have this war council between the satraps, the local governors, and Menon of Rhodes. And what Menon of Rhodes proposes is the safest strategy to defeat Alexander, which is basically what we call a war of attrition. And the idea is they will not fight Alexander on the battlefield, because Alexander right now possesses the greatest army in the world, right? Let's not fight him. We will burn all the crops and starve his troops. At the same time, what we will do is we will bribe Athens and Sparta to rebel against Alexander. And once he's overextended, he has no choice but to go home. Okay? The war's over. Doesn't cost us anything. The satraps refuse this plan because it would mean destroying their own property. Okay? So satraps are like, no, we can overwhelm him. So at the Battle of Granicus, in 334 BCE, Alexander's forces destroy the Persians, okay? And this is the first major battle of this war. There'll be 3 major battles. What's important for us is, during this battle, Alexander displayed tremendous recklessness, okay? He rushed to the front of the battle. He led his cavalry, and he was almost overwhelmed, okay? One of the satraps knocked him down, and one of the satraps was about to kill him, slash him, okay? But then at the last minute, a man named Clytus the Black, comes running in, and he cuts off the satrap's arm, thus saving Alexander's life, all right? So at this point, there are 2 individuals that Alexander should be most grateful for, right? Parmenion, who basically, he was a kingmaker, and he announced that the army would be always loyal to Alexander, okay? And Clytus the Black, who saved Alexander's life in battle. And both of these men were individuals promoted heavily by his father for their talent, okay? So basically, it was his father's men that saved Alexander. So you would think Alexander would be very grateful to these men, right? Unfortunately, he would end up killing both men. And this would forever change the course of his life, okay? All right, so after the Battle of Granicus, Menon of Rhodes was given complete freedom to do what he wanted, okay? So Menon of Rhodes tried to stop Alexander, and when he realized he couldn't do it because Alexander's army was too powerful, Menon of Rhodes set sail for Greece. And he was hoping to bribe Athens and Sparta to join the war and rebel against Alexander. And here, something that happens, and Alexander gets really lucky, okay? And we will find this in his life. He gets very lucky a lot of times. And what is it that happens when Menon of Rhodes sets sail for Greece? He's about to unite the Greeks and rebel against Alexander. And then remember, Athens and Sparta at this point really hates Alexander. So what happens? He dies, okay? He gets sick and he dies. And when man of Rhodes dies, there's no more contact with the Greek world. And now Persia is left to basically defend itself. Okay? The Greeks cannot be counted on. There will be Greek rebellions against Alexander, but they will be sporadic and they will not be coordinated. Okay? So Darius has no choice but to confront Alexander in two massive battles. So the first massive battle is in southern Turkey, Anatolia, called the Battle of Issus, okay, in 333 BCE. The second battle will happen 2 years later in Guatemala, in Mesopotamia. And both of these battles are about the same, okay? So I'll explain what happened in both battles so you can understand Alexander's strategy of war. All right, so usually in battles, there are three major forces. There's something called the left flank, okay, the center flank, and the right flank. And both armies are like this. Now, in both battles, the Persians heavily outnumbered the Greeks 2-1, okay? So it's a massive difference. And the cavalry is usually on the sides. Now, there are some certain differences, okay? The first difference is the Persians have one leader, Darius. And he's in the center, being protected by his bodyguard called the Immortals. The Immortals are the best troops of the Persians, okay? The Macedonians have two leaders, Parmenion and Alexander. Alexander is in charge of the cavalry. Parmenion is in charge of the infantry, what we call the phalanx. And in both battles, the same thing happens, which is on the left side, Darius commits most of his forces against Parmenion. Okay? So Parmenion is being overwhelmed by superior numbers. But here, the discipline of Parmenion is just incredible because even though they're being overwhelmed, okay, they're being outnumbered and they're about to be outrun, they hold their ground. Okay? And then in the right, in the center, there's so much conflict that eventually what happens is there's a small gap that allows Alexander to rush to Darius, okay? Remember, Darius is being protected heavily because he's a king, right? And at this point, Alexander and his forces are overwhelming the cavalry of Darius. And they're about to close up. They're getting close to Darius. And at this point, what Darius does, and this is something you can never do in a battle. What does Darius do now? And he does this in both battles, Issus and Guatemala. What does he do now? He sees Alexander closing in, right? But his left flank is about to overwhelm Parmenion. What does Darius do now in both battles? He runs away. Okay? And when he does that, Alexander is now free to go back and rescue Parmenion, and then the Persians flee. Okay? Does that make sense? All right, so this is what happens in both battles, Issus and Guatemala. So now that you have the basic overview of both battles, let's analyze this to ask ourselves, how great a commander is Alexander? Okay, and I want to make the argument that he's actually not a great strategist. Okay, he's a great soldier, he's very brave, but he's not a great strategist, not like his father. Okay, the first thing I will say is this. When military historians look at battles, they look at the wrong things, right? So they're usually looking at manpower, technology, and resources, okay, or what we call wealth, right? And if we look at battles from this lens, right, manpower, technology, and resources, wealth, then we can argue the Persians were heavily favored in this battle, in this war, right? We can say that. But I think this is the wrong way to look at military strategy. I think if you really want to understand who's a favorite and who's the underdog, you have to look at three different things. These three different things are cohesion. The idea of cohesion is unity, right? Are these soldiers loyal to each other? Are they friends with each other? Okay? Second thing you want to look at is discipline. How well trained are these troops? Okay? The third thing you want to look at is the idea of devotion. Devotion just means how loyal are they to their leaders? How much purpose do they have in the battle? Okay, does that make sense? And what I want to show you today is, but look at these three things. They give you a much better overview or analysis of who the better military is. Okay? So if you just look at manpower, technology, and resources, then clearly the Persians are the heavy favorites, right? But if you change your frame of reference and you look at cohesion, discipline, and devotion, then the Macedonians are far superior, right? Because look, cohesion means they have a culture. They have a similar culture, right? They're all Greeks. Whereas the Persians are a multicultural empire that they don't even speak the same language, which means that all these different units that Darius has, they're basically fighting by themselves. So they're not coordinated, okay? Does that make sense? That's the first thing. Second thing is the idea of discipline. If you're an empire, the problem with an empire is your soldiers don't fight that many battles, right? Because you're an empire. No one's going to challenge you. So these soldiers, even though they have these very expensive armor and horses, they weren't disciplined. They didn't have experience in battle. Whereas Alexander's army is Philip's army. And for the past 30 years, all they did was fight battle after battle against the Greeks, okay? So in terms of discipline, the Greeks are far superior. And then you look at devotion. Darius is king. Why are people loyal to him? Because he pays them, right? It's profit, it's interest. Whereas the soldiers under Pomeranian and Alexander, they love their leaders, right? Their leaders have taken them to lots of victories. So they're very loyal to him, okay? So just in terms of these, if you just look at cohesion, discipline, and devotion, we can predict that Alexander's army would win regardless of the strategy, okay? And now you can also make the argument that the strategy that Alexander employed, right, we will confront the Persians head on. Philip would have thought this was a stupid idea, okay? Because first of all, you're outnumbered. Second of all, you're on enemy terrain, right? You're on enemy terrain. Therefore, they are able to deploy the resources much better than you are, okay? Now, the third problem is this. The third problem is you cannot afford to retreat. Do you understand? There's no place to retreat. If your army ever breaks, right? If Pomeranians gets overwhelmed, then you're all dead. Why take that risk, right? Also, before both battles, Issus and Gaugamela, Darius wanted to negotiate with Alexander. Basically, Darius said, I will give you half my empire. Right? That's pretty generous. And Alexander says, no, I need all of it. All right? So historians will tell you that Gaugamela just shows the military prowess of Alexander. And but if you analyze it properly, I think, you will see there are lots of problems with Alexander's strategy in both battles. Okay? He was taking risks that he shouldn't have. And he sacrificed a lot of men that he didn't really need to sacrifice. For Alexander, it was all about winning the war, right? Personal glory. Whereas Philip was concerned about the safety and well-being of his soldiers. So Philip would not have engaged in such a battle. He would have preferred negotiation. And then over time, slowly overwhelm Persia. Okay? Does that make sense? Any questions so far about this analysis?
Quick question.
Yeah, great.
I can see this working when you are fighting a foreign power, right?
Yeah.
You said it was a very big risk for Alexander to take, turning his army against other Greek cities, right? That must put huge stresses on things like devotion, discipline, and cohesion when it's Greeks fighting Greeks as opposed to
Yeah.
Greeks fighting Persians.
Right. Okay. So, great question. So, Alexander didn't really trust the Greeks. The Greeks didn't consider the Macedonians they didn't consider the Macedonians Greek. Okay. And so when Alexander developed his invasion force of Persia, there weren't that many Greeks actually in it. It was mostly Macedonian. Okay. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. But you're right. If given what Alexander did in Thebes, he could not really trust the Greeks anymore. Okay? He couldn't really trust the Greeks to like switch sides. And also, there were a lot of Greek mercenaries fighting for Darius in this battle. Menon of Rhodes was Greek. Okay? And he sort of knew the Greeks really didn't like Alexander.
So it's more like a tribal army rather than an imperial army.
That's right. That's right. That's right. Okay? But again, we see this throughout history where a tribal army, because of cohesion, discipline, and devotion, they're basically able to conquer the world, right? So you look.
Going with Mr. Ibn Khaldun coming up, right?
Yeah. So you look at Muhammad, you look at Genghis Khan, right? And you look at Tamerlane, you look at a lot of people, right? They were all tribal armies, but because they had cohesion, discipline, and devotion, they were able to basically conquer most of the world before they themselves devolved into civil war. Okay? So does that make sense?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, any more questions before I continue? Okay. Okay, so while Alexander was campaigning against Persia, he was doing things that sort of annoyed his soldiers, okay? So for example, he conquered Egypt without much resistance. Okay, so he went to Egypt. And basically, the Egyptians hated the Persians. For decades, for centuries, the Egyptians were trying to rebel against Persia without success. So when Alexander came, they saw him as a liberator. So Egypt fell without resistance. The first thing that Alexander does is he takes a trip into the desert. He disappears for weeks. And he goes to a place called the Temple of Zeus Ammon. Ammon is the highest Egyptian god, and Zeus is the highest Greek god. So they are like a synthesis, okay? So this is the highest god in the world. And this is found in an isolated oasis. And Alexander goes to this oasis in order to seek counsel. He wants to see his future. And when he's at the temple of Zeus Ammon, he's told that Philip is not really his father. Okay? Philip is not really his father. Alexander's true father is, take a wild guess who the true father is. Zeus Ammon, right? Alexander is the first son of God, right? He's the son of God. He's like Heracles and Dionysus. He's actually the son of God. And so when Alexander returns to his soldiers after this revelation, he expects his soldiers to acknowledge this fact, okay? So one thing is, in the Macedonian army, there's a lot of equality between soldiers and officers, right? So if you're a soldier, you are allowed to speak your mind. But now, Alexander demands, if you come into his presence, you must first kiss his feet, which is the Persian custom, okay? You must kiss the feet of your king. And the Macedonians, of course, didn't really like this. So now there's growing concern about the tyranny of Alexander. Okay? People like Parmenion and Clytus the Black, who were promoted heavily by his father, are kind of annoyed. Basically, Alexander renounced his father. Philip's not really my father. I'm really the son of a god, okay? Zeus Ammon. Okay? So now there's growing discontent among his soldiers. Does that make sense so far? And any questions before I move on? Is this clear to you? Okay? All right. So, in 331 BCE, Gaugamela, the Battle of Gaugamela happens, and Alexander wins this incredible victory against the Persian king Darius. Darius runs away, but then he's eventually killed by one of his generals. Okay, and the Persian Empire now is basically conquered. There's no resistance against Alexander anymore. There's some resistance, but not organized resistance. Okay, and at this point, Alexander starts being a tyrant. Okay, so the first major sign that he's changing is in 330 BCE, Parmenion is killed. Remember, Parmenion, you can argue, was the man responsible for all of Alexander's victories, right? Because Parmenion is the one who's doing all the heavy lifting. He's being overwhelmed by most of Persian forces. He stands his ground, which allows Alexander to claim his victory. Okay? In 330 BCE, Alexander orders Parmenion to be killed. And there's a lot of controversy around what happened. Right? So I'll just basically tell you the basic facts, and then we'll analyze what happened. So there's a lot of resentment against Alexander in the army. And now and then there are these conspiracies. They don't go anywhere, but there are these conspiracies amongst officers to assassinate Alexander. And one of these conspiracies is found out, and one of the officers who finds out about this conspiracy goes to Parmenion's son, okay? And tells the son, hey, go tell the king people are trying to assassinate him. The son, Parmenion's son, he doesn't think this is a big deal. And he's kind of drunk, okay? So he forgets to tell Alexander, okay? The plot is uncovered, and the son, Philolytus, he's implicated, and he's tortured. He had nothing to do with the assassination, but he's implicated because he didn't tell Alexander. While he's being tortured, he also confesses to his father being part of the plot, even though there's no evidence implicating his father. In fact, you can make the argument that his father is completely loyal to Alexander. Okay? And so, just based on this, a forced confession under torture, which is completely unreliable, Alexander and the army decide to have Parmenion killed. Okay? So an assassin is sent, and Parmenion is killed. Now, these are the basic facts, and there's a lot of argument about what happened. Okay? So the most generous argument, the most generous interpretation is Alexander didn't want Parmenion killed. He knows Parmenion is innocent, but because Alexander was forced to kill his son, Philolytus, Alexander didn't feel he had a choice in the matter, okay? Because Parmenion might want revenge. So to maintain stability and peace within the army, he had to get Parmenion killed, okay? That's the most generous explanation. But there's another explanation that makes more sense, which is Alexander has always been jealous of Parmenion, right? Because Parmenion has the most legitimacy in the army. Troops feel more loyal to Parmenion than they do to Alexander, right? Because they're more experienced with Parmenion than with Alexander. And Parmenion was responsible for many great triumphs. So Alexander was jealous of Parmenion. Also, there were these new young officers who wanted to climb the ranks. And to do so, they need to get rid of people like Parmenion, right? So maybe the conspiracy was a fake conspiracy, and it was organized by these lower officers to implicate Philolytus, and then in order to get rid of Parmenion, okay? But regardless of how you interpret this, what we do know is after Parmenion was killed, basically all the shackles, all the restraints on Alexander went away. Because there's no one now there's no one in the army who can resist Alexander. Okay? There's no one who can basically urge restraint and caution. So the next thing that happens is this. In the year 328, Clytus the Black is killed. Remember, Clytus the Black is the person who saved Alexander's life at the Battle of Granicus, okay? But Clytus the Black, again, he is a loyal officer promoted by his father. And now Clytus the Black has the same authority as Parmenion once had. So Clytus the Black is now a threat to Alexander. So what Alexander does is he basically orders Clytus the Black to take some soldiers and go off to a faraway place. It's basically exiled, okay? Alexander is basically exiling him from the main army. And Clytus the Black knows, basically, he's finished. So before Clytus the Black is meant to go into exile, they have a large banquet, okay? And they're all drunk. And Clytus the Black now is angry. And he gets into a vicious argument with Alexander. And Clytus the Black basically says to Alexander, "You've betrayed your people, the Macedonians. You've come to Persia, and you could only conquer Persia with our help. And now you're turning into a Persian. Okay? You're adopting Persian customs, like forcing your officers to kiss your feet. You're promoting Persian officers within your army. Okay? You're turning your back away from the culture that made you great. Then he says something that really pisses Alexander off. What is one thing that you can say to Alexander that would really piss him off? In fact, he would want to kill you now. Everything that you've achieved, Alexander, is because you're your father. This is not you, okay? This conquest of Persia, it's not you. It's your father. It's your father who built this amazing army. It's your father who developed this plan to conquer Persia. Okay? Alexander gets so angry that he's about to lunge at Clytus the Black, okay? But before he can do so, his bodyguard surrounds him and stops him, and they pull away his sword. And so this makes us think he's been doing this a lot, okay? Alexander the Great gets drunk a lot and kills a lot of people, basically. And then Clytus the Black, he's taken out of the room. But Clytus the Black is so strong, he forces himself back in the room. He starts to continue arguing against Alexander. Alexander then goes and takes a spear and throws it at Clytus the Black, killing him on the spot. So Clytus the Black is now dead. The two men who are most responsible for Alexander's victories in Persia are now both dead. Okay? And he's becoming more and more of a tyrant. Soon afterwards, there's a conspiracy. There's a real conspiracy to kill him. What happens is this, okay? The king, Alexander, goes on a boar hunt with his pages, okay, his servants. Now, the custom in Persia is the king has the right to the first kill. But his pages are Macedonians, so they don't know this. So one of the pages is the first to kill the boar. Alexander is so angry, he beats the crap out of this page. And the pages get together that night, and they resolve to kill this tyrant. And they organize a schedule so that on one night, they would be all in the bedroom looking after Alexander while he sleeps. And then of course, they would take out their daggers and stab Alexander to death. Okay? That's the plan. But what happens is, that night, they were supposed to do this act. Alexander goes out drinking. And he gets drunk, and he does not come back until the early morning when the pages are gone. Okay? At this point, one of the pages gets nervous and tells Alexander about the conspiracy, and Alexander has everyone killed. Okay? But during the trial, the pages accuse Alexander of being a tyrant. Okay? Does that make sense? Then what happens is, in 326 BCE, after Alexander has conquered all of Persia, he decides to take his army to India. Okay? Now his army is not happy about this because, look, there are lots of good reasons to invade Persia, right? The first reason is Persia is very wealthy. Second reason is Persia invaded Greece, right? So Persia was always a threat to the Greek mainland. The third reason is there are lots of people who suspect it was the Persians who killed Philip, okay? So there are lots of good reasons to invade Persia. There's absolutely no reason to invade India, okay? They've never been to India. They have absolutely no idea what they will find in India. It's a different geography, okay? But Alexander forces his army to invade India, in basically modern-day Pakistan. And there, they win these victories, but the soldiers are really pissed off because they're far away from home. They have absolutely no idea when this war will end. And the weather in India really sucks, okay? So they basically mutiny. They refuse to fight. And Alexander, at this point, has no choice but to give in to but to retreat, okay? To return back to Babylon. But he does two things to show his anger. The first thing he does is he kills all the leaders of the mutiny, okay? Those who spoke up on behalf of their fellow soldiers were all killed one by one. Second thing that happens is, rather than take his soldiers back the original way, Alexander made them march through a desert, which killed many of them. Okay? Many died because of dehydration and starvation. It was a brutal march across the desert. So Alexander takes his army back to Babylon, and at this point, Alexander decides he can't invade India, so he'll go invade Arabia. Okay? He'll go invade Arabia, which is desert. There's a reason why no one invaded Arabia, and the reason why it's all desert. There's no reason to invade Arabia. But Alexander wants to be the first to conquer Arabia because his ambition is boundless, okay? He has to prove he's the greatest conqueror in the world. The only way we can do that is by conquering the entire world. He's very suspicious of his own soldiers because they mutiny against him in India, right? So he's starting to replace his army with Persians who are much more obedient. He wants obedience. Then something else happens. Back in Macedonia, the general in charge, Antipater, who again is one of Philip's most loyal generals, he gets in an argument with Olympias. Okay? Olympias, as his mother, and Antipater don't see eye to eye. And Olympias tells Alexander, and Alexander invites Antipater to Babylon, where they will settle matters. Okay? And Antipater knows what happened to Parmenion. He knows what happened to Claudius the Black. And at this point, most of Alexander's generals are unhappy with the fact that the army is being Persianized, right? They're being replaced by Persian officers who are more loyal to Alexander. So in 323, Alexander dies. And again, no one will ever know what actually happened. But the theory is this, okay? I think the theory that makes the most sense is basically the top echelon of the Macedonian army, Antipater and the other generals, basically decided Alexander has to go because he's a tyrant. And eventually, he's going to kill everyone. Okay? So what happened was there was a banquet, and Antipater's son, he's the cupbearer to Alexander, the person who pours the drinks to Alexander during meals. The son puts poison in the cup. Alexander drinks from it, and he starts to vomit, okay? So Alexander leaves the room to vomit. And then the son, Antipater's son, brings a feather laced with more poison to help Alexander vomit some more, okay? And so Alexander should have died on the spot. But Alexander is so tough, he's such a strong man, that he lasts for a few more weeks, okay? And he dies in bed. So Alexander now is dead. Okay? Okay, this is important because even though he's dead, in the 10 years that he's been around, he's been able to conquer most of the world, which includes Egypt, Mesopotamia, Iran, Afghanistan, Pakistan. Okay? He's able to conquer most of the known world. And this creates a problem for the generals who succeed him, right? Because once you conquer most of this world, and then remember, the plan was not to conquer most of the world. It was just Alexander's balanced ambition that made them do so, okay? Now the question is, how do you govern? And so because of this pressure, they had no choice but to develop something called Greek culture and spread it in order to create legitimacy for themselves. Okay? And this is something that we will talk about next class, which will conclude our section on the Greeks. Okay? The legacy of Alexander. He's conquered the world, and now his generals must govern it. And to govern it, they must use something called Greek culture. So they must invent Greek culture and then spread it around the world. And when they do so, what will happen is the Greek culture will merge with local cultures to create new ideas. Okay? Greek culture, one of these cultures that Greek culture will merge with is called Judaism. Judaism. And when these two cultures merge, a new idea will emerge from this mixture called Christianity that changes the world forever. Okay? That's why Christians love Alexander the Great, because they feel that without his conquest, Christianity could not have been born, okay? So there are many Christians who feel like Alexander the Great, yeah, he was a tyrant, but he was part of God's plan. It was all part of the plan. He did what he did because he truly is the son of Zeus Ammon. And Zeus Ammon commanded him to conquer the world. Okay? All right. But again, that is a Christian perspective. All right. So that is it. Okay? So let's review what we did today. We basically looked at this analytical model. And we made 3 predictions about Alexander based on this analytical model, right? The first is that he would focus on expansion. Second is he would become a tyrant. The third is that he would never stop expanding. And it turns out he was exactly like this, okay? But this predicts his life and times. All right? So, any questions? Okay, so next class, what we will do is we will look at the spreading of Greek culture and the building of the Hellenistic world, okay? And that will end our section on the Greeks. Okay, so today we will finish the Greeks by discussing Aristotle. And a lot of what I will say today will be controversial. Okay, so feel free to challenge me. Feel free to ask for clarification. Feel free to ask any questions, okay? So here's my argument. Aristotle is a paradox. He is one of the mysterious figures in world history. He's one of the most famous, but he's one of the most mysterious. He's a paradox for 3 reasons, okay? The first reason is he is considered to be one of the greatest philosophers in human history. He's next to Plato. He's certainly as influential as Plato. But what is unique about him is we do not have anything originally written by him. Okay? We have no text that we believe was personally written by him. And that's unique in human history. Okay? We say Shakespeare was a great writer, and we can prove it or show it by reading his text. We believe Aristotle is a great thinker, a great writer, but we have no evidence, no text to show us this is the case. But we believe so, okay? So this is the first paradox of Aristotle. Second paradox of Aristotle is he was a very prolific writer and thinker. In fact, we believe there's about 200 works attributed to Aristotle. What is unique about his work is the range of his thinking and his research. So he's written a book on politics, right? What is the best political system? He's written a book on poetics, theater, basically. What makes for a good tragedy? He's written a book on ethics. What is a good life? What makes a good person? He's written a book on rhetoric. How do you convince the audience that you are correct? He's also written books on physics. He's written books on metaphysics. He's written books on biology, okay? The range is just incredible. We have no analog in human history like him, okay? He's completely unique in the range of his curiosity, okay? Second paradox. The third paradox is most problematic, okay? We know that Aristotle studied under Plato for 20 years. And so we also believe that Aristotle was Plato's most famous student. The paradox is Aristotle's understanding of the universe is radically opposed to Plato's understanding of the universe. Okay? And that's, again, is unique in human history. You would think the best student would carry on the master's work, or at least build on it, right? But Aristotle, his understanding of the universe is in conflict with Plato's work. In fact, you could also argue that Aristotle is negating Plato's worldview, okay? So let me explain how. So we know Plato. We know that for Plato, there is a God, and it's called the form of the good. And the form of the good is what is eternal, perfect, and immutable, okay? Now, the form of the good emanates other perfections, okay? What he calls the form of the ideal, okay? So these are concepts like justice and beauty and reason. And then these concepts manifest themselves in forms like horse, right? Or a woman, okay? And these are like the ideal, perfect, immutable, eternal manifestations, okay? So there's only one horse. It's up in heaven. Everything else is a copy of this horse or imitation of this horse, okay? So we live in the shadow realm, okay? The shadow realm where everything is imitation, okay? This is our reality. It's a shadow reality. And that's why art and poetry and theater are so bad, because they are really an imitation of an imitation, okay? So this is Plato's hierarchy. So from this hierarchy and this worldview, we can make certain extrapolations, okay? The first extrapolation is, for Plato, what is good is if you approach or return to the form of the good. What is evil, what is bad, is if you move away from the form of the good, okay? Right? So poetry is evil. Mathematics is good, okay? Now, why is mathematics good? Because mathematics is what allows you to approach the form of the good, all right? So let me give you an example of this. Okay, let's say there's a circle, right? Now, what Plato argues is, no matter how hard you try, you could never, ever draw a circle in this world, okay? Because a circle has an edge. So it's like literally impossible for you to create something without an edge, right? You're like, well, I can draw on a computer. But if you go at a microscopic level, you will always find an edge, okay? So how do you create a circle? Well, you create a circle by imagining it in your head, okay? So what you're really doing is you're imagining a circle because you're accessing the realm of the forms. You're approaching from the good, okay? So it is only through a process of pure thought, pure philosophy, pure mathematics that you can actually start to understand this world. All right? That's Plato's understanding of the world. Aristotle has a completely different understanding. Okay? So Aristotle starts with this. The God's a prime mover. So the prime mover, just imagine a big bang, right? Something explodes. Boom! It moves. And it forces other things to move as well. So what Aristotle is saying is, everything is really in motion. Okay? Everything is change. Because it was all caused by the prime mover. And in Aristotle's world, what is good is if the thing that changes moves towards its purpose, okay? Or the word he uses is called telos. Telos. Okay? If you're moving towards your purpose, you are doing good in this world. If you're moving away from your purpose, you're doing bad in this world, okay? So the example is a soldier. The purpose of a soldier is to fight and win wars. So if you go fight and you do your best, you're doing good. But if you run away from a war, you're doing bad, okay? So this is Aristotle's worldview. And as you can understand, as you can see, these two worldviews cannot harmonize. They are in conflict with each other. You have either one or the other, okay? So let me highlight the three major differences between these two worldviews. Okay? And again, I need to emphasize this. I am not an expert on Aristotle. I'm not an expert on Plato. Okay? So I am committing oversimplifications. Scholars who are experts will hear this and be outraged, okay? But for the purpose of this class, I feel these oversimplifications provide clarity, okay? All right? So the first oversimplification is Plato is what we call a rationalist. Aristotle is what we call an empiricist. All right? So these are two big words. But the rationalist is just someone who believes that you can access the truth through pure thought, okay? Mathematics. An empiricist is someone who believes you can only access the truth through observation and what we call induction, okay? Inductive logic. All right? So if I see a woman wearing a dress, and I see another woman wearing a dress, and a third, I'm like, okay, well, from this, I can logically deduce or induce that all women wear dresses, and that's what separates women from men, okay? So for Aristotle, to seek the truth, you have to observe, and you have to induce, okay? So that's the first major difference. Second major difference is Plato is what we call a dualist, and Aristotle is what we call a materialist. A dualist is someone who believes that there's a body and a soul, okay? And if you believe there's a body and a soul, you also believe the soul is more important because the soul is eternal, whereas the body will decay and die. Aristotle, he's a materialist. So for him, the focus is on the body and what happens to the body. Okay? There may be a soul, there may not be a soul. He doesn't really care. For him, it doesn't really matter. What matters is what happens to the body. Okay? The third major difference is Plato believes in the idea of immutability, okay? Or what we call eternity. For Aristotle, almost nothing is immutable. Most things are mutable, okay? The only thing that's really immutable is really God. But everything else is mutable. It will change over time. And so for Aristotle, the concept is infinity. Right? Things will always change. Things will always move. There's no stopping movement. Okay? But for Plato, things are eternal. There's a grand design, and nothing that changes really matters. It doesn't really affect the grand design. So for him, it's eternity. Okay? So these are the three major differences between Plato and Aristotle. Now, what's really interesting for us is this conflict between Plato and Aristotle is what will inform the philosophical debate for all of Western civilization. Okay? So there are two major camps in Western philosophy. There is the rationalist camp, all right? So people like Descartes. And then there are the empiricists, okay? So people like David Hume, all right? And for most of Western history, philosophers will go back and forth between these two extremes, okay? Either the Platonic ideal or the Aristotle reality, okay? Does that make sense? All right? Is this clear? Any questions?
Maybe one question.
Sure, go ahead.
It came out in an earlier class. So for Plato and the forms of the good.
Yep.
So for him, that's not abstract. Like that's something that's real. It's not an imaginary thought experiment, right? Like to him, that eternity is as real as, or maybe even more real than.
Yeah. So that's a great question. And for Plato, okay, our lives, the reality we live in is not real. It's ephemeral. Whereas the form of the good, that's what's concrete. That's what's eternal. Okay? So I understand that's counterintuitive to us, but the reason why it's kind of counterintuitive to us is because we're mainly influenced by Aristotle, right? We are materialists, right? Science is materialistic. But back then, and I would say back then in Plato's time, and for most of human history, it was assumed that our world was transitory or transient or ephemeral, okay? And it was a spirit world, okay, that was real, and that was eternal. Okay? Does that make sense?
Yeah. So, yeah, I think so.
Great. Okay, again, this is oversimplification, okay? Like if you go to a scholar who understands itself, he'll probably criticize me, okay? But I'm saying that for the purpose of this class and for our understanding of Western civilization, this will do, okay? Just understand there's a major conflict between Plato and Aristotle. This will go on for thousands of years. And this will inform the debate in Western civilization, okay? This is the fundamental debate in Western philosophy, all right? So let's go back to, let's summarize where we are. Aristotle is a paradox, right? We have nothing that he wrote originally. The range of his work is just incredible. It's unique in human history. And then lastly, even though we know Aristotle studied under Plato for like 20 years at least, Aristotle came up with a very different conceptualization of the universe. In fact, it is in direct conflict with Plato's understanding. Okay? So how is this possible? How can we resolve these paradoxes? Okay, so I'm going to make an argument. And I will slowly make this argument, but it is a controversial argument, okay? My argument is that Aristotle was not a philosopher. He was not a thinker. He was not a writer. What he was ultimately is what I refer to as a censor. Censor. You can also use words like synthesizer, okay? Or editor. Or systemizer, okay? But basically, nothing that he thought was original to him, but he decided what would be political convenient for the moment, okay? That's what we mean by censor. And it's my argument that if we understand Aristotle as a censor, then these three paradoxes go away. We can explain away these paradoxes. All right, so let me make my argument. Okay, my first piece of evidence is we need to compare and contrast the life of Philip II of Macedon and Aristotle. And when you do that, okay, when you put their lives side by side, interesting parallels emerge, okay? So let's look at their lives. Very simple. Aristotle, he was born in the year 384. Philip II was born in the year 383. That's about the same age, right? Now, Philip II, he's a prince of Macedon. His father's the king, right? Aristotle, his father was the court physician to the king. He was the king's personal doctor, right? So from these two pieces of information, what can we guess about Philip and Aristotle? They grew up together, right? Does that make sense? Aristotle's father was the personal doctor of the king. Philip was the son of the king. It would make sense they grew up together. It would make sense they would be educated together. All right? Second thing that's interesting is from 367 to 348, okay, Aristotle went to Athens to study under Plato. Now, around the same time, okay, in the year 369 to 365, Philip went to Thebes to study military innovation under the best generals in Greece. All right? And here I would extrapolate and say they're teenagers. They're going to further their education, right? And learn the best scientific and military innovations in order to bring back to Macedon. And this happens all the time, right? In the 1980s, China sent its best and brightest to America to study science. Okay? So we can also surmise that even while they were away, they were still in contact with each other. All right? Now, in 359, Philip became regent, or basically king. And from then on, he started this massive military campaign to conquer all of Greece. Now, one thing that was interesting about Philip's conquest of Greece was the Athenians didn't really oppose him. Okay? And this is one of the great mysteries historians struggle with. Why is it that Philip II is going around, he's conquering all these places that are in conflict with Athens, and Athens doesn't really resist, all right? And one possible theory is Well, Philip II just bribed all these Athenian aristocrats. In fact, the man who most opposed Philip, this Athenian statesman named Demosthenes, he actually said this in speeches. He said, listen, I'm telling you right now, Philip tried to bribe me. Okay? And I know Philip's bribing all my opponents. But I'm telling you, Athenians, Philip is a menace to democracy. And that's why we must oppose him. All right? So we can surmise that Philip was bribing these Athenians to support him, and that's why there's so little Athenian resistance to Philip. If that's the case, then who's the middleman? Who's the person who's in contact with these Athenian aristocrats? Aristotle, right? Why? Because, remember, Aristotle was at the academy for 20 years. The academy in Athens at that time is like Harvard, Oxford today, right? It's where all the rich and powerful go to study. So for 20 years, Aristotle was in contact and became friends with the most powerful individuals in Athens. And that's why when Philip needed to negotiate with the Athenians, it would make the most sense to send Aristotle. Okay, does that make sense? And then we know that Philip united Greece in 338, and in 335, 3 years later, Aristotle started a new school in Athens in competition with the academy called the Lyceum. Okay? So what is the purpose of the Lyceum? Okay? So that's what I will discuss next. But does that make sense? There are direct parallels between the lives of Aristotle and Philip. And we can guess or extrapolate or deduce that Aristotle and Philip were very close throughout their lives and they were helping each other, okay? Does that make sense? Okay, so now the question then is, why was Philip going around conquering all of Greece? Well, Philip had a vision for the world. And it's called something we call the Pan-Hellenic Project. Okay, so Pan-Hellenic Project. Okay, so at this time and throughout most of its history, Greece was divided into city-states all around the world. Okay, mainly in mainland Greece, but also across the Aegean in Asia Minor, Anatolia. Okay, across all these different islands and into North Africa and across the Adriatic, also into Italy as well. Okay, so you have this sprawling Greek world. And there were many who believed that this Greek world should unite together because there's a common ancestry. All right? So it's a dream of many philosophers that a great man of history would arise and unite all of Greece by basically defeating Persia. And Philip II said, hey, that's a great idea, and it should be me. Okay? But the problem is the Pan-Hellenic Project assumes a common Greek identity. And it didn't really exist at that time. In fact, Greeks probably had more common with their local cultures than with each other, right? So if you were a Greek living in Asia Minor, you were probably more Persian than you were Greek. Okay? So in other words, Philip needed someone, a censor basically, to create a Greek identity. Right? And the way you do that is by taking all this vast universe of knowledge that the Greeks created, right? And you create an encyclopedia or a series of textbooks that define what it means to be Greek. Right? You standardize and you systemize Greek knowledge. Does that make sense? And so that's probably what Aristotle was doing when he started the Lyceum. He had lots of students. Okay?
This is like chief on D, like standardizing weights and measures.
Yeah, so throughout history, all conquerors did this. Okay? Because that was because by standardizing and systemizing knowledge was the best way for you to co-opt the elite and to showcase your legitimacy. Okay? Otherwise, the intellectual elite would think of you as a barbarian conqueror. All right? And the best way that you co-opt the intellectual elite is by showcasing a new systematic knowledge. Okay? Does that make sense? All right. So the problem is that in 336, Philip was assassinated, and his son Alexander came to the throne. And as we discussed last class, Alexander had a very different vision from his father. His father wanted to unite the Greek world. Alexander wanted to conquer the entire world to show he was superior to his father. Okay? And unbelievably, incredibly, he was able to do so, conquer most of the world in about 10 years' time. So now, suddenly, you have this sprawling empire all around the world, okay? So let's just sketch out how vast this new empire was. Okay, so you have, Greece and Macedon, right, okay? So that's the Greek homeland. Thank you. That's the Greek homeland, right? But hey, over here, you have Anatolia. This is Mesopotamia. Over here is Afghanistan. Oh, sorry. It should be Iran. Sorry, Iran, Afghanistan, and then you also reach as far as Pakistan. Okay, and down here you have the Levant, and you have Egypt. All right, this was not supposed to happen. Philip and the Pan-Hellenic project imagine like their conquest would extend up around here, okay? Because you're uniting the Greek world. Alexander went too far, and now you've conquered most of the known world, okay? Then Alexander died, and then the empire was divided into 3 major fragments. Over here, you have something called the Integument Empire, okay, the Integument dynasty, okay? So that's one piece of the empire. Down here, you have Ptolemy. Okay? Ptolemy was one of Alexander's generals, and he took over Egypt. And over here, you have something called the Seleucid Empire, founded, of course, by the general Seleucus. Okay? And over here, you have other smaller kingdoms as well. So you have this vast empire. And this is something that was unplanned and unexpected. Now that you've conquered these places, your concern or your problem is, how do we govern? Okay? So you need a new culture. And so these different generals adopted different strategies. So for example, here, the Persian culture is extremely well established, and the Seleucid king and his heirs decided a process of localization, okay? Or another word we can use is syncretization. Syncretization, okay? Meaning 2 different religions or 2 different cultures come together and coalesce together, okay? So throughout the Seleucid Empire, it was really a process of syncretization. The Greeks adapted themselves to local customs and to local culture. Okay? At the same time, the Greeks were conquerors, so they still needed to maintain a coherent identity. Okay? So it made sense for them to adopt a lot of Aristotle's work. Okay? Because remember, Aristotle was creating a Pan-Hellenic identity. And so he basically created a lot of textbooks. He basically created an encyclopedia. So it made sense for them to import Aristotle's works. Also, what's important is, remember, Aristotle was Macedonian. And for the longest time, Greeks did not consider Macedonians to be Greek. Okay, this is why it's called the Pan-Hellenic project, not the Pan-Greek project. Also, Greeks were very condescending towards Macedonians because they saw Macedonians as barbarians. So it was in the best interest of these new Macedonian conquerors to exaggerate or to highlight the intellectual contributions of Aristotle. Okay? Does that make sense? Right? Ptolemy Egypt was very different. Okay? Egyptian culture has been around for thousands of years. And Egyptians are very proud of their culture. And this is a problem because you're very proud of your local culture. You don't like foreign rulers. And this is something that the Persian Empire struggled with throughout the centuries that it dominated Egypt. Okay? The Persians were famous for their openness and tolerance. Basically, you were allowed to practice your own religion. And they were very supportive of that, okay? The most famous example are the Jews, right? Who the Persians supported in rebuilding the Second Temple. We'll get to the Jews later on. But because the Persians were so supportive of local culture in Egypt, the Egyptians rebelled against Persia many, many times. So Ptolemy and his hearers didn't want to make the same mistake. Okay? They wanted to impose a new culture on the Egyptians in order to show that they were superior and therefore more divine than the Egyptians. Okay? So Ptolemy, he did many things that started this process. The first thing that he did was he stole Alexander's body from Babylon, where he died, and brought it back to Egypt. Okay? Because the Egyptians saw Alexander as a god, as the son of a god, right? So to establish legitimacy in Egypt, Ptolemy went on a military expedition and stole the body of Alexander, which started something called the War of the Diokai, okay? Basically the successor wars. That's the first thing he did. Second thing that he did was he established a new capital in Alexandria called Alexandria. Okay? So this was mainly a Greek city. It was a new Greek city founded by Alexander. And this is where they housed Alexander's body. And the third thing that he did was he started to sponsor something we call today the museon. Okay? The museon is the root of the English word museum. But the museon was really the world's first research university. So Ptolemy and his hearers brought together the greatest Greek scholars in the world to basically continue the work of Aristotle, to standardize and systemize Greek culture so that they can impose it on the local Egyptian culture. Okay, does that make sense? All right? And the most famous aspect of the museum is the Library of Alexandria. And the Ptolemies spent a lot of money on the Library of Alexandria, mainly by going around and collecting original manuscripts. All right, so a representative went to Athens and said, we at the Library of Alexandria would like the original copies, the original manuscripts for Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides, the three great playwrights. And the Athenians were like, we can't do that because they're like gods here, okay? We're not going to give you our original manuscripts. And the Egyptians said, all we're going to do is we're going to take these manuscripts back to the Library of Alexandria, where our scribes will copy them out. Okay? That's all we're going to do. And then we'll give it back to you. And as a guarantee, we're going to give you like 15 talents of silver. Okay? And that's like $1 billion back then. The Athenians have never seen so much money. So Athenians will say, well, okay, well, if it's just to spread Greek culture, we can actually deal with that, okay? So we'll take the deposit, 15 talents, and we'll give you the manuscripts. The Egyptians took the manuscripts, placed it in the Library of Alexandria, and said, hey, Athenians, keep the money. Okay? Because the Egyptians, under Ptolemy, were focused on turning the Library of Alexandria and Alexandria into the intellectual capital of the Greek world. All right? And so what happened was that after Alexander died and his generals took over, the Pan-Hellenic project really became what we call the Pan-Hellenistic project. Okay? it went from uniting the Greek world into spreading Greek culture all around the world. And that's why we have Greek culture still with us today, okay? Because of this process. So let's go back to the original paradox, all right? Why? There are three paradoxes, right? The first paradox is, why do we have nothing original from Aristotle? The answer is because Aristotle didn't write anything original. He stole everything from other thinkers. And he had his students copy it out in manuscript form. Okay? Does that make sense? Second is, why are his works so diverse? Why is the range so great? And the answer is because he was trying to capture the essence of Greek knowledge. Okay? He was trying to unify Greek knowledge into an encyclopedia for dissemination around the world. Okay? And the third thing is, okay, the most interesting thing is, why is Aristotle's philosophy so different from Plato's worldview? Okay, that's a really interesting question. Why are they so different? Okay, so let's switch our perspective and ask ourselves, if you were a king of Macedon, if you're Philip or Alexander, what's your problem with Plato's philosophy? You have a problem. What is it? Any guesses? You're Alexander, you're Philip. You really hate Plato. Why? Why? Well, the problem with Plato is, you go to Plato, you're Alexander, you go to Plato and says, I want to conquer the world, right? Plato would say, what's the point? It's all not real, Alexander. You're just wasting your time. You can conquer the world, but all you're doing is conquering a shadow. What's real is the form of the good, right? Alexander, study mathematics, man. Okay? Do more math. Stop going around and killing people. Do more math. Right? And we know what Alexander would do here, right? Alexander would probably cut off Plato's head. So Alexander and Philip hate this thing, right? This thing is idiotic. I want to conquer the world, but this philosophy is telling me it's pointless. What matters is mathematics. What matters is philosophy. All right? Now, let's now compare this with Aristotle's prime mover theory, right? What Aristotle is saying is everything is motion, and what is good is if you fulfill your purpose. Right? Now, if you're Alexander or Philip, this makes more sense. I'm Philip. My purpose is to unite the Greek world. And the more I unite, the more good I'm doing for this world. Right? Also, if you're a king, you want your citizens, your soldiers, your workers to work hard, right? Well, for Plato, working hard is just useless. You're imitating an imitation, right? When you create art. But here, working hard is what gives you purpose. It's what gives you happiness, okay? So Aristotle also promoted two major concepts. The first is arete. Second is eudaimonia. Okay? Arete is just excellence. Okay? Your Alexander has arete because he's an excellent general. When you have arete and you are achieving your purpose, then you achieve eudaimonia, okay, which is just flourishing or happiness. And that's the purpose of life, to have arete and to achieve eudaimonia. So work hard. Okay? Fight for Alexander. Support him as he conquers the world, because he's making the world better. Okay, does that make sense?
Yeah, kind of a quick question about that. So if I'm a soldier and my purpose is to be a good soldier, am I not like approaching the form of the good, that there's this ideal soldier out there, and the closer I can get to that
Okay, that's a great question. Okay, yeah, thanks, Doug. Okay, all right. So the question then is, if I'm a soldier and I'm working hard and winning battles, am I not approaching from the good? And the answer is, for Plato, it's not. The reason why is, whatever you do in this material world is pointless. Okay, because this material world, it's not real. So whatever you do is not real. Does that make sense? Okay? So what you need to do is return to the form of the good. But your body can't do that. Your soul can do that. So your use of the body is pointless. You have to use your soul. You have to use your mind. All right? Therefore, you have to be a good person. Therefore, you have to engage in philosophy and mathematics. And that's how you return to the form of the good. Your use of the body, you're just deluding yourself, okay? Right? And if you engage in art, then you are deluding others, and that's more evil. If you're Alexander and you're conquering others and forcing them to believe your fake philosophy, then you're committing the most evil in the world. Does that make sense? All right. All right. So, yeah. All right. So this is my theory of how to best resolve the three paradoxes of Aristotle. Okay, does that make sense? He was basically a censor who was working for Philip and Alexander. And he was trying to develop a pan-Hellenistic identity in order to unite the world they conquered. Okay? So that's my argument. Any questions about this overall argument? Does it make sense to you guys? Okay?
I've got a few questions.
Go ahead. Yeah, thank you. All right, go ahead.
So one of the questions is, how do we know he didn't write his works? Because I think a few things might come up from...
That's a great question. Yeah, okay. All right, so how do we know he didn't write any of his works? Okay, the answer is this. When you write something, you're actually manifesting your thought, right? But your thought comes from your personality. So if you look at any work of genius, it's original and unique. Okay, does that make sense? In other words, if you read Shakespeare, guess what? There's no other Shakespeare in the world. If you try to imitate Shakespeare, you look like an idiot. Okay? Homer is unique. Plato is unique. There's no point in trying to imitate them. You can't do it because you are not them. Okay? Now, when you look at Aristotle, there's something unique about Aristotle. So, when you read Plato, The Republic, there are certain ideas that stand out, like allegory of the cave. Okay? There's certain phrases that capture your imagination. That doesn't exist with Aristotle's text. Okay? They're written like textbooks. So the argument for the longest time was Aristotle did write his own books, but they were lost to us. And his students had to reassemble his thinking from their own memory. Okay? So yeah, that's how we know. But this is generally agreed upon. We have nothing that Aristotle wrote originally.
Okay? So maybe the follow-up question then would be, it's just as possible that his ideas were politically expedient for the empire, and they could have been co-opted by forces outside of Aristotle's personal control.
That's right.
Is that as much of a valid theory as that he's in the project himself? Or?
Yeah. Okay. So thank you, Doug. Okay. Yeah. So there are many different possibilities of how Aristotle can become so influential. Okay. The first possibility is, as I argue, he was actually a partner of Philip's. That they were both trying to promote the Pan-Hellenic project. Okay, that's the first possibility. But another possibility is, as Doug says, he was just a philosopher. He was a student of Plato's. He was very smart, and he was a very good teacher. And after Alexander and his generals conquered the world, they needed like a symbol of Macedonian cultural superiority. And they just decided upon Aristotle because it was most convenient, right? So that's another possibility. Okay?
Yeah, because like one of the, just from the chart I'm projecting too much onto his dad. But his dad was a physician, right? A doctor, right?
That's right.
And that's like, if that's your approach to the world, you are going to be much more of a materialist. Like if you're looking what's wrong with my body, like Plato's not going to be any help for that, right? But
Right.
being much more down to earth and grounded, and that's going to come out from being a physician's son. And I know a lot of the writers that I like were formerly doctors, like Anton Chekhov.
Yep.
And so, kind of coming from the Russian world where there was all these big philosophical novelists, and Chekhov comes into that world as just like the down to earth, grounded, common sense. This is how we live
Yep.
in the world.
Exactly. So yeah. So it is entirely possible that Aristotle was a materialist because that was just his personality, right? The influence from his father, who was a physician, okay? But that creates another problem, which is if you are so opposed to Plato's understanding of the world, right? Because you're a materialist and he's a dualist, why were you studying under Plato for 20 years? Does that make sense? So that creates another problem. All right. So another thing I want to point out is, okay, how we have Aristotle's works today. There are three different possibilities. Okay. The first possibility is that Aristotle, in his lifetime, he organized his students and created this encyclopedia. Okay. And it's no different from professors at universities today, right? Professors who are scientists, they actually do very little of the original research. They have the students do it, but they're the ones who supervise the entire process, okay? So it's possible, that's the first possibility. Aristotle was supervising the work of creating a Greek identity. The second possibility is after Aristotle died, his students start to recall his lectures. And that's why so much of his work is fragmentary, okay? We don't have complete manuscripts. And the third possibility, okay, and it's entirely possible, is Aristotle is a fiction created by scholars at the Library of Alexandria, okay? So it's really the scholars at the Library of Alexandria who created Aristotle. And they did so by synthesizing all this work, and then they attributed it to Aristotle in order to create the legend of this philosopher. Okay? Does that make sense?
There's some interesting overlaps here with Confucius, right?
Yeah. Okay. So let's have an argument about Confucius. Let's have a discussion about Confucius, okay? But I want to very quickly talk about the Greek legacy. Because even though we can argue back and forth about Aristotle and his provenance, what is not debatable is the profound influence that Aristotle had on the world. Okay? We can argue if Aristotle was the original writer or the original thinker. Well, what is not debatable is the tremendous influence he had on the entire world. Okay? So there are three aspects of the Greek legacy I want to discuss. The first aspect is the Greeks created a new way of being human. All right? So let's look at the major thinkers. You have Homer. You have the playwrights, Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides. And then you have the philosophers like Plato and Aristotle. All right. So the Greeks created a new way of being human. What do I mean by that? Homer was an oral bard. Okay? He would get up in front of audiences, and he would, for hours, recite this beautiful poetry about the Trojan War, the Iliad. Okay? And in the process, listening to Homer created empathy and imagination, right? Because the point of listening to Homer was to enter Homer's world and become Achilles or Odysseus. And through this process, you became a different person. And therefore, you learned empathy, but you also expanded your imagination. Okay? So that's what Homer did for the Greeks. Then you have Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides. And what they did that was different is, rather than sing directly at the audience, they had the characters face each other in a dialogue and a debate. Okay? And by doing this, what happens is you create the capacity for perspective and inner debate, right? Because before you were part of the story. Now you have to step back and judge the story, okay? There's a debate going on. You have to switch perspectives in order to understand the characters. And this creates the capacity for an inner monologue, okay? An inner debate in you. And then you have Plato and Aristotle. What Plato did that was unique was he took all the dialogue in the play and he transported it onto the page. But now you're reading it by yourself and you have the benefit of time. Okay? And so this creates a capacity for reason and reflection. Okay? You can sort of reason out if the words make sense to you. You are no longer influenced by the crowd or the emotions of the actor. You can just look at the words themselves and judge them on their own merit. You also have the capacity now to reflect, meaning you can go back to the words over and over the course of your lifetime to constantly reflect on their meaning and logic, okay? You understand? So when you add these three things together, Homer created the capacity for empathy and imagination. The playwright created the capacity for inner debate and perspective. The philosophers create the capacity for reason and reflection. You now have a new human mind, okay? And when you study all of them, this is what we call ultimately a liberal arts education. All right? And guess what? Our greatest thinkers came to us through the liberal arts. All right? So in the future, we'll study people like Kant, Hume, Hegel, okay? Just the greatest thinkers of the past 200 years. What was common about them is they all read the Greeks. And that was just their education. All right? So this is the first legacy of the Greeks, a new way of being and seeing. Okay? Does that make sense? Second thing is, now that you have this Greek world, okay, the Greeks need to establish a cohesive cultural identity. And they did that by promoting a Greek education. Okay? But not only that, but they had to bring in local people into this education. So one major function of the Library of Alexandria was to standardize and systemize Greek knowledge. And they did this by standardizing the text. Okay? So there are different texts of Homer. The text of Homer that we have today was developed by the people at the Library of Alexandria, okay? Standardization. They also did something called commentaries. So commentaries are basically like teacher handbooks, okay? They teach you how to teach this stuff. And they created like footnotes and chapters and page numbers, codices, indexes, okay? So the point was to make Greek education available and accessible to anyone. All right? And what this means is we in China now can actually read Homer, Aeschylus, and Plato for ourselves, even though we are not culturally Greek. Right? And that's the benefit of the Pan-Hellenistic project. All right? And the third major benefit is Greek knowledge meant a global revolution in innovation, okay? And what I mean by that is, remember, Greek knowledge is being spread all around the world, and then they're interacting with powerful local cultures. And through the process of synchronization, new forms of knowledge are being created, okay? So the Greeks spread their knowledge to India, and now it's interacting with local Indian philosophy and religion, including new ideas, right? So the most famous synchronization is in the Levant, Greek knowledge was being spread to the Jews, okay? And so when you put the Greeks and the Jews together, you have a new idea that would forever revolutionize human history, and it's called Christianity. Right? So Christianity would not have been possible if it were not for the work of Aristotle. Okay? All right. So those are the three major legacies of the Greeks. And so it is, I think it's perfectly fair to say the Greeks were the most influential and consequential civilization of all time. They're certainly the most creative. No other civilization even comes close to their creativity. Right? Okay, so that's it. Any questions? Okay, so we are finished with the Greeks. Next class, we start a new unit on Rome, Roman history. All right, so great. Okay, so we start Rome today, and we will spend the next 4 classes on the rise of the Roman Republic, and then the rise of the Roman Empire. So Rome, traditionally, we believe Rome was founded in the year 753 BCE, but we don't know, okay? That's just what tradition says. That's what the Romans believe, but we actually don't know, okay? So around this time, Rome, it's just like a small, insignificant kingdom in the middle of Italy, okay? It was founded on the Tiber. This is Rome. And it's part of Italy called the Latin area, okay? So these people are known as the Latins. Now at this time, and over the next centuries, Rome would be a small, poor kingdom, always at war with its neighbors, okay? Primarily the Sabines over here, and then you have other tribes as well. At this time, the dominant civilization is what we call the Etruscans. And the Etruscans are the most advanced civilization in Italy during this time. And it is very similar to Greece in that there are different city-states, and they trade with each other. And because they are by the sea, they are able to access cultures and ideas and goods from all around the world, okay? Then across the Mediterranean, you have a place called Carthage. Here is Italy, Sicily, okay? An island called Sicily. Sicily is important because it's basically the main island of the Mediterranean. So if you want to control the Mediterranean Sea and the trade, you have to control Sicily, all right? So across the sea is Carthage. And Carthage is it's a colony of Phoenicia, which is in the Levant, okay? And over the next few hundred years, Carthage would become the dominant economic power of the Mediterranean because they're very good at trade and they're very good at sailing. Okay, so they'll travel and sail all around the world and found new colonies, and slowly they'll build up their own little empire across the Mediterranean. And they are, for the longest time, the wealthiest city in Europe, basically. Okay? And of course, over here are the Greeks, right? And we spend a lot of time discussing the Greeks. So around this time, about 500 BCE, if you would look at these 3 major civilizations, right? Or sorry, actually, there's actually 4, right? The Etruscans, the Greeks, the Carthaginians, and then you have these Romans. No one could expect or predict that the Romans would become the great empire that it did become, right? So what we will look at the first class is, how did Rome become so powerful? And the easy answer is, it's good at war. It's really good at war. And then the question then is, well, why is it good at war? Why is it better than the Greeks or the Carthaginians? And the answer is, because the Romans are not afraid to die, and because the Romans have a different conception of citizenship than the Greeks. Okay, remember the Greeks were extremely jealous of citizenship. It was very hard to become an Athenian. It was very hard to become a Spartan. You basically have to be born into the polis. Same thing with the Carthaginians. They were not as strict as the Greeks, but they were pretty inflexible as well. They're very proud of being a citizen. Rome, because it was the poorest and smallest, it had no choice. If you wanted to immigrate to Rome, they welcome you as a citizen. And as such, they could, throughout its history, draw on the vast manpower pool in the surrounding areas. Okay? And as such, with their almost unlimited manpower resources, they could eventually overwhelm the Greeks and the Carthaginians and become the dominant power in the Mediterranean by about 200 BC. Okay, that's the easy answer, and that's what most historians and most scholars believe. But I want to be more precise. Okay, I want to show you that ultimately it's the value system, or what is known as the character of these different civilizations, that ultimately determine their fate and future. Okay, does that make sense? All right. So about 500 BCE, Rome becomes a republic, and at this time, the Etruscan culture is dominating Rome. In fact, for 3 out of Rome's 7 kings previously were Etruscan. Okay, so culturally and traditionally speaking, the Etruscans have this huge impact on Rome. But because Rome is very good at war, it's slowly able to expand and conquer the Etruscans and basically control all of Italy. Okay? And because the Romans are expansionists by nature, they are a warlike people, they are basically a war machine, they now want to control Sicily and the coast. Okay? And this brings them into conflict with the Greeks. Because remember, the Greeks, when they build colonies, they build it either on islands or near the coast, because that's what allows them to trade and also connect with the Greek diaspora around the Mediterranean and the Aegean. Okay? And in about 280, the Greeks in southern Italy, they call for help. And remember, at this time, the Greek world is dominant throughout the world. Okay? So Alexander conquered most of the world, and his generals now control most of the territory. And one of the successors to Alexander, his name is Pyrrhus, okay? He decides this is an opportunity for him to build his own empire. So he responds to the Greeks who call for help against Rome, okay? So Rome is threatening the Greeks in southern Italy. The Greeks are asking for help from the compatriots. Pyrrhus comes with an army to help his compatriots. And remember, at this time, the Greeks have the best military in the world because of the hoplite phalanx. And Pyrrhus is destroying the Romans. Battle after battle, Pyrrhus is destroying and decimating the Romans. Eventually, Pyrrhus says this: wow, I'm winning so many wars, I'm winning so many battles, and if I continue to win battles, I will be completely out of men. I will have no more soldiers left. Okay, and this is where the phrase Pyrrhic victory comes from, right? You can win, but the costs of victory are so high, you might as well have lost. All right? And so what this means is, even though the Romans were militarily inferior to the Greeks, the Romans weren't afraid to die, and they inflicted so many casualties on the Greeks that the Greeks eventually had to withdraw, okay? And this will start many centuries of war between the Romans and the Greeks. Remember, at this time, in the beginning, the Greeks are wealthier, more numerous, and more militarily dominant than the Romans. But eventually, because of the Roman way of war, Rome will eventually conquer the Greeks, okay? So that's the Greeks. Eventually, the Romans went to Sicily, and this brings them into direct conflict with Carthage. And this starts what is called the First Punic War. Now, there's a problem. Carthage is a naval power. Rome is a land power. Rome has no navy. So what Rome does is, slowly over time, it builds its own navy. And at first, it sucks. They lose a lot of ships. And so the Romans build more ships. And they get slaughtered by the Carthaginians at sea. So they build more ships and more ships and more ships. And eventually, they overwhelm the Carthaginians. And so after 20 years of war, in what is called the First Punic War, Rome becomes a dominant naval power in the Mediterranean. Carthage becomes second. Then something strange happens, okay? Carthage, it is a trading power, it is a maritime power, and while it's able to dominate its neighbors, okay, it establishes an empire in northern Africa and in Spain, it loses a lot of wars against the Greeks and the Romans, who are just better warriors, okay? But then the Carthaginians produce a man named Hannibal Barca. And Hannibal Barca is considered by many military historians to be the greatest general who ever lived. As a military strategist, Hannibal had no competitor, okay? And Hannibal Barca, he hates Rome with a passion. He understands this. He understands that Rome is fundamentally an expansionist military power. Rome will not stop until it has conquered the world. So even though technically Carthage and Rome are at peace, eventually Rome will come for Carthage. So it is better to take the fight to Rome first than to wait for Rome to come to you. Okay? Now, Carthage at this time, it is basically a republic like Rome. And it's run by something called Council of Elders. Okay, and these are the wealthiest citizens in Carthage. And there's elements of democracy and oligarchy as well, but it's primarily republic, okay? It's run by these people. And these are merchants. These are wealthy people. War is bad for business, okay? So they were not supportive of Hannibal in his desire for war against Rome. So Hannibal did two things, okay? The first thing is he was in charge of silver mines in Spain. And what he did was he conquered a lot of Spanish territory for Carthage. And so he was able to amass more wealth. He took this wealth and he used it to basically bribe the Council of Elders to leave him alone, okay, and to support his military adventures in Spain. And again, these are business people. If it's profitable, they will support you. And then what Hannibal did was he did something that was unimaginable before. He took his army and he crossed the Alps, okay? He crossed the Alps, sorry, the Alps are here, into Italy. He is now at Rome's doorstep. And again, before Hannibal did this, it was thought impossible to cross the Alps, especially in winter, with an army, okay? But Hannibal did that. He lost a lot of men and elephants, war elephants, in his crossing, but he was able to cross. And when he crossed, he was able to summon a lot of allies to his side, okay? Because Rome was at war with everyone in Italy and with the Gauls to the north of Italy and France, okay? So Rome had a lot of enemies. And so Hannibal was able to replenish his forces once he landed in Italy. He was also a very charismatic speaker, a great general. Okay. Rome heard about this, and at first Romans were shocked, but they weren't scared. Rome is a war machine. Okay, so they decided to send an army against Hannibal, and army after army failed against Hannibal. Hannibal was able to defeat Roman soldiers and armies using superior military tactics and strategies, okay? Then the Romans decide, you know what? Here's what we're going to do. We'll take 2 years off, and we're going to build the world's largest army, okay? 80,000 men. And at this time, Hannibal had about 40,000 men. And then we'll take these 80,000 soldiers, and we'll just throw at Hannibal and crush Hannibal, and the war will be over, okay? And that's the strategy. That's just the Roman way. Okay? The Romans are not creative. They are just brutal, bold, and direct. Okay, that's just their way of war. And so Hannibal meets this 80,000 soldier army at a place called Cannae, and they fight something called the Battle of Cannae in 216 BCE. And this is the most famous battle in human history. Okay? Remember, the Romans outnumber Hannibal 2-1. And what Hannibal does is he decides on a place to face the Romans. Okay? And in this place, it's a small valley. And so even though the Romans are numerically superior because the valley is small, they're forced to march in a straight line as opposed in a wide line, okay? If you have more numbers, you want to march in a wide line, but because of the geography, they're forced to march in a straight long line, okay? So they're marching this way. Hannibal is uphill with his army, and he does something strange. He organizes his army not in a straight line, but in a concave line. Okay, like this, concave. And the Romans look at this and they laugh because they've never seen anything like this before. And they think it's a sign of weakness. It means the military under Hannibal, it's undisciplined. They're just amateurs. This war will be over in an hour. Okay? So the Romans are marching confidently against Hannibal. They're attacking. On the wings of both armies are the horsemen, the cavalry, okay? So what happens as the Romans march against Hannibal is Hannibal sends his cavalry against the Roman cavalry. And they overwhelm the Roman cavalry, okay? And now they're turning back in to attack the flank or the back. Meanwhile, the Roman attack, it's so powerful, the surge is so strong that the concave of Hannibal's army turns upside down. Okay? It turns upside down. When it does so, it traps the Roman army in a circle. Okay? Do you see this? Okay? Now they are inside a circle, and the army is coming around and attacking from the back. Okay? Militarily, we call this the double envelopment strategy. Okay? Double envelopment strategy. And so the Romans are circled completely, and what follows is the greatest massacre in history, militarily, until World War I. The army of 80,000 that the Romans sent lost almost 70,000 men. 70,000 men died that day. And again, no military would lose so much men until World War I, when they had much larger armies, like millions of people, and when they had like machine guns. All right? So this is like the greatest military disaster in human history up to this point. The disaster is so great that right now Rome has lost 20%, okay? 20% of its adult male population. To put that in context, in World War I, the Germans lost anywhere between 10 to 15% of their adult male population before they were forced to surrender to the Allies. Okay? So Rome has lost 20%. It's lost a third of the Senate. The Senate is the highest governing body of Rome. So a third of their leadership is dead. At the same time, Hannibal is able to convince the Greeks to start a second front against the Romans. Okay? So at this point, the war is basically over. And Hannibal sends envoys to Rome and says, listen, the war is over. I'm willing to negotiate a peace settlement. I am willing to negotiate peace terms. And then something strange happens. And this is unique in human history. Okay? The Roman Senate, they come together and they discuss the situation. It's bleak. It's hopeless. But they're Romans. Romans do not surrender. So the Senate told Hannibal, we will continue the war. We will raise another army. If you want to come attack us, come. We will be ready for you. And this is completely unexpected, okay? Hannibal does not know what to do. And this war continues, and this again is 216. This war continues for another 15 years, and then 15 years later, the Romans have won. They destroyed the Carthaginian presence in Spain, and they've conquered, and they've landed in Africa and forced Carthage to surrender. All right? Okay, so this is a mystery. Why did the Romans not surrender? And how were the Romans able to defeat not just the Carthaginians, but also the Greeks? And also, like, everyone else, okay? Because at that time, Hannibal basically united the entire world against Rome, and Rome, in the end, even though it was very costly, right? They did win. So that's a mystery. Okay? So, first thing we need to understand is traditional military doctrine about who wins wars, it's basically wrong. Traditionally, we understand the military about three things. Okay? Manpower. How many soldiers do you have? Technology. How good are your weapons? And resources. How wealthy are you? Okay? Traditionally, we've understood war making. Like, if you're good at war, you will have these three things, okay? Lots of soldiers, lots of technology, and lots of money. And if you analyze it this way, then Rome should be no match against Carthage, right? Carthage is a lot wealthier. It has more technology. It has the greatest general in Hannibal. But then at the same time, the Athenians should not have been able to defeat the Persians. At the same time, Alexander and the Macedonians should not have been able to defeat the Persians. In fact, throughout human history, we have a lot of instances, cases where smaller armies have been able to defeat much larger armies. So think of Genghis Khan, think of Muhammad, okay? So clearly this is wrong. But if this is wrong, what is a better way to understand military strength? Well, I would argue how strong a military is based on three criteria. The first is cohesion. Do the soldiers like and identify with each other? Are they united? Okay, cohesion. Second is the idea of discipline. How well trained and experienced are they? And the third is devotion. How committed are they to winning? Okay? So if you want to see how powerful a nation is militarily, you have to ask yourself these three questions. Are they cohesive? Are they disciplined? Are they devoted? Okay? And I would also argue that each nation has a certain culture, a certain value system, which gives it a certain character. And this character will tell you if they are likely to win a war or not, okay? All right, so let's examine briefly the characteristics of Rome as opposed to the Greeks and the Carthaginians, okay? So let's do a table. Let's just say, okay, you have Greeks, you have Carthage, you have Rome. All right, we know a lot about the Greeks. And there are three major concepts that define Greek culture, okay? All right, so the first question is, what makes you a good person? For the Greeks, it was the idea of arete. Okay, arete just means excellence. You could be an asshole, you could be a jerk, but if you have arete, like you have talent, then you're a good person, okay? And the arete that the Greeks are most concerned about is the ability to speak well and the ability to fight well, okay? That's arete. Second is, what is the thing that matters to you, okay? The most valuable thing in your life. Well, why do you fight? Well, for the Greeks, it was the idea of freedom. Okay? And for them, the idea of freedom means the ability to speak your mind in front of your peers. Okay? The freedom of speech, basically. And the last question for the Greeks is, what is the purpose of life? Okay? And here the Greeks have an easy answer. It's eudaimonia. Remember, eudaimonia is Greek for flourishing. You can only be happy as a person if you are achieving your true potential, if you are flourishing as a person. Okay? So, that's Greek culture. And if you think about it, this explains why the Greeks were the most creative civilization in human history, right? They're very creative. At the same time, they're also very selfish, right? And that's why they were never able to come together, except in times of national emergency, like when the Persians invaded. And only then, but even then, only a few of the Greek city-states came together, and some even joined the Persians, okay? So the Greeks are notorious for being creative, but also for being selfish. So that's Greek culture. Now let's look at the Carthaginians, okay? Now, unfortunately, we don't know anything about the Carthaginians. The reason why is Rome wiped Carthage out of history, okay? Rome destroyed Carthage, killed everyone, and erased Carthage from the history books. But we do know they are a mercantile empire, meaning they are focused on trade. We also know that in their political system, it's the wealthiest citizens who have the most political power, okay? And so they are basically a merchant culture, a mercantile culture. And from that, we can make certain guesses about their value system, okay? So what is good for the Carthaginians? It's the idea of being lucky, right? You succeed in life if you're lucky. That's how business people are, right? And that's why they're very superstitious. The Carthaginians are notorious for being extremely religious and superstitious. And one example of this is, of all these major civilizations, the Carthaginians are known for practicing human sacrifice. In fact, in times of war, they will even go as far as practicing child sacrifice, killing children and sacrificing them to the gods in return for divine favor in times of war, okay? So they are known for focusing on fortune and luck. What do they care about? They care about their own interests, right? What's profitable? What's their purpose in life? Accumulating wealth. Right? Does that make sense? Because these are business people. They're merchants. So that's how they structure their society and their culture. And that's why, for most of their history, they were extremely wealthy, okay? They were notorious for being extremely clever business people who made a lot of money for themselves. Okay? Rome, let's look at Rome, okay? What is good for them? What's a good person? The answer is piety. Piety just means duty to the gods to the city, Rome, and to your father. Okay? They believed heavily in filial piety. The best person was someone who practiced filial piety. Okay? What did they think was most valuable in their lives? It's the idea of liberty. Okay? But liberty is a different conception for the Romans than for the Greeks. Remember, for the Greeks, what mattered was the opportunity and the ability to speak your mind in front of your peers. Okay? That's what freedom was. The Romans believed liberty was about respecting the law, the institutions, and the history of Rome. But it is only by respecting the law could you be free. Otherwise, we'd all just be savages, okay? That's your conception of liberty. Now, the last question then is, what's the purpose of life? And for the Romans, what really mattered to them is the idea of re publica. Re publica. This is Latin. And it's translated as usually public virtue, for the public good. Okay? And this is where we get the term republic from. And so for Romans, the highest honor, the highest privilege, the purpose of life was to serve Rome and make it stronger and better. Okay? Does that make sense? Standing for political office and being head of the military was the highest honor Rome could bestow on you. That was the entire point of your life. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay? So if we just do a compare and contrast, we could easily figure out, oh, it's the Roman ethical system that will allow them the most cohesion, discipline, and devotion in their military. And therefore, over time, in a war, the Romans should be able to defeat both the Carthaginians and the Greeks. Okay, does that matter? Does that make sense to you? Okay. Any questions so far? Is this clear, my argument? Carthaginians. Yeah.
How do we know they're merchants?
Okay. All right. So Rome, in the Third Punic War, from 149 to 146, they would go and destroy Carthage. They would burn it to the ground. And then they would burn all the books that Carthage ever produced. So we don't have anything written by them. But we have a lot written by Greeks and Romans, right? These Greeks and Romans were always in conflict with the Carthaginians. And what's interesting for us is, before all this conflict started in about 300 BCE, the Romans and the Greeks had nice things to say about the Carthaginians. Okay? They were good fighters, they were brave, they were very prosperous. Carthage was like the wealthiest city in the world. Okay? They had all these praises for Carthage. And after, when war started between the Carthaginians and the Romans, then they focused on like child sacrifice. The Carthaginians were offended the gods because they practiced child sacrifice, which is barbaric, and that's why the gods smited Carthage. Okay? Remember, back at this time in human history, we didn't believe in human agency. Everything was ordained by the gods. Okay? So if Carthage is destroyed, it's because the gods will it. Why do the gods will it? Because the Carthaginians practiced child sacrifice. Okay? And that's what the Romans and the Greeks insisted. Of course, that means we have to be skeptical of what they say, right? But at the same time, we've done a lot of archaeological excavations around Carthage, and we have found human remains that show signs of human sacrifice. Okay, so we also, Carthage comes from Phoenicia, right? We know a lot about Phoenician culture. Okay, so we've lost a lot of information about Carthage, but we're able to piece them back together slowly. Does that make sense? Yeah. All right. Okay, but again, unfortunately, we know nothing about their culture, right? We don't know nothing about their literature, about their mythology, about their religion, because it's all been destroyed. The writing has all been destroyed by the Romans. Okay, So these three characteristics that define the Roman identity, right? Piety, liberty, and re publica. I want to explain them slowly, okay? So what the Romans really did well is they basically created history as mythology. Okay? So the Greeks separated mythology from history. Mythology is what the Greeks did, history is what humans did. Okay? So basically the Greeks invented history. The Romans, they basically elevate their history into mythology. Their history became their religion, okay? So let me explain what I mean by that. So there are legends that surround the founding of Rome. So Rome was supposed to be founded in 753 BCE by Romulus, okay? And there are legends surrounding Romulus. And there are lots of legends surrounding Romulus. But the idea is this. There was a king, and he was overthrown by his brother. And the brother banished the king's daughter to a temple to be a virgin for the rest of her life. But then she got pregnant. And then so the brother says to the king's daughter, "Why are you pregnant?" And the daughter says, "I was visited by Mars, the god of war, and he impregnated me." Okay, the king's brother obviously does not believe her, so he banishes her, and he orders for the twins who are born to be killed. Okay, but as the case with these legends, the person charged with killing the twins takes pity on them, and somehow they are left to die in the woods. A she-wolf, a wolf, comes and nurses them before another shepherd comes and adopts them. Okay? Eventually, they realize who they are, and they help the king overthrow the brother and take back the throne. Now the brothers are asked to go and basically found their own city. So they go to Rome, and it's all just hills, right? And they decide this is the place to build their kingdom because there's a river, the Tiber, and there are all these hills that provide good defense. Okay? The problem is this. They're twins. There's two of them, Romulus and Remus. So, and only one can be king. So they get into a battle, and Romulus kills Remus. Okay? And that's the founding legend of Rome. And from this legend, we can sort of understand or make some extrapolations about the Roman psychology. They believe that violence is at the core of human existence, right? I mean, sometimes you have to kill your own brother, and that's the right thing to do because that is ordained by the gods. Okay? So that's the first legend. Second legend is this. Romulus has to build Rome, and he becomes a very open person. He welcomes immigrants into Rome, and he grants them citizenship and status right away. Okay? Rome becomes a nation of immigrants. Eventually, their rise startles their neighbors, and their neighbors go to war with them at once. But the Romans are so good at war that they fight back the neighbors. The neighbors are called the Sabines. The Sabines decide, listen, we can't beat them in war, but at the same time, Rome only has males, right? Rome only has males. So we will just isolate Rome. Our daughters will not marry into Rome, and in 20 years' time, Rome will have no population, okay? Romulus hears of this plan, and he devises a strategy. What he does is he organizes a huge festival and invites all his neighbors. So fathers bring their daughters to attend this festival. At this festival, the women are kidnapped, and they're basically raped. That night, Romulus visits every one of these women and apologizes for what has happened and promises that they will be safe in Rome, that they are now citizens of Rome, and therefore they will be protected by him personally, the king. The fathers and the brothers are obviously very upset about this, so they organize this huge army, and they march against Rome. The Roman citizens come out to face them in battle. Okay? And just as they're about to clash in battle, the women come and run between them and beg their new husbands and their fathers and brothers not to fight. At this point, Romulus appears and says he will make everyone a citizen of Rome. Okay? And by doing that, he basically doubled the population of Rome. All right? Again, from this legend, we can understand the Roman psychology, which is everything can be sacrificed in the pursuit of Roman glory. And basically, to ensure that Rome survives, okay? Because what matters is Rome, okay? It's a cult of Rome. All that matters is the survival of Rome. Morals don't matter. Nothing matters. All that matters is the survival of Rome. So after this, Rome starts to grow slowly. And this is a period known as the Seven Kings. So there's 7 kings who rule Rome, and they do so for a very long time, about 200 plus years. And most of them are very, very good kings, except the last king. His name is Tarquinius Superbus, okay? Superbus is Latin for arrogant, so he's often referred to as Tarquin the Proud, okay? So Tarquin the Proud, he is, as his name suggests, a very arrogant king. And what makes him arrogant is his hubris. He refuses to listen to the nobility. In fact, those in the nobility who challenge his authority often get killed. All right? He has a second son, and the second son, he's a jerk. He likes to abuse his power. And one thing that he enjoys doing is raping the women of Rome. There's one woman who's notorious, or who's famous for her virtue. His name is Lucretia. And the prince thinks raping her will be the most fun, okay? Because she will be the most insulted by this. So he rapes her, and then she goes and confronts her husband, okay, and her husband has a friend. His name is Lucius Brutus. Lucius Brutus happens to be the nephew of the king, and he is very much opposed to the tyranny of the king. And Lucretia says to her husband and to his friend Lucius Brutus, "I've been raped. Will you promise me to avenge my honor?" And the husband and Lucius Brutus see she's distraught, okay? And so they sue her and promise her they will do everything they can in the morning. And Lucretia, she doesn't really believe them. So what she does is she takes a knife out from her dress and she stabs herself in the heart and she dies before them. Now they're honor bound to avenge her death. And so what Lucius Brutus does is he calls a meeting of the nobility, and they decide to gather to overthrow the king. The king is out campaigning for war. He's basically at war. And what they do is they lock the gates of Rome. Now the king is furious, okay? And so what the king does is he decides he's going to go back to Etrusca, where he's from, and he's going to rally his friends, the kings, okay? Because if the Romans can overthrow him, well, other people can overthrow their kings, right? So this is a bad precedent. So he's going to organize a huge army to march against Rome. Meanwhile, Lucius Brutus, he's instituting the Republic, okay? Now the thing about the king is that all powers are invested in the king. These powers include military, judicial, deciding cases, legislative, making laws, administrative, bureaucratic, right? And religious, okay? So these are the 5 major duties of the king. And this is where his power comes from. So what Lucius Brutus and the Romans do is they separate his powers not into individuals, but into institutions that are now elected by the people, okay? This is the heart of republicanism. So the military will now run by the council. The council is basically the head of the state. Okay? And again, he's elected. The judicial is run by the praetor. Legislator is the Senate. Administrative is the aedile. And the religious is the Pontifex Maximus. And again, they're all elected by the people. Now, what's important to understand is it's usually the nobility who are in these offices. But back then, there wasn't much separation between nobility and ordinary people. Okay, so nobility are what we call patricians, the patricians, and the ordinary people are what we call the plebeians. And honestly, there was not much difference. The patricians are just come from the longest the families who have been in Rome the longest, okay, the oldest families. And they were wealthy, but not that much wealthier from ordinary Romans. So maybe you have one cow, right? Well, I have 3 cows. Also, the people could go visit each other's homes without any ceremony. Okay, so you could be the head of state, you could be the council, but if I'm an ordinary person, I can just come to your house and have dinner with you. Okay, there were no doors, there were no guards, there was no separation. Okay. So Lucius Brutus instituted a new system where the king's powers were divided among different institutions. And now people didn't have to obey the king, they had to obey the republic. And the republic was 3 things: the laws, the history or traditions, and the institutions. Okay? That's the republic. And this system, unbelievably, incredibly, will not change for about 500 years. Okay, so it's pretty stable. Now, what's important to remember is these are not innovations. The Romans just basically copied this from the neighbors, okay, the Etruscans. Right? So the Romans have a republic. The problem with the republic is everyone's equal. And so if you come from a privileged background, you find this very annoying. So now there's a conspiracy to bring back the king. And this conspiracy was discovered, and everyone was caught and imprisoned. It turns out Lucius Brutus has 2 sons, okay? He has 2 sons, and they were both part of this conspiracy. They were tried by the Senate, and they were all sentenced to death, including the 2 sons of Lucius Brutus. Okay? The problem is this. The problem is the council has to oversee the execution of the prisoners. Whose council? Lucius Brutus' council. Okay? So Lucius Brutus has to oversee the execution of his 2 sons. Now, if Lucius Brutus is like, you know what, I'm going to resign my office, or hey, you know what, I'm sick, everyone would be like, we understand. Take the day off. Don't worry about it, okay? Instead, Lucius Brutus showed up for work, and he oversaw the execution of his 2 sons. All of Rome came to the execution, okay? It was a public event. Everyone was watching the face of Lucius Brutus, okay? We know the 2 sons are going to die, they're going to get beheaded. But everyone wanted to see Lucius Brutus' reactions. He was crying throughout the execution. These are to his 2 sons, right? He has no more sons. This is his legacy now. And his 2 sons are about to be killed. In fact, he's the one charged with killing his own sons. And he has to do it. He has no choice. So everyone's watching him. And throughout this process, he's crying. His tears are flowing down his face. He can't help himself. But he's still standing still, and he's still slowly ordering the execution of his 2 sons. And the Romans are just shocked by this public display. Okay? This is the idea of devotion, right? You are so devoted to Rome that you're willing to sacrifice your own children to ensure its survival and its glory. Tarquin the Proud, hears about this, and he gets really angry. So he allies himself with kings, and they march against Rome. Lucius Brutus is consul. He's in charge of the military. So he marches his army against Tarquin the Proud. One of the sons of Tarquin the Proud sees Lucius Brutus, and he charges ahead because he wants to kill the man who insulted his family. Lucius Brutus sees the king's son running. They're both on horses, right? Running, galloping towards him. And Lucius Brutus gets angry. And so he charges ahead as well. Lucius Brutus throws his spear, javelin. The king's son, the prince, throws his spear as well. And they spear each other to death. And they both die. Okay? And so Lucius Brutus is, at this point, considered the greatest Roman who ever lived. Okay? And for most of Roman history, he'll be considered the greatest Roman who ever lived, until Julius Caesar. Okay? And it was in the memory and honor of Lucius Brutus that they would assassinate Julius Caesar. But we'll discuss this next class. Right? Okay, so the king's army is overwhelming the Romans, and the Romans have to flee back into the city. There's a drawbridge that connects Rome to the mainland, okay? So there's the river Tiber crosses around Rome. There's a garrison that's supposed to be protecting the bridge, but they see the army coming, the enemy army marching towards them. They get scared and they run all into Rome. One guy, his name is Coccos, he decides, I can't run away. Because if I run away, the army just marches into Rome and kills everyone. So he decides to make a last stand. And it's just one guy. There's one random guy, okay? And what he does is he starts shouting insults at the enemy army. He's like, you guys are slaves. We're Romans. We will always be free. And the enemy army, and there's thousands of them, okay? They have absolutely no idea what's going on. There's this one guy on a bridge shouting, insulting them, okay? So they freeze. Eventually, they realize, oh, this guy is just distracting us because his friends, the other soldiers, are trying to cut down the bridge. So they run to him. At this point, two other Romans, okay? Two officers run besides Coccos, and together, the three of them hold off the invading army together, okay, with their shields. They fight for their lives. Eventually, the bridge is about to be cut down, okay? The two officers run away, and Coccos makes the last stand. And the bridge falls, and what Coccos does is, before it falls completely, he jumps into the Tiber, and he survives. He doesn't drown. So this tells us, hey, anyone can be a hero of Rome, right? Lucius Brutus, he's the king's nephew. He's nobility. But Coccos, he's just an ordinary Roman who had the courage, he had the devotion to fight for Rome, okay? And by doing so, with his devotion, he's able to save Rome by himself. So Rome right now is surrounded by this huge army. And one young man, his name is Mucius, and he's a Roman nobleman, okay? He goes to the Senate, and he says to the Senate, listen, we're being surrounded by an enemy army. They're huge. We're starving to death. I have a plan to win this war. I'm going to swim across the Tiber, sneak into the enemy camp, and kill the enemy king, and this war will end. The Senate gives Mucius his approval, and Mucius sneaks into the enemy camp. It's payday, which means the soldiers are getting their wages, right? Mucius sneaks into the front, and he sees on the podium there are two individuals who are giving out wages to the soldiers. They both look like the king. One's a king, and one's a secretary. They look the same. Mucius doesn't know who's the king and who's the secretary. You know, at this point, an ordinary person would be like, I'll come back later, okay? Like, let me figure out, let me spy first and figure out who the king is. And then when a better opportunity arises, I'll kill the king. Mucius is like, it's 50-50, man. So he takes his knife, rushes to the podium, and stabs one of the men who happens to be the secretary, okay? So he's arrested, and the king is now interrogating him. He wants to know if there are other spies in the camp. And the king says to Mucius, tell me the truth, or I will burn you alive, okay? And he shows Mucius the pyre, okay, with this huge fire. Mucius says, I am one of 100 young Romans who have pledged their lives to kill you to free Rome. Okay, he's lying. This is not true. You kill me, there'll be 99 more. Okay? We are not afraid of you. You say you will burn me if I do not tell you the truth? Now what he does is he puts his hand into the fire. His hand is burning, okay? And he holds it together. And what makes him hold it together is what he sees is the face of Lucius Brutus as he orders the execution of his two sons, right? Because ordering the execution of your two sons is a lot harder than burning your hand alive, okay? Than burning your hand. And the king, he looks at this, and he thinks, the Romans are the craziest bastards I have ever met. Screw this, I'm going home. And he lets Mucius go. And the war is over. Okay? And that's how the Roman Republic survived the invasion and became the Republic. So this is the history of Rome. And this history is something that can be taught to anyone who becomes a citizen. If you are a Roman, it's because you believe in this history. Believing in this history, knowing this history, is what makes you a Roman. Okay? So that's the first concept. Piety, loyalty to Rome. Second concept that makes Rome unique or powerful is the idea of liberty. Okay? What Claudius did, what Mucius did, what Lucius Brutus did was preserve the liberty of Rome. Remember, what liberty means is respecting and following the laws, institutions, and history of Rome. Because that's what makes Rome, Rome. That's what allows you to have freedom. Okay? And that's why in 216, even though Hannibal had defeated the Romans refused to surrender. Because surrendering would mean surrendering their liberty, right? Because Hannibal would impose peace terms that would make basically Rome into a client state of Carthage. They would lose their liberty, right? And if you don't have liberty, your life isn't worth living. Give me life or give me liberty, okay? The third element of Roman greatness is the idea of re publica, right? So what this means is every nobleman, if you have the ability, you want to serve Rome, okay? So what they did was this. They turned Roman politics into a competition to produce the best man. Okay? It was basically a meritocracy. So once you had the financial means, you stood for election. And this system was basically a meritocracy. Okay? You first stood for election to become an aedile, and then you became a praetor, and then you became a consul. Once you were a consul, you had the opportunity to win the highest glory. Okay? What you could do is become a governor of a faraway province. And if you are governor of this faraway province, and you can win more territory for Rome, then you'll be given something called a triumph. Triumph. Triumph is a big parade where you are celebrated by all the Roman people. And that's what every Roman soldier aspired to become a great general who would receive his own triumph because he's won new territory for Rome. Okay? And that's why, even though a third of the Roman Senate was wiped out by Hannibal, they didn't give up because the other people were like, okay, now here's my opportunity to prove myself, right? And one of these young people, his name is Scipio, he would go on and lead an army into Spain, conquer Spain, and then lead an army against Hannibal in North Africa, in Carthage, and destroy Hannibal. Okay? Because the point of life is to receive the triumph. And if you receive the triumph, then you will be remembered by Romans in their history, which is what gives your life meaning. Okay. All right. So do we understand these concepts? Piety, liberty, and republica, because they are the essence of the Roman identity. And they are what made Rome great.
Yeah, I've got a question.
Sure.
Like, can you explain again why the king executed his two sons? I didn't quite get that.
Okay. All right. So sorry. Lucius Brutus, okay? Lucius Brutus overthrew the king, and he established the Roman Republic. The Roman Republic is now a nation of laws. His two sons are princes, and they lost their privileges. So they partake in this conspiracy to bring back the king. Right? This conspiracy was discovered, and as punishment, they were all sentenced to death because they wanted to destroy the republic and bring back the king. Okay, does that make sense? So, what the story, and again, we don't know if these stories are true. They're probably not true, okay? But what this story is telling us is if the founder of the Roman Republic can sacrifice his family in order to make sure the republic survives, well, you can as well. Okay? No sacrifice, every sacrifice must be made to ensure Roman greatness. That's basically the message. Right? Any more questions?
Are these recorded in books or history?
That's a great question, okay? So how do we know this? The answer is this. For most of this time, this is what we call oral history. Okay? So this is like, mythology, and it was basically passed from generation to generation. This oral history was written down in books. But because Rome was at war so much, Rome was conquered once, and Rome was burnt down, and so we lost a lot of the written history, okay? Now, the problem with oral history is there are different versions of oral history, okay? So there are different versions of these stories. And then a man named Livy, during the time of the Roman Empire, when it was first founded, he sat down to write the official history of Rome. And this is where we get all these stories from. Okay? And again, we don't believe these stories to be that true, okay? Lucius Brutus was probably a real person, but whether or not he did these things, we don't know, okay? It's debatable. But what matters is, this is what Romans believed, okay? Do you understand? What matters is what they believe as opposed to what really happened. And this is what creates the Roman identity. All right? Great. Any more questions? Okay. So, yeah, I mean, that's basically it, okay? This is what made Rome great, and that's what allowed them to come back from the defeats that Hannibal inflicted on them to eventually win the war. Okay? Any more questions?
Yeah, I've got a question about when talking about how Rome built a 80,000 people army.
80,000 army against Hannibal, yes.
Yes, so they built it within 2 years or something.
Hmm.
But before that, the enemies are like 40,000, and that's a lot more than the Romans. Then how did it take the time to build that
Okay, that's a great question. Okay, so like you want to know more about Hannibal's invasion of Italy, right? Okay, all right. So Rome, what Rome is able to do is offer citizenship to anyone who fights for Rome. And Rome has been, for the longest time, been fighting its neighbors, right? Once it conquered its neighbors promised to send soldiers to Rome in times of war. So Rome is able to draw on soldiers from all around the Italian peninsula. Okay, that's the first thing. Second thing is that when Hannibal invaded Italy, he was doing so with many Gauls, okay, who are the invaders of Italy. And these Gauls have traditionally been the enemy of the Italians. So when Hannibal did so, Rome's neighbors rallied to Rome's support, to support Rome, okay, because they saw the Gauls and Hannibal as invaders who threatened their culture. Okay, the second thing. The third thing is Hannibal had an invading army, right? But he had no organizational and logistic support. He had no food supply because he was basically doing this on his own initiative. Carthage is too far away, okay? And Rome had the best navy in the Mediterranean. So there was no way that Carthage could resupply Hannibal. Sorry, so there's no way Carthage could resupply Hannibal, right? So Hannibal was forced to spend a lot of time foraging for food. Do you understand? And that's ultimately why he lost the war. Because it's possible for you to win all these battles because you're a military genius, but you still have to feed your soldiers. And what Rome did after the Battle of Canaan was they recognized this fact. They recognized that Hannibal's main problem was logistics, and they started to they decided we will never fight Hannibal in a battle again. We will cut off his food supply. Okay, and so Hannibal had to spend most of his time foraging for food. Meanwhile, Rome could rebuild itself by freeing its slaves, okay, and by recruiting more neighbors to join their cause. Okay, does that make sense? Okay. That's why. That's why armies don't win wars. Nations win wars. Does that make sense? So another thing that you need to understand is, while Hannibal was winning glory in Italy, the council of elders in Carthage, were they happy about this, do you think? These are business people, right? Are they happy about this? They're not happy about this because, one, it's going to cost them a lot of money to continue the war. And listen, Italy is poor, so there's no profit to be made from conquering Rome. Okay? That's the first problem. Second problem is, if Hannibal were to win glory in Italy, he would come back and make himself king of Carthage, right? Does that make sense? So Hannibal was being undermined by Carthage itself, even though Hannibal was trying to save Carthage. Does that make sense? And that's what makes Rome unique. Rome has been united for most of its history, whereas most places like Greece and Carthage were divided into different political factions. And that's what caused Carthage to ultimately be undermined. So ultimately, Rome was able to come back from this defeat and defeat Carthage because Carthage, again, saw Hannibal as big as a threat as Rome, okay? This would be costly for Carthage because after the war is over, 50 years later, a Roman senator named Cato the Elder, he visits Carthage because he's curious what's happened to Carthage after the end of the war. And to his dismay and to his shock, Carthage has become wealthier than ever before. Okay? 50 years of peace means that Carthage is able to accumulate more wealth than ever before. It has so much wealth that it is able to pay off the indemnity that Rome imposed on it. Okay? It's basically able to pay Rome off. And Cato the Elder, he is traumatized by this. He goes back to Rome and says, we have to destroy Carthage. Okay, there's a huge debate in the Senate. He says, listen, if we let Carthage survive, Carthage will always be a threat to us. And the other senators were like, listen, Cato, I know you want to destroy Carthage, but remember, Carthage threatens us. If we destroy Carthage, we, Rome, will no longer have an enemy. We will no longer have a threat. We will change as a people if we destroy Carthage. But Cato the Elder insisted, and eventually an army was dispatched to destroy Carthage. The Romans have a habit of always blaming the enemies for starting the war, okay? So they didn't want to instigate the war. So they made up these dumb excuses and said that Carthage was violating the peace treaty. And the Romans said to Carthage, listen, if you surrender all your weapons, we will go away. The Carthaginians believed the Romans and thought if they surrender all the weapons, they go away. The Romans got all these weapons. They were like, we didn't expect this, man. So the Romans said to the Carthaginians, you know what? We also need you to move your city from the coast 10 kilometers inland. Okay? And at this point, the Carthaginians knew Rome was going to destroy Carthage. So there's a 3-year siege, and then at the end of it, Rome conquered Carthage, killed everyone inside, enslaved others, burned all the books, and wiped out Carthage from history, as well as the history books. Okay? So that's a Roman mentality. Devotion means all or nothing. Okay? You don't surrender, but you also don't show mercy to your enemies. Okay? So Hannibal was right. Rome was a threat to Carthage. But because Carthage has a merchant culture run by business people, they could never recognize the threat. Okay? Does that make sense? All right. Any more questions?
Well, I have one more question.
Good.
You talked about the beliefs in Rome and like the piety, liberty, and the
Public virtue. Yeah.
yeah. But what else does being a why do people want to come to Rome? Just because of that citizenship, those beliefs. What good does Rome being a Roman citizen? What benefit do they get?
Okay, so why do people want to come to Rome? Well, the fact of the matter is that for most of history, people didn't want to go to Rome because Rome was considered a, like for example, the Greeks didn't want to go to Rome because they thought Rome was uncivilized. But Romans wanted to go to Athens because they thought Athens was the height of civilization, right? The Carthaginians certainly didn't want to go to Rome, okay? Rome was like Macedonia. It's basically like North Korea. You can even say it's like North Korea, okay? It's a militaristic society that's barbaric, right? The Greeks like to watch theater. The Romans like to watch gladiator shows or lions eat people, okay? So for most of its history, people avoided Rome. When it became a republic, you had no choice but to go to Rome because that's how you could build your career. It was the capital of the world, okay? Does that make sense? So another way of saying this is there were many people who wanted to be Greek because they were attracted by the culture. Nobody wanted to be Roman. The Romans made everyone into a Roman through the conquest. Okay? So the Romans were repugnant in many ways. Okay? They just were a repugnant people. Okay, any more questions? Any more questions? Okay, great. So next class, it's a fun class. We do Julius Caesar. Okay?